Around Dodge City and into territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, Matt. Anybody here this morning?
I'll be right in, Doc.
All right, man. As the girls grow tall in Kansas. Let's see. Poor man, he's so busy. The girls grow tall in Kansas.
That's a poor way to start the day, Doc.
And what's a poor way to start the day, Dad?
Getting up in the morning.
Well, I'm not going to talk to you. Where's Chester? I'd rather talk to him.
No, he's due back any time now.
He's due back?
He took a prisoner over to Wichita a couple of days ago.
Oh, doggone it. If I'd have known that, I'd have gone with him.
No, what for?
Oh, just to get out of Dodge for a while.
Well, you've been out of Dodge for the last 2 days.
Oh, yes. Delivering a baby in a mud dugout isn't exactly what I was thinking about, man.
I know what you were thinking about.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
You're back, Chester.
Well, how was Wichita, Chester?
A big town, Doc. Real big, but I wasn't there long.
Oh.
The Santa Fe going east got there at noon, and the next one coming back here left at 2 o'clock.
Well, you could have stayed another day, you know.
Heavens, yes. Why didn't you? Oh, how often does a man get a chance to have a little fun?
Well, I would have, but the sheriff there had some news he wanted me to tell to Mr. Dillon.
Oh, some news?
Yeah, it's about the Carp brothers. And the sheriff said he heard they was headed this way.
I didn't even know the Carp brothers were in Kansas. I thought they worked the Dakota territory.
Bank robbers, aren't they, man?
So I've heard, Doc, but nobody's caught them at it yet.
Well, we'll catch them if they come to Dodge.
Yeah, maybe. They could be here right now. How come the sheriff didn't send me a telegram, Chester? It'd been a little faster.
Well, I don't know. Well, by Jing, I didn't think to ask him.
I'm going to go down to the bank. I'll be back directly. Good morning, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt.
You're up early this morning.
Yeah, I went to bed early last night.
Oh, where you headed?
Delmonico's. I heard they got some fresh eggs in.
You're a sport. But I'll go with you if you like.
I'd like it fine, Matt.
Well, I got to see Mr. Bodkin at the bank here first. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll join you, huh?
Well, how long will you be?
Oh, just a couple of minutes.
Oh, well, then I'll wait in the bank for you.
Okay.
But if you're longer than a couple of minutes, you can find me at the restaurant. I'm feeling pretty healthy this morning.
You ought to go to bed early every night.
If I did, I couldn't afford breakfast. The place is deserted. You must be the only people up in Dodge, except for the cashier. Maybe you ought to wait till after breakfast, Matt.
No, Kitty, I'm afraid this business has waited too long as it is.
Come in. Well, Marshal Dillon, come in.
Morning, Mr. Bodkin.
You come to deposit money, Marshal, or to borrow some?
Neither. I came to protect it.
What?
Mr. Bodkin, did you ever hear of the Carp brothers?
Oh, no, Marshal, I don't believe I have.
Well, they've never been around Dodge. All I know is that they're brothers, and the older one's name is Joe.
Why are you telling me this, Marshal?
Well, I've heard they're headed for Dodge, and I've also heard that they're bank robbers.
Bank robbers?
Yeah.
Well, what are you planning to do?
Well, I can't hire deputies until after a crime's been committed, Mr. Bodkin, but if you'd like to, it might be a good idea to let a half a dozen of them loaf around here for a while.
Certainly, Marshal. I don't mind a little expense.
What's that?
Now, where's my gun?
Don't shoot or we kill the woman.
We're not shooting.
You've killed the cashier.
Hank, get around there and start filling that sack. Okay. All right, lady. You walk in front of her. Either one of you try something, she dies.
He's coming this way, Marshal. Shoot him.
Don't be a fool, Kitty's in the way. And besides, he's got a gun in her back.
They're robbing my bank.
Will you shut up?
Yeah. Well, I'll be. I caught the marshal himself, or I will have as soon as I get his gun. Now, don't move.
I'm not moving.
That was the first time I ever disarmed a lawman. Feels good.
Joe Carp?
How'd you know my name?
Well, I heard you were headed this way, Carp, but I didn't hear it in time.
You sure didn't, Marshal.
That's your brother you came in with?
What difference does it make?
Look, take your money, Carp. Take it, and I'll ride out with you. Nobody will bother you.
No, Matt.
Shut up, Kitty.
Ooh. I see.
Nobody will shoot at you if I'm along.
Not while we're in Dodge, maybe, but we'd be followed.
All right, then take me with you as far as you like.
No, Marshal. We'd be followed anyway. I got a better idea. We're taking her. Kitty.
Don't do it, Carp.
Of course I'll do it. The first sign I see we're being chased, whoever it is going to find Kitty laying right in the trail, fresh killed. And if you don't think I'll do it, I'll tell you something. First person I ever killed was a woman. So don't let nobody follow us.
Nobody else will follow you, I promise you that.
I hate to lose such a pretty girl.
Matt, it's all right.
Sure, Kitty.
Come on, Joe, let's get it.
You go in that office and sit down, Marshal. Hank's got the money ready and we're leaving.
So long, Kitty.
So long.
Hey, Marshal, if I do shoot Kitty, I promise you one thing.
What?
I'll do it with your gun.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
You reckon they'll give her any breakfast?
I don't know, Chester.
Oh, dear.
People don't need much food, Chester. They can go for days without any at all.
I know that, Doc, but, well, Miss Kitty just ain't used to it.
It's water people need. And they'll have water.
They will if they took any with them. Mighty dry out on the prairie this time of year.
Oh, it's not that dry. Any fool can find water sooner or later.
Sure he can if he followed a buffalo herd long enough. A week, maybe.
There's other ways, Chester.
Like what?
Do you ever hear of a divining rod?
Oh, what's outlaws doing with divining?
I wasn't talking about outlaws.
Well,
Chester.
what was
I
you
was just
talking
talking
about?
kind of man talking.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I guess we've waited long enough. They must have covered 3 or 4 miles by now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Everything ready?
Everything I could think of, Mr. Dillon.
Let's get going, then.
Good luck, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Keep an eye on things, huh? Maybe a long time before we get back. From the bank window, I'd watched the Carp brothers ride north out of Dodge. So Chester and I started in the same direction. And on the other side of the Arkansas, we picked up their trail and followed it easily all morning. But we were careful to stay far behind them and out of sight, although we probably could have run them down in a few hours. That was the hardest part of it, forcing ourselves to hold back and go slow.
Mr. Dillon, you think Carp would really do it?
Do what, Chester?
You know. Do you?
Chester.
Yeah?
Look up ahead there, on the ground.
Mr. Dillon.
Let's go see who it is.
It's a man, Mr. Dillon. Must be some cowboy.
Yeah, he's been shot. Bring your water bag.
Yes, sir.
You still breathing?
Yeah.
Here, let me have that. You want a drink? You thirsty?
Drink. Some water.
Here.
Who are you?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. Tell me what happened.
Marshal? And I was right.
Right?
Two men. And that girl. Hold my head up, Marshal.
Yeah. There you are. Is that better?
I'm full of blood, Marshal. They hurt me bad.
Yeah.
My name's Blaine.
Well, what happened?
Them two men, Marshal. You're after them, ain't you?
I'm after him.
I seen them. And I rode up. And then I asked them who they was. They didn't like that.
No.
I knew something was wrong. That girl and all. But I ain't no gunman. They shot me right out of my saddle. Both of them at once.
We'll get him, Blaine. That's any help to you.
It don't matter. No. That girl shouldn't be with him.
Could you hear him? Did they say anything?
Something about a cabin.
A cabin? Look, Blaine, my partner here, Chester, he'll stay with you.
Sure, I will. I'll take care of you, Blaine.
Thanks. Won't do no good. You better go help catch him trouble.
I'll handle him. Take whatever you want off my saddle, Chester, and get a fire going here, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be fine, Blaine. So long. I rode ahead, tracking slowly for a couple of hours, and then Chester caught up with me. He looked at me for a moment, and then without saying a word, we continued on the trail across the prairie. We traveled in silence until dark, and then we saw a cabin. I couldn't chance going up to it, so we unsaddled and turned our horses loose and crept into a little draw about 100 yards away and got down and waited. And we waited all night. Dawn came, and the sun, hot as ever.
Anything never coming out of that cabin, Miss Dillon?
Sooner or later, Chester.
Look, they got a fire going now. Smoke coming out of the chimney. Breakfast, I am so hungry.
Well, a man could get along without food, Chester, like Doc said.
Well, at least Miss Kitty's going to get something to eat.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, what in the world are we going to do?
Right now, there's nothing we can do but sit here and wait and keep quiet. You know what'll happen if they find out we're out here.
I know. But I ain't thinking about it.
You better get back down now. I'll stay up here where I can watch.
Yeah, but they can see you, Mr. Dillon.
No, I got a little bunch of buffalo grass in front of me. It's enough.
Yes, sure. It's getting hot.
Just be sure and keep your voice low.
I will. You know, if it wasn't for them in the cabin, it'd be awful peaceful out here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Rattlesnake.
Hmm?
He's behind you on top of the hole, about 5 foot back your head.
Chester. Whatever you do, don't move.
He's a pretty big one. Maybe 3.5, 4 foot.
Now, look, how far are you from him?
Far enough. Unless he uncoils and moves up.
All right, just keep very still. He may go away.
He ain't about to go away.
Did you just move?
My hand, just a little.
Well, don't do it again.
Mr. Dillon, he's stretching out. He's moving.
What? Which way?
Toward you.
Steady now.
He stopped. He's coiling again.
Chester?
Yeah?
If that snake strikes at me, don't yell. They'll hear you at the cabin. Just Start thinking about it now. If he strikes, you close your eyes and stop breathing. Do you hear me?
Well tried, Mr. Dillon.
Well, you do it, you understand?
Yes, sir. He's looking at me again.
You moved, Chester. You must have.
I got my rifle aimed at
Will
him.
you stop it? Will you get your finger off that trigger right now?
Well, I can't sit here and just watch that rattler
If you
strike.
shoot Kitty, you'll die. Don't you know that?
I didn't move, Mr. Dillon. Honest, I didn't.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
What?
Chester, you chewing?
What?
Chewing.
Chewing? Oh, tobacco?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, but I got a fairly fresh quid in my shirt pocket.
Okay, we'll chance it. Get that quid into your mouth, but do it slow, and as steady as you can manage it. Once you start moving your hand, don't stop. You understand? All right, go ahead.
Okay. I already got my fingers in my pocket. There it is.
Slow and steady now.
I'm trying. Here. It's in my mouth now.
All right. Now, juice it up, huh? Get a big mouthful.
I am.
All right, Chester, I've heard you brag about how good you can spit. Can you hit that rattler from there?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Okay, do it.
But I only got one shot. I can't make it. I just can't do
Wait
it.
a minute, Chester. You got a mouthful?
Yes, sir.
All right. Take your time now. Move and make him look at you, and then you sputter him right in the eyes. Okay. Go ahead.
Snake? Hey, Snake. Look. I got him, Mr. Dillon. I got him. He's leaving. There he goes. He's gone. His word. Well, they can't stay in that cabin forever, Mr. Dillon. They'll die of the heat cooped up in there.
It's only about 10 o'clock, Chester.
Oh, my. I hope they gave Miss Kitty some breakfast.
Chester, look, the door's open.
Can they come now?
Get your rifle. Take it easy now.
It's Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe Carp's behind her, and there's his brother.
They're all outside now. What are we going to do?
You're going to have to kill him, Chester.
You mean just shoot them down from here, cold-blooded?
Well, how would you want to do it?
I'm ready, Mr. Dillon.
All right, then take the one on your side. I'll take Joe.
Miss Kitty's standing awful close to him.
Yeah, I know she is. When I say hold your breath, you do it. Then you count to yourself 1, 2, 3, and then fire.
I'm set.
All right. Hold your breath. All right, come on, let's go, Chester.
Hey! Get back inside!
Joe Carp's still alive, Mr. Dillon. He's reaching for his gun.
Come on.
They're dead. They're both dead now.
Okay, Kitty. Are you all right, Kitty?
Good to see you, Matt. You too, Chester.
I said, are you all right?
Shot them down like dogs, didn't you?
Yeah, you bet we did.
Thank you, Matt. Matt.
Here.
She beat him, Mr. Dillon. It's a good thing you caught her.
Yeah. I'll carry her inside, Chester. Come on, we'll get some breakfast going. They probably didn't feed her after all.
is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You don't have to walk me all the way, Doc.
Oh, why, it's a pleasure, Kitty. I don't often get to be seen with a beautiful woman.
Now, Doc.
Yeah, that's true. And what's more, you know it.
Oh, there you go. And I was just beginning to enjoy myself.
There's Matt. Just came out of his office. Let's go say hello to him.
He's sitting down. We better hurry before he falls asleep.
Wish I had a job like his.
Say, where's Chester these days, anyway?
Yeah, he's still visiting a friend out at Fort Dodge. Some old army pal from the war.
Is he ever coming back?
Of course, he'll be back as soon as he gets tired of the cooking out there. Matt, you've got company.
Hello, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty. Doc, why don't you sit down?
Thank you.
Just for a minute. I gotta get to work pretty soon.
You been shopping?
Yeah, but I didn't buy anything.
What about all those clothes and stuff you told me you ordered?
Well, that's different.
It is?
Well, sure.
No, don't explain it to me now. It's too hot today.
Who's this?
Huh?
Who's this?
I don't know. He's a stranger to me.
Well, he's from Texas, that's for sure. Look at that rig.
I'm looking for a U.S. Marshal. You're wearing a star. Maybe you're him.
Sit down, stranger.
You Matt Dillon?
That's right.
Oh. Well, I'm Phil Jacks, Marshal. With a herd of 3,000 San Saba cattle, about 5 days' drive from here. Name of the trail boss is Dolph Quince.
Dolph Quince? Well, he was in here last year. Give him my regards, will you?
Well, he says for you to ride back with me, Marshal.
What?
That's all he said. Me to bring you back.
Well, can't you tell me what it's all about?
It's about Kansas, Marshal.
Kansas?
We don't like it.
Oh, you're running into trouble, huh?
We're about to quit driving cattle and turn into an army, Marshal.
Yeah. You go get yourself a drink, Jacks. Meet me here in about a half hour. And I'll go with you.
You just drop your saddle anyways, Marshal. I'll turn your horse in with a remuda.
All right. Thanks, Jack. So will.
And Dolph Quince will be over there by the fire somewhere.
Okay. I'll find it.
Hello, Dolph.
How are you, Marshal?
Good to see you again.
Hey, it's fresh meat in camp. Ask the cook for a plate.
Oh, thanks. I will.
Well, now, I'll go with you. I need some more coffee. You like buffalo veal?
Huh?
One of the boys roped and shot a calf this morning.
Sure, I like it fine.
Guess it was buffalo that scared our horses last night. Whole remuda broke loose. Hey, cook, give this man a plate of meat.
Yeah, sure thing, Dolph.
Yeah, it looks mighty good, doesn't it?
Give me some coffee, will you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Nestor woman came to the bed ground before daylight this morning and asked if we had any little calves that had been dropped during the night.
She probably picks up calves from all the herds that pass this way.
We'd have to get rid of them anyway. So I'll let her have them, even if she was a Kansan.
Oh?
You know, if it had been a Kansas man asked for calves, I don't think I could have talked these boys into allowing it.
Oh, is that so?
It sure is, Marshal.
Tell me, Dolph, have you seen any Kansas jayhawkers on the way up?
How'd you know?
That's a pretty good guess.
2 nights ago, some of them jayhawkers managed to sneak up on Snyder over there when he was out on guard. They stripped him and flogged him, then stampeded the cattle. We had our hands full for the next few hours, or we might have caught up with them.
Any trouble since?
Not yet.
You know, Dolph, the ordinary Kansan hates jayhawkers as much as you do. There's nothing but shifty, murderous criminals. They got started on the Missouri border during the war, and they got the taste of blood in their mouths. And now it's like they got no place to go.
We can show them a place.
Yeah, they're bandits, that's all. You got bandits in Texas, but that doesn't make every Texan one, does it?
It's kind of hard to make the men see it that way, Marshal.
Yeah, I know it is. I just hope they understand it before a regular war breaks out.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Overhead, the moon is beaming.
Hold it, Daphne, hold it.
Oh, hi, Joe. Guess what, honey? I'm trying out for the operetta.
As what?
A singer.
You could have fooled me.
I was just practicing one of the songs.
Well, I don't think you quite fit the role.
Why not?
Well, if this version of the Student Prince is like the version I know, that particular number is sung by a tenor.
Oh.
Not that you don't come close, but I think you better stick to being a housewife.
But I want to be a singer.
Daphne, honey, a singer you'll never be.
I could take lessons.
Yeah, but lessons cost money. Money better invested for us in savings bonds.
You and your old savings bonds.
I can't help it, honey. I just can't get over the way those savings bonds pay off. $4 for every 3. That's what I call an investment.
What good do they do me now?
A lot. The money we put in those bonds every payday helps keep America strong and protects you and me. No bonds, maybe no operetta. Ever think of that?
I still want to be a singer.
Well, when those bonds start bringing in the green, if you still want to sing, they'll pay for the lessons and more.
Good. Gee, if those bonds mature as fast as you say, I better start practicing now just so that I'll be ready. Overhead, the moon is beaming.
Daphne, did anyone ever tell you you have a bad voice?
Everyone.
Hello, Dolph. Marshal.
Jax.
Join you if you don't mind.
Sit down, Jax. I've been sitting here drinking coffee, complaining to the marshal about our welcome in Kansas.
Yeah. I heard the trail drivers buying off them jayhawkers, $2-3 a head. Now, let's see, 3,000 cattle. It cost us...
I'm paying nobody nothing.
Well, they ain't asked us yet, but I'll kill the first one I see anyway, so...
Marshal, One reason I wanted you to come down here was to ride with us a few days. Get to know the boys a little. You're in a bad temper, and when they hit Dodge, they're going to be looking for Kansas scalps.
All right with you.
I figured you would. See, Marshal, the way we look at it, the good citizens of Dodge are out to fleece us anyway. And on top of that, they hire gunfighters to shoot us as soon as we kick up our heels a little. Now, all in all, it makes for a bad feeling.
There's some misunderstanding on both sides, I guess.
Yeah, you and I know that. But
say,
don't.
Dolph, I near forgot.
What?
Stranger just rode up to Remuda over there and asked for a job. I told him to eat first.
Where is he?
Well, I'll go get him.
Say, Dolph, I'd like to stand a guard tonight.
Oh, there's no need for that.
Well, if I'm riding with you, I'll do my share of the work.
All right. You go out with the second watch. Rank will give you a night horse.
Thanks.
Here he is, Dolph. This here's Dolph Quince, trail boss.
Mr. Quince.
Quince will do.
Well, my name's Studer. Carl Studer.
You lost?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you know we're only 4 days' drive out of Dodge.
I was wondering, could you use a hand?
For 4 days?
That'd help.
You must be awful hungry.
I thought maybe you'd be driving past Dodge.
I'm not. But we'll feed you from here to Dodge if you work. I won't pay you anything, though. I haven't got the money. I don't need a hand anyway.
Fair enough.
Hey, by the way, where are you from?
Colorado.
And you ain't a Kansan?
No.
Good. Maybe the boys won't tear you apart. You'll be on the third watch tonight, Studer.
All right.
He's the sort of man spends his whole miserable life just looking for salt pork and sundown.
Yeah. If that's all he's looking for.
What do you mean?
Just an old habit of mine, Dolph. I wouldn't be alive if I trusted everybody on first sight.
You don't trust this fellow?
Oh, he's probably all right. Still, I'd keep him in camp unless it's daylight. I wouldn't put him on night guard.
All right. Marshal, I always thought I led a hard life. Till now. I think you beat me.
I just get shot at more than you, so...
Maybe that's it. Hey, you better stretch out somewhere. You'll be out singing to those cow brutes in 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you later, Dolph.
Breakfast at 4. You find it don't take long to stay all night at this ranch.
I didn't have much chance that night to get to know the boys on guard. 2 of us rode around the herd in opposite directions, singing or humming a little to let the cattle know where we were. And after 2 hours, we were relieved by the third watch. But at breakfast the next morning, the men treated me a little less like a gunfighter hired to shoot them when they got to Dodge. After the cattle had grazed for a few miles, we got them on the trail, and I started to forget that I was a lawman myself. Jax and I were riding the swing of the herd when Dolph Quince loped up behind it.
Hey, how's it feel to be a trailhand, Marshal?
There's nothing to it if I could sleep all winter like you do.
Where would you spend your money?
I already offered to trade jobs with him, Dolph.
Hey, look, you two crossed the Cimarron yesterday. What's it like?
Now, the water's gone down. You won't have any trouble.
I was also thinking about the sand.
Well, it would sound where we were, Dolph.
Yeah, then we'll cross right there. You go up ahead and ride point, Jax, and lead us to it.
All right.
Take that new fellow Studer with you.
I don't need him.
I want him up front where I can see him.
Oh, okay.
First crossing I tried last year had a quicksand bottom and bog of saddle blanket.
Oh? Lose many cattle?
30 head. Couldn't even dig their tails out.
You know, Dolph, I sometimes wonder if it's worth it to you, driving cattle up here.
Well, Texas is bankrupt, Marshal. War broke us. All we got is these wild longhorn cattle.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe there'll be an easier way someday.
We'd starve waiting for the railroad.
I suppose so. Anyway, this San Saba herd of yours is the first to reach Dodge this year. The price is pretty high. You ought to profit, about $20 a head.
I hope so. Money in your pocket, Dodge could offer high-class entertainment.
Almost anything you'd want.
Well, the boys will be there.
Hey, that's up ahead. Come on.
Look, he got a blanket. He's starting to stampede.
Yeah. Is that Jack's horse running loose?
Yeah, and there's Jack's lying on the ground. They shot him, Marshal.
That man with the blanket, that's Studer. I'm going after him, Dolph. You take care of Jack's.
Here go the cattle. They're off. Get him, Marshal. Get him alive.
I'll get him.
Helen.
Hi there. What are you doing?
I'm memorizing my wife's name.
You, a memory expert? What happened?
I called her Joanne.
Oh.
Yeah, I was nearly a hospital case.
Which brings us to the subject of Medicare.
I knew you'd work it in somehow.
Well, why not? Sooner or later, Medicare comes into the lives of every serviceman and his dependents.
Well, you sure got it into mine a lot. Excuse me, I got to get back to my memory work. Hazel.
You know, I've got a hunch somebody is going to need medical care real soon. To learn how Medicare helps your family, get the pamphlet Dependents Medical Care Program.
Maryland.
As I followed Studer, a few shots whipped past my head, but they didn't come from him. They came from behind a small rise he was headed for. Whoever was shooting was still too far away from me for me to worry about. I wanted to take care of Studer first, and slowly the distance between us closed. I pulled my rifle out of the boot and I snapped one off at him. He threw up his hands and pitched forward out of the saddle. I glanced at him as I rode past and crossed him off as one jayhawker less. When I reached the rise, I jumped off of my horse and I ran up it on foot, and near the top I got down and I crawled. When I poked my head over, there was only one man in sight. The other jayhawkers, if there had been any, had disappeared. This one was afoot and running for his horse. So I took my time and I put a shot into the cantle of his saddle. Horse bolted and the man dropped behind a rock and lay there. He was only half covered, so I stood up. A step at a time, I started toward him down the hill.
That's far enough, mister. Going back. You're in pistol range now.
All right, fella, put down and come forward.
All I want's a horse. Now I'll get out of here. We won't bother you no more.
You sure won't.
Just let me on the horse.
Listen to me, I'm a United States Marshal. You give up, and I promise you there'll be no lynching. You'll get a fair trial.
No.
If you don't give up, you're gonna die right where you are.
Let me go. I'm warning you.
I'm coming after you.
No.
You just had to try it, didn't you?
You leave a bloody trail, Marshal.
Yeah.
I brought Snyder with me. After whipping they give me the other night, I figured he deserved to be in on this.
Guess I'm too late. Looks like the marshal's done taking care of everybody.
Be glad you don't have to kill a man, son.
I don't think I'd mind, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, Dolph, how's Jack's?
There.
Oh.
Dude has shot him in the back of the head.
He was a good man.
Boys have got the lead cattle turned. They let them mill around for an hour and then graze them out.
Good. Snyder, I left my horse over the rise there. Would you get him for me?
Yeah, sure.
Looks like you walked right down onto this man.
Well, I tried to take him alive like you asked.
I just wanted to hang him myself. Anyway, I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah, sure.
Marshal, we'll be burying Jax out here. I'm wondering if you might know how to do it. Maybe a prayer or something?
Well, I tried, huh?
Let's get back in.
Well, we got back to where Jax had fallen. The cook had driven the chuck wagon up and was busy fixing coffee for the men, even though it was far from noon. The cattle were spread out and feeding now, and one by one the men rode up, sober, quiet. With just a glance at Jax, where he lay covered by his saddle blanket. A grave was soon dug, and with the end gate of the chuck wagon for a headstone, Phil Jax was placed in the ground and covered with prairie earth. Their hats in their hands, the Texas men had watched the service in silence. When it was done, they turned and walked away. Snyder.
Yeah?
I want you to do something for me, huh?
What?
Well, I smuggled a quart of wagon yard whiskey out of Dodge when I came down here. The cook's got it hid in the chuck wagon.
Well, now, Marshal.
It's not much, but it'll cut the alkali in your drinking water. Why don't you get it and pass it out to the men, huh?
Mighty decent of you, Marshal. All as wants a drink of the Marshal's whiskey, get on over to the chuck wagon.
There's times when a drink's good for a man, Marshal. I guess this is one of them.
I think Jax should approve.
He sure would. But by the way, the boys all know how you handle them Jayhawkers.
Oh?
It ain't changed their minds about Kansans much, but maybe they think a lot more highly of the law around here. Of the kind of gunfighter hired by the law, anyway.
That's good.
Of course, it don't mean they won't hoorah Dodge a little when we get there.
I expect that.
Sure. Come on, we got a drink coming out of that bottle, too.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Oh, Matt. Oh, Matt. Anybody here this morning?
I'll be right in, Doc.
All right, man. As the girls grow tall in Kansas. Let's see. Poor man is so busy. The girls grow tall in Kansas.
That's a poor way to start the day, Doc.
And what's a poor way to start the day, man?
Getting up in the morning.
Well, I'm not going to talk to you. Where's Chester? I'd rather talk to him.
No, he's due back any time now.
He's due back?
He took a prisoner over to Wichita a couple of days ago.
Oh, doggone it. If I'd have known that, I'd have gone with him.
No, what for?
Oh, just to get out of Dodge for a while.
Well, you've been out of Dodge for the last 2 days.
Oh, yes. Delivering a baby in a mud dugout isn't exactly what I was thinking about, man.
I know what you were thinking about.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
You're back, Chester.
Well, how was Wichita, Chester?
A big town, Doc. Real big. But I wasn't there long.
Oh.
The Santa Fe going east got there at noon, and the next one coming back here left at 2 o'clock.
Well, you could have stayed another day, you know.
Heavens, yes. Why didn't you? Oh, how often does a man get a chance to have a little fun?
Well, I would have, but the sheriff there had some news he wanted me to tell to Mr. Dillon.
Oh, some news?
Yeah, it's about the Carp brothers. And the sheriff said he heard they was headed this way.
I didn't even know the Carp brothers were in Kansas. I thought they worked the Dakota territory.
Bank robbers, aren't they, man?
So I've heard, Doc, but nobody's caught them at it yet.
Well, we'll catch them if they come to Dodge.
Yeah, maybe. They could be here right now. How come the sheriff didn't send me a telegram, Chester? It'd been a little faster.
Well, I don't know. Obliging, I didn't think to ask him.
I'm going to go down to the bank. I'll be back directly. Good morning, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt.
You're up early this morning.
Well, I went to bed early last night.
Oh, where you headed?
Delmonico's. I heard they got some fresh eggs in.
You're spoiled. But I'll go with you if you like.
As I could find, Matt.
Well, I got to see Mr. Bodkin at the bank here first. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll join you, huh?
Well, how long will you be?
Oh, just a couple of minutes.
Oh, well, then I'll wait in the bank for you.
Okay.
But if you're longer than a couple of minutes, you can find me at the restaurant. I'm feeling pretty healthy this morning.
You ought to go to bed early every night.
If I did, I couldn't afford breakfast. The place is deserted. You must be the only people up in Dodge. Except for the cashier. Maybe you ought to wait till after breakfast, Matt.
No, Kitty, I'm afraid this business has waited too long as it is.
Come in. Well, Marshal Dillon, come in.
Morning, Mr. Bodkin.
You come to deposit money, Marshal, or to borrow some?
Neither. I came to protect it.
What?
Mr. Bodkin, did you ever hear of the Carp brothers?
Oh, no, Marshal, I don't believe I have.
Well, they've never been around Dodge. All I know is that they're brothers, and the older one's name is Joe.
So why are you telling me this, Marshal?
Well, I've heard they're headed for Dodge, and I've also heard that they're bank robbers.
Bank robbers?
Yeah.
Well, what do you plan to do?
Well, I can't hire deputies until after a crime's been committed, Mr. Bodkin, but If you'd like to, it might be a good idea to let a half a dozen of them loaf around here for a while.
Certainly, Marshal. I don't mind a little expense. What's that? That's them now. Where's my gun?
Don't shoot or we kill the woman.
We're not shooting.
You've killed the cashier.
Hank, get around there and start filling that sack. Okay. All right, lady. You walk in front. Either one of you tries something, she dies.
He's coming this way, Marshal. Shoot him.
Don't be a fool. Kitty's in the way. And besides, he's got a gun in her back.
They're robbing my bank.
Will you shut up?
Yeah. Well, I'll be. I caught the marshal himself, or I will have as soon as I get his gun. Now, don't move now.
I'm not moving.
It's the first time I ever disarmed a lawman. Feels good.
Joe Carp?
How'd you know my name?
Well, I heard you were headed this way, Carp, but I didn't hear it in time.
You sure didn't, Marshal.
That's your brother you came in with?
What difference does it make?
Look, take your money, Carp. Take it, and I'll ride out with you. Nobody will bother you.
No, Matt.
Shut up, Kitty.
Oh, I see.
Nobody will shoot at you if I'm along.
Not while we're in Dodge, maybe, but we'd be followed.
All right, then take me with you as far as you like.
No, Marshal. We'd be followed anyway. I got a better idea. We're taking her. Kitty.
Don't do it, Carp.
Of course I'll do it. The first sign I see we're being chased, whoever it is going to find Kitty laying right in the trail, fresh killed. And if you don't think I'll do it, I'll tell you something. First person I ever killed was a woman. So don't let nobody follow us.
Nobody else will follow you, I promise you that.
I hate to lose such a pretty girl.
Matt, it's all right.
Sure, Kitty.
Come on, Joe, let's get.
You go in that office and sit down, Marshal. Hank's got the money ready and we're leaving.
So long, Kitty.
So long.
Hey, Marshal, if I do shoot Kitty, I promise you one thing.
What?
I'll do it with your gun.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
You reckon they'll give her any breakfast?
I don't know, Chester.
Oh, dear.
People don't need much food, Chester. They can go for days without any at all.
I know that, Doc, but, well, Miss Kitty just ain't used to it.
It's water people need. And they'll have water.
They will if they took any with them. It's mighty dry out on the prairie this time of year.
Oh, it's not that dry. Any fool can find water sooner or later.
Sure he can if he followed a buffalo herd long enough. A week, maybe.
There's other ways, Chester.
Like what?
Did you ever hear of a divining rod?
Oh, what's outlaws doing with divining
I wasn't
rods?
talking about outlaws,
Well,
Chester.
what was
I
you
was just talking
about?
Can a man talk?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I guess we've waited long enough. They must have covered 3 or 4 miles by now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Everything ready?
Everything I could think of, Mr. Dillon.
Let's get going, then.
Good luck, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Keep an eye on things, huh? Maybe a long time before we get back. From the bank window, I'd watched the Carp brothers ride north out of Dodge. So Chester and I started in the same direction. And on the other side of the Arkansas, we picked up their trail and followed it easily all morning. But we were careful to stay far behind them and out of sight, although we probably could have run them down in a few hours. That was the hardest part of it, forcing ourselves to hold back and go slow.
Mr. Dillon, you think Carp would really do it?
Do what, Chester?
You know. Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, my. I got it.
Chester?
Yeah?
Look up ahead there, on the ground.
Mr. Dillon.
Let's go see who it is.
It's a man, Mr. Dillon. Must be some cowboy.
Yeah, he's been shot. Bring your water bag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's still breathing.
Yeah.
Here, let me have that.
You want a drink? You thirsty?
Drink. Some water.
Here.
Who are you?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. Tell me what happened.
Marshal? And I was right.
Right?
Them two men and that girl. Hold my head up, Marshal.
Yeah. There you are. Is that better?
I'm full of blood, Marshal. They hurt me bad.
Yeah.
My name's Blaine.
Well, what happened?
Them two men, Marshal. You're after them, Mitch.
I'm after them.
I seen them, and I rode up, and then I asked them who they was, and they didn't like that.
No.
I knew something was wrong. That girl and all, but I ain't no gunman. They shot me right out of my saddle, both of them at once.
We'll get them, Blaine. If that's any help to you.
It don't matter now, but that girl shouldn't be with him.
Could you hear them? Did they say anything?
Something about a cabin.
A cabin? Look, Blaine, my partner here, Chester, he'll stay with you.
Sure, I will. I'll take care of you, Blaine.
Thanks. Won't do no good. You better go help catch them fellas.
I'll handle them. Take whatever you want off my saddle, Chester, and get a fire going here, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be fine, Blaine. So long. I rode ahead, tracking slowly for a couple of hours, and then Chester caught up with me. He looked at me for a moment, and then without saying a word, we continued on the trail across the prairie. We traveled in silence until dark, and then we saw a cabin. I couldn't chance going up to it, so we unsaddled and turned our horses loose and crept into a little draw about 100 yards away and got down and waited. And we waited all night. Dawn came, and the sun, hot as ever.
Ain't they never coming out of that cabin, Miss Dillon?
Sooner or later, Chester.
Look, they got a fire going now. Smoke coming out of the chimney. Breakfast, I am so hungry.
Well, the Mac could get along without food, Chester, like Doc said.
Well, at least Miss Kitty's going to get something to eat.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, what in the world are we going to do?
Right now, there's nothing we can do but sit here and wait and keep quiet. You know what'll happen if they find out we're out here.
I know. But I ain't thinking about it.
Hey, you better get back down now. I'll stay up here where I can watch.
Yeah, but they can see you, Mr. Dillon.
No, I got a little bunch of buffalo grass in front of me. It's enough.
Yes. It sure is getting hot.
Just be sure and keep your voice low.
I will. You know, if it wasn't for them in the cabin, it'd be awful peaceful out here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Rattlesnake. She's behind you on top of the hole, about 5 foot back your head.
Chester.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't move.
She's a pretty big one. Maybe 3.5, 4 foot.
Now look, how far are you from him?
Far enough. Unless he uncoils and moves up.
All right, just keep very still. He may go away.
He ain't about to go away.
Did you just move?
My hand, just a little.
Well, don't do it again.
Mr. Dillon, he's stretching out. He's moving.
Huh? Which way?
Toward you.
Steady now.
He stopped. He's coiling again.
Chester?
Yeah?
If that snake strikes at me, don't yell. They'll hear you at the cabin. Just start thinking about it now. If he strikes, you close your eyes and stop breathing. Do you hear me?
Well, I'll try, Mr. Dillon.
Well, you do it, you understand?
Yes, sir. He's looking at me again.
You move, Chester. You must have.
I got my rifle aimed at
Will
him.
you stop it? Will you get your finger off that trigger right now?
Oh, I can't sit here and just watch that rattler
If you
strike.
shoot Kitty, you'll die. Don't you know that?
I didn't move, Mr. Dillon. Honest, I didn't.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
What?
Chester, you chewing?
What?
Chewing.
Chewing? Oh, tobacco?
Yeah.
No, sir, but I got a fairly fresh quid in my shirt pocket.
Okay, we'll chance it. Get that quid into your mouth, but do it slow, and as steady as you can manage it. Once you start moving your hand, don't stop. You understand? All right, go ahead.
Okay. I already got my fingers in my pocket. There it is.
Slow and steady now.
I'm trying. There. It's in my mouth now.
All right. Now, juice it up, huh? Get a big mouthful.
I am.
All right, Chester, I've heard you brag about how good you can spit. Can you hit that rattler from there?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Okay, do it.
But I only got one shot. I can't make it. I just can't do
Wait
it.
a minute, Chester. You got a mouthful?
Yes, sir.
All right. Take your time now. Move and make him look at you, and then you sputter him right in the eyes. Okay. Go ahead.
Snake? Hey, Snake. Look. I got him, Mr. Dillon. I got him. He's leaving. There he goes. He's gone. It worked. Well, they can't stay in that cabin forever, Mr. Dillon. They'll die of the heat cooped up in there.
It's only about 10 o'clock, Chester.
Oh, my. I hope they gave Miss Kitty some breakfast.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Look, the door's opening.
Are they coming out?
Get your rifle. Take it easy now.
It's Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe Carp's behind her, and there's his brother.
They're all outside now. What are we going to do?
You're going to have to kill him, Chester.
You mean just shoot them down from here, cold-blooded?
Well, how would you want to do it?
I'm ready, Mr. Dillon.
All right, then take the one on your side. I'll take Joe.
Miss Kitty's standing awful close to him.
Yeah, I know she is. When I say hold your breath, you do it. Then you count to yourself 1, 2, 3, and then fire.
I'm set.
All right. Hold your breath. All right, come on, let's go, Chester.
Kitty! Get back inside!
Joe Carp's still alive. Mr. Dillon, he's reaching for his gun.
Come on.
They're dead. They're both dead now.
Okay, Kitty. Are you all right, Kitty?
Good to see you, Matt. You too, Chester.
I said, are you all right?
Shot them down like dogs, didn't you?
Yeah, you bet we did.
Thank you, Matt. Matt.
Here.
She painted, Mr. Dillon. It's a good thing you caught her.
Yeah. I'll carry her inside, Chester. Come on, we'll get some breakfast going. They probably didn't feed her after all.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. Harley Baird is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Morning like this makes a man feel mighty perky, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it looks to be a nice day, Chester.
Sun shining, fine breeze starting up, and breakfast waiting right down the street there.
I wondered how long it'd be before you'd get around to mentioning food.
Well, I like to eat.
I know, Chester, I know. Give you a knife and a fork and you turn into a tiger.
Oh, no, it ain't that bad.
Wait a minute, Chester.
Well, been a long time, Matthew.
Yeah, a long time, Carl.
Just rode into town 5 minutes ago, and the first man I run into is you.
Well, I'm the first one a lot of them run into. This is Chester Proudfoot, Carl Killian.
Chester?
I'm Killian.
That a badge you're wearing, Matthew?
Uh-huh. I'm a U.S. Marshal here in Dodge.
Lawman. Well, who'd ever have thought it?
Yeah. Well, it seems we both sold our guns in different ways.
I wouldn't know about that. I'm still a drifter, Matthew, same as always.
So I've heard.
Yeah, just a saddle bum, here today, gone tomorrow.
But it's what happens between today and tomorrow, isn't it, Carl?
Well, nobody ever knows ahead of time.
Well, they pretty well do when you hit town, the way I've been hearing it.
You know how easy stories get started.
Gun for hire, $1,000 a job, results guaranteed. That's how the stories go, Carl.
When a fella ain't got a regular job, folks make up things about him.
You're a hired killer, Carl, and we both know it.
Ain't you kind of a hired killer yourself, Matthew?
Who are you here for, Carl? Who are you figuring to kill?
Well, now, if I was the kind of man them stories say, you don't think I'd answer that, do you?
You're here for a killing. Nothing else would bring you to Dodge.
You a lawman for real, Matthew, or just broncoing this town for your own benefit?
I'm a lawman.
Funny. Years back when we used to cut brush for strays down on the Pecos, we'd lay there at night in our bedrolls, look at the stars and talk. But we never figured it'd turn out like this someday.
Carl, why don't you get out of town while you still can?
No, I figured to look around a few days, see what kind of place you got here. I'll see you, Matthew. Nice to meet you, Chester. So long.
Well, them is the coldest pair of eyes I ever seen in a man's head, Mr. Dillon.
He got married the year after we worked together, Chester, and some fence cutters burned his place one night, killed his wife. He run them down and shot them, all four of them. And then he couldn't seem to stop after that.
Who do you reckon he's after?
I don't know.
Well, it gives you the creeps not knowing when or who.
Forget it, Chester. Come on, let's get some breakfast, huh?
You go on ahead, Mr. Dillon. For some reason, I guess I just ain't hungry.
What's this friend of yours up to, anyhow?
Huh? Which friend, Doc?
Carl Killian, that's who.
He's not a friend. Been a long time since he was. Why? What's he been doing?
That's just it, nothing. He's not been doing one blessed thing.
Well, then.
Not everybody in town knows who he is and what he's here for. But they don't know who the mark's on. Why, it's got them so spooked they're ready to jump out of their skins whenever a door closes.
Well, I can't do much about it, Doc, until he tips his hand some way. He hasn't committed any crime in Dodge, and he's not wanted anywhere else.
And why isn't he wanted?
And he always managed to goad his victims into making the first move, so it's self-defense.
Yeah. You got any idea who he's after?
No.
Well, there's 24 or more men around town who think they're the one.
One of them may be right, Doc.
Killian stopped in front of Wilbur Jonas's store window this morning, stood looking in there for a while. As soon as he left, Wilbur locked up and went home. And he's been sitting home there in this parlor ever since, with a shotgun across his knees.
I doubt he's after Wilbur.
But you don't know.
One of you men the Marshal?
Yeah, I am. Come on in.
Marshal, there's a man here in Dodge that's fixing to kill me.
Oh? Well, what's your name?
Tex Bartow. This man calls himself Carl Killian. He's been hired to follow me here and do me in.
Well, half the town thinks that same thing, Tex.
Yeah, but I know. I seen him in Pueblo 2 weeks ago, and now he turns up here.
Pueblo, huh?
I got in some trouble there, Marshal. Not with the law. I was cleared. But I killed a man in a fight, and his friends swore they'd get me one way or another.
How does Killian figure in it?
He was there. He seen the fight. I didn't know who he was then, but I remember his face all right. And they hired him. I know they have. He ain't here just by accident.
You might be right, man. If Killian was in Pueblo just before he came here, that must be where he was hired.
Yeah, maybe.
You gotta lock him up, Marshal.
I can't do that, Tex. I got no charge.
But if you don't, he'd kill me. Running away wouldn't even help. He'd just follow me.
I'll keep clear of him, Tex. And don't let him push you into drawing against him. Where you staying?
Dodge House.
All right, then go on over there and stay there. And keep off the street, huh?
All right.
In the meantime, I'll try to figure something out.
Okay, Marshal. So long.
If he's not the one, Matt, there's another possibility you maybe haven't even thought of.
Me, you mean? Yeah, I thought of it, Doc.
Would he take a job like that? With you being friends once? You think he'd really do that?
Yeah, he'd do it.
Matt, if you don't run that man out of town, I might as well close up here and take a vacation. He's practically living here at the Long Branch.
Oh, why not? You serve the best beer in town, Kitty.
He's about the only one to serve it to. The minute he comes in, the rest of the boys start edging toward the door.
Well, you can't blame him. It's pretty hard to relax with the executioner standing at your elbow.
You'd never know. Looking at him or talking
Evening,
to
Miss Kitty. Matthew.
Hello, Carl.
Well, how's the law business coming along, Matthew?
Town's been pretty quiet the last few days.
I noticed that. Don't seem to be hardly any people around at all.
Well, at least not close to where you are.
Folks hadn't ought to feel that way. I don't mean no harm to them.
Were you in Pueblo just before you came here, Carl?
I might have been. Why?
Well, is that where you took on the job?
I reckon you believe all them stories, all right. Just like everybody else.
Miss Kitty.
Yeah, Rusty?
Good evening, Marshal. Mr. Killian.
Hello, Rusty.
Evening, Miss Fennel.
Excuse me for butting in, Miss Kitty, but Melba and Becky wondered if they could have the rest of the night off. Seeing there's not much business anyhow.
Sure. Tell me, go ahead. You see, Mr. Killian, you're ruining my business.
I'll try to make up for it some right now if Miss Fennel will do me the honor of having a drink with me.
Why, sure, I'd love to.
Good. See you later, Matthew. Miss Kitty.
I'll give him credit on one thing, Matt. The girls all like him. They think he's fine.
Well, he was fine once.
It makes you jumpy, though. The way he moves around, not saying much, but always watching.
Well, it started some of the citizens thinking, all right.
Well, everybody's guilty of something, Matt. I even catch myself wondering if I'm the one he's after.
Yeah, that's not likely, Kitty.
But even you're not sure.
No.
You see? You know, I almost wish it'd hurry up and happen so we'd know, so we'd have it over with.
Well, I guess a lot of people feel that way, but there's nothing they can do. Hey.
What is it, man?
Tex Bardo, that kid that came to see me this afternoon.
He's got a gun.
All right, Killian! Hold it, Bardo!
He tried to shoot Killian in the back.
Yeah, tried is right. Bardo? Bardo.
You know, I think that boy was aiming to do me some harm, Matthew.
Well, he's dead, Killian.
I didn't have much choice the way he come at me.
Oh, you're in the clear. It was self-defense. I saw it myself. Just another job done according to order.
What are you talking about?
He was the one you were after, wasn't he?
I never saw that boy before in my life. Never heard of him. Don't even know his name. No, Matthew, if I really was after anybody, I still am.
Evening, Mr. Dillon.
What are you doing back here, Chester? When I gave you the night off, I didn't figure to see you till morning.
I'm giving up. Going to bed. Can't have no fun at all in this town long as that doggone old Killian's around.
He has kind of slowed down the nightlife, hasn't he?
They just ain't nobody out no place hardly. And them that is so busy looking over their shoulder and jumping sideways that a man can't get to feeling easy no matter how hard he puts his mind to it.
Yeah, it just seems a shame to waste all that hair grease and that boiled shirt, though, Chester. I figured you'd end up as the king of the Long Branch.
Well, now, that's another thing. You know that little old girl over at the Long Branch I've been kindly sweet-talking lately?
Oh, Rusty Fennel?
Yeah, well, now she can't see me for dust. She just keeps hanging around him all the time.
That's not smart to get serious over a dance hall girl anyway, Chester.
Well, now, Rusty ain't just a common dance hall girl, Mr. Dillon. She comes from a real good family.
Oh, is that so?
Well, yes, sir. Her papa and mama's dead, but she's got a rich uncle that's a very important man, and his health ain't too good neither the last couple of years.
So that's why you're so interested in her. Huh? I thought it was true love, Chester.
Yeah, well, now, Mr. Dillon, I ain't one to always be thinking about money, but it sure don't hurt none to know that the only heirs is just her and her cousin in Pueblo.
Pueblo?
That's where her uncle and her cousin live. Why, what's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I think I'll drop over to the Long Branch and have a talk with Rusty.
Well, she ain't there now. She left with that darn Killian.
Is that a room?
Yes, sir. Second door down the hall, the landlady said.
All right, Chester, you wait here by the stairway. I'll see if she's come home.
Yes, sir.
It'd be better if I talked to her alone.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Who is it?
Marshal Dillon, Rusty. I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Well, it's awful late, Marshal.
Well, it won't take long. Pretty important.
All right. Just a second. What is it, Marshal?
Mind if I come in?
I guess it's all right.
Thanks.
Please, don't mind the room. When a girl lives alone, she gets careless about throwing things around.
That looks fine to me.
What is it, Marshal? Is anything wrong?
No, not exactly, or at least not yet. Rusty, I hear that you've been seeing quite a bit of Carl Killian the last couple of days.
Yes, I guess maybe I have.
I see.
Well, I think he's nice. I think people are wrong about him.
Rusty, how did you happen to meet him? Did he make a point of trying to get acquainted with you?
Well, he came into the Long Branch a few times, and he talked to all the girls, but he seemed to like me the best. But... can't we talk about something else, Marshal?
Killian's the reason I came here, Rusty.
Well, then, come on over by the window. It's so hot in here.
Oh? All right, sure. Here, let me open it for you.
Thanks. This is better, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. You got a nice view of the street from here.
That's one reason I took the room. He's behind that screen in the corner.
That's quite a street. Always something going on down there, any hour of the day or night.
Yeah, I guess that's right. He didn't want to see you.
There's the night stage pulling in from Walnut Creek, Pueblo, and Denver. Rusty, your life's not worth 10 cents. Mine either.
What?
I say it looks like they're carrying a short load tonight. If I know him, he's got a gun on us right now. You're the one he's here to kill.
I don't believe you.
And just take it easy. I'm going to jump his move. It's the only thing I can do, and I just stand still. Well, I was right. He did have his gun in his hand.
But why? Why did he want to kill me?
Your cousin hired him. Your uncle died in Pueblo 2 weeks ago. I checked by telegraph an hour ago. With you dead, too, your cousin would get the whole estate.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm all right, Chester. Carl, I'm sorry.
That was a fast draw, Matthew. Thanks.
Thanks.
They just give me the name. Rusty Fennel. I didn't know it was a woman. Not till I got here. I never took a job like that before.
Who hired you, Carl?
Young fella in Pueblo. A cousin, I think he said. I'd have turned it down if I'd known it was a woman. Had to go through with it, though. Matter of honor.
Now, you call it honor if you want, Carl.
It's all right, Matthew. I'm finished. I'm glad of it. I like the girl. It's funny. Only job I ever failed on was the last one. The only one I ever failed.
I thought he was so nice. He was just waiting for a chance to kill me.
Well, he'd had 4 days to do it, Rusty, and he hadn't tried. You know, sometimes a man can win by failing. And maybe he got just what he wanted.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Dick Crenna, and Virginia Christine. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNair is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke over the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers,
And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I think that come from down there someplace, Mr. Dillon.
Well, let's take a look.
My golly, I don't know. There sure ain't no sign of nobody.
Now, that was in back of the Dodge house between it and the livery stable. Come on.
Sounded like it. What in thunder are they shooting at?
I don't know.
Well, it sure did sound like somebody yelled after that first shot.
Look, Chester, wait here and keep an eye on the street. I'm going to walk on toward the back of the livery stable, huh?
Well, all right, but you be careful back there in the dark now.
Oh, no. No call to get spooked. All right. Come on out of there. You hear me?
You go mind your own business. You better drift, mister. If you buy more trouble than you can handle. Let go of me.
Give me that gun.
You've got no right to...
When you throw a rifle on somebody, young lady, it'd scare 'em more if you close the breech block. And reload it, maybe, when it's a single shot.
Oh, darn single shot. I'd have got him hadn't been for that. That in a bad light.
Got who?
None of your goddamn business.
It might be. I'm the U.S. Marshal here in Dodge.
Marshal?
Chester.
Coming, Mr. Dillon.
How old are you, young lady?
Well, I've passed my teens.
You don't live around here, do you?
I wouldn't live up here if I owned it. I'm panhandle and proud of it.
Long way from home, aren't you?
Depends on what you call long.
What's your name?
Sally Burkhoff, if it's any of your business.
My gracious, it's a girl. She done that shooting, did she?
Yeah, it looks that way. Who was it yelled when you fired that first shot, Sally?
Maybe it was me.
It was a man's voice.
Goddamn single-shot rifle.
Who's with you? Who'd you come up from the panhandle with?
Nobody.
How'd you get here?
I rid my horse. How'd you think?
Where is it, in the stable?
I ain't got money for stables. He's bedded down back there under a tree.
With what? Did you bring hay along with you?
Some fell out through the fence there.
Fell out through the...
A horse that's been rode hard needs grain. Some grain fall out, too, did it?
There's some left in a feed box over there.
Uh-huh. I see.
He probably drawed damp and spoiled for morning. The other horses in the corral had already ate.
When's the last time anything spilled out for you to eat, Sally?
It's my business.
You gonna tell me who it was you shot at?
No, I sure ain't.
All right, come on.
I ain't done nothing, Marshal.
Moss Grimmick owns the stable. He might disagree with you.
It was going to waste. Where you taking me?
To feed you. Then we'll see about putting you out for the night.
Put me up where?
And the only place where I can be sure of finding you come morning. In jail.
In the early days of World War II, an organization was born. An organization which offered benefits to all members of the United States Armed Forces. It was formally opened in April 1942 at Madison, Wisconsin, and called the Army Institute. Its mission was to provide educational opportunities for millions of American youths entering the armed forces. The response from servicemen and women was immediate and enthusiastic. Later that year, the facilities were made available to the Navy, and in February 1943, the name was changed to United States Armed Forces Institute. This was the first USAFI. Today, there is a bigger, improved USAFI with 5 branches in various areas of the world. But the mission is still the same. The number one client is still the United States serviceman, receiving an opportunity to develop power through knowledge with USAFI.
Sure was a fine meal.
I'll bet better.
Was that so? Well, just tell me where.
At home, that's where.
Oh, well, that's different. At home.
My ma's too old and broke down for any other kind of work. She's a gol-darn good cook when there's anything to cook.
Been kind of hard going, huh, Sally?
It's my business.
Yeah, I figured it would be. Well, here's your hotel, young lady.
Oh. It sure ain't much of a jail.
You've been in better ones, have you?
I ain't never been in none before. Marshal, I don't want to go to jail.
Ah, come on. It's not as bad as it sounds. Just haven't got any other place to put you. Hello, Doctor.
Marshal, I want to report a shootout.
That's him. Give me that gun.
Grab her, Chester.
Back. You low down.
You let go of that.
Oh, you hurt me.
Now, you sit down in that chair and you stay there. Here's your gun, Chester.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. She grabbed it before I knew
Dagger,
what
what's
she's
all
up
this
to.
about?
She tried to kill me. Now, you saw her do it. And that's the third time tonight. I was waiting here to tell you. First time was about an hour ago near the Dodge House.
Yeah, I know. Why is she trying to kill you?
Just crazy, I guess. How would I know why?
You know why, all right, you sneaking yellow dog.
Sit down, Sally.
He stole money from me and Ma. All we had, $600.
That ain't so.
Wait a minute, Dagger. What happened, Sally?
He come up through the panhandle last fall fetching a trail herd from East Texas. Fine breeding stock, he said they was, and he sold me 100 head for $6 a head, $3 under the going price.
There, you see, nobody stole nothing from her. Now, I remember that drive of yours last fall, Doctor. You started out with 2,500 head and didn't get here with more than about 400. I just had some bad luck, was all.
Sure. Them cattle had the chokes, was all through the herd.
Cowpox, huh?
They was dying on him before he hit the panhandle. Only I didn't know it. And he seen a chance to unload 100 of them on me. They started dropping before he was gone 3 days. Last one died 2 weeks ago. And when the chokes gets in a herd, there ain't nothing you can do.
That's one of the risks of the cattle business. You can't blame me for it.
You know they had it when you sold them to me.
I don't suppose you told her that, did you, Doctor?
Of course not. When a man's out to make a deal, he don't have to tell what he ain't asked.
Even when the buyer's a girl?
That was a legal sale. Now, whose side are you on, Marshal? I come here for protection.
You mean to have the girl locked up or run out of town, maybe?
I sure do.
All right, Doctor, you've made your complaint. Now get out.
Well, now, wait a minute.
I said get out.
Marshal, I'm just going to hold you responsible for anything she does.
You do that fine.
Standing up for that little wildcat.
Sally, if I was to let you go, what would you do?
Have another try at shooting Clem Dyker.
That's what I thought.
Ain't likely to miss him 4 times in a row.
All right, Chester, take her back and get her settled in one of those cells.
Yes, sir.
What are you aiming to do with me, Marshal?
I don't know, Sally. I just don't know.
look worried about something.
Oh?
It's that young kid, Sally Burkhoff, right?
Yeah. Kitty, I'll be darned if I know what to do about her.
Well, Matt, as far as the letter of the law goes...
Yeah, sure. Let her stand trial. She's guilty of stealing from the livery stable. She's guilty of attempted murder. She'll probably go to prison.
Well, she's young. The court might consider that.
No, she's had a raw deal, Kitty. You know, there are just three of them, her and her mother and an 8-year-old brother.
Huh.
They couldn't make a go of farming their place, so she thought she'd try running cattle on it. Losing that money wiped them out.
Oh, that Clem Diker ought to be strung up.
Yeah, but like he says, the deal was perfectly legal.
Yeah. Oh, Matt. Say, you want to play some draw poker with me and Chester and Miles McTagg?
Oh, not tonight, Doc.
Why not tonight? I've been working all week on my bottom-of-the-deck deal and my up-the-sleeve holdout. I'm ready for you, Matt.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Is he going to join us, Doc?
Nah, he says not. I think he's just sitting here worrying about that little Sally Burkhoff. Well, I guess I don't blame him too much.
Well, you might as well sit in, Matthew. I'll likely lose to everybody. It's that kind of a day.
What do you mean?
You remember them ore concentrates, iron pyrites, the stuff I took in on account when the Black Hawk mine closed down?
Yeah, a couple of tons or so, wasn't it?
3 tons. And they allowed $150 for them. Figured they might run twice that in silver. Well, I got the assay report from Iola today.
What are they worth?
Less than $50. Wouldn't even pay to ship them to the smelter, so you better come get in on the game, Matthew. My day for losing.
Yeah, wait a minute, Miles, here. Just a minute. I'm getting a lovely idea here. Yeah, it's lovely. Does anybody else know about that assay?
Well, not yet, Doc. Why?
How would you like to get your $150 back?
I have a due and proper respect for money.
Good. Are you willing to let any money over that go to a worthy cause?
If I get my $150, I won't even ask whether it's worthy.
What are you talking about, Doc?
Now, who could I get to help? You know, a sort of kindly swindler who could fool somebody good.
Now, look here, Doc.
There's just one person. Me. Matt, it couldn't work without me.
Well, I'm not sure what couldn't work, Doc, but from the look on your face, it's larceny.
Come on, Miles. We've got work to do.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Hey, honey, I'm home. Daphne.
Drop dead.
Uh-oh, what's the matter, honey?
Don't you speak to me, you Don Juan.
Don Juan? Daphne, I'm no Don Juan. No habla español.
Very funny. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, it was no prize winner, but...
Neither are you Lothario.
I've often wondered, what's a Lothario?
I don't know, but that's what the wives on TV always call their husbands. I guess it applies.
Do you want me to go out and come in again?
As far as I'm concerned, you can go for a long walk, preferably on a short pier.
Well. Oh, come on, Daphne. What's wrong?
Your good friend Harry called, and he spilled the beans.
Which beans?
He said, quote, "Tell Joe he was right about those blondes. They're great," unquote.
Blondes?
That's what he said. Well?
He didn't say blondes. He said bonds. Savings bonds.
What?
Sure. I buy them on the payroll savings plan. And I told Harry he ought to do it, too. Savings bonds have a guaranteed interest that pays back $4 for every 3, which is a pretty good investment.
That's a pretty good story, too.
It's true, so help me. That's why Harry's so happy. Savings bonds are great.
Well, maybe you're right. You wouldn't really fool around with blondes, would you? You're too faithful and sweet and kind and...
Fast talking.
had plenty of time all the way around, Mr. Dillon. I just don't reckon Doc's little Dido is going to work.
Well, there's nothing certain in this world, Chester.
Doggone it. I sure wished it had, though. Do my heart good to see that low-down dyker get here.
Are you gentlemen alone?
Well, come on in, Miles. Come on in.
Well, I'd never have believed it. I figured Doc and me ought to team up and do this every week or so.
Yeah, well, you do, and I'll jail both of you. How much?
Oh, you wouldn't loosen up, would you, Matthew? Maybe let me take out just a little profit.
You get $150. Now, let's have the rest of it.
Aye, me, yeah. Well, there you are. $820.
$820.
And I think he'd even have gone another $100 if I'd held out.
Oh, this is enough. And it gives her a couple of $100 extra to pay for her trouble.
Oh, he was hopping from one foot to the other. I never saw a man in my life with so much larceny in his soul.
Chester, go get Sally, will you?
Yes, sir. He had 3 men in a wagon waiting outside. They started loading up the concentrates to haul away the minute he'd paid me. I told the clerk to wait till he'd got them all on the wagon before he gave him that assay report from Iola. Well, I figured he ought to have it, seeing that he owns the concentrates now.
That was real generous of you, Miles.
Well, at least I got my $150 back. I think I'll kind of lay low for the rest of the day, Matthew. He's going to be madder than a hornet when he finds out.
Yeah, I expect he will. I'll see you later, Miles.
Yep. Right on in there, young lady. Go on.
What are you aiming to do, Marshal? You going to turn me loose?
Well, that depends, Sally. I can't very well turn you loose and have you walk right out of here and start shooting at Clem Diker again, now can I?
Then you might as well take me back to that cell.
Now, wait a minute, Sally. Suppose that you did kill him. It wouldn't get your money back, would it?
No, but it'd sure give me a deal of pleasure.
Now, suppose you had your $600 back with a couple of $100 to boot.
Oh, if there's a chance of that ever happening.
Yeah, but suppose it did. Would you be willing to get on that horse of yours and hightail it back to the Panhandle?
Marshal, you don't mean he's going to give that money back?
Now, here it is. All of it. And $220 besides.
You mean it's mine? I can take it?
You can take it. And get. And good luck to you.
Oh, well, I'll be as soon as it's gone.
Oh, am I busting in on something?
Now, come on in, Doc.
Yeah.
Sally's just leaving to ride back to the Panhandle.
The Panhandle? Is that so, girl? Well, you be mighty careful. There's a lot of mighty desperate characters down that way.
Oh, don't you worry none about me.
Sally, you give my regards to your ma and Billy.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you, Marshal. Bye.
Goodbye.
Well, Matt, it was hook, line, and sinker. I never saw a man get taken in so easy in my life.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, you know, I was born for that kind of a game. I may give up my practice and just start scheming my way through life.
That's a good idea, Doc. I hear that they need a doctor at state prison.
Oh, Marshal, I've been robbed by a pair of swindlers.
Oh? How did it happen, Diker?
Well, you ask him how it happened. He's one of them. Him and that storekeeper, Miles McTagg. $970.
Why, Diker. Now, all I did was come and ask you to loan me $1,000.
Now, you talked like you'd found a good thing. Something you could buy cheap because the owner didn't know what it was worth. And then you let that phony assay report fall out of your pocket when you left.
Oh, why? Oh, now, that was just scribbling. It wasn't a real report.
I know that now. $900 a ton, it said. Why, them concentrates ain't worth $50. I just saw the real report after I'd bought the whole 3 tons.
Well, my. Well, you certainly did jump to a hasty conclusion, didn't you?
Marshal, Miles knew they was worthless when he sold them to me. Now, I want him arrested.
Did you ask him if he'd had them assayed, Decker?
Well, of course not. If I had, he'd have known. Well, he'd have known...
That you were trying to swindle him. And Doc, too, huh? I'm sorry, Docker. I don't see that you've got much of a case.
But he knew that I thought it... Well, I should have known I'd get no satisfaction here.
Well, it depends on whose ox is being gored, doesn't it?
I'm going over and talk to Judge Bent.
Yeah, you do that. Oh, and by the way, Docker, you can stop worrying about the girl. I, just ran her out of town.
I don't care if you... Wonder how she'll make out down there in the Panhandle.
Don't you worry, Chester. That kid'll make out wherever she is.
political character Elijah Cuddlestone was tremendously proud to be a part of the government of the United States. That pride shows through in this excerpt of one of his speeches. And it is my sincere belief, I believe that the United States of America is without doubt, indisputably, the most successful experiment in democracy, that is, in democratic rule, that the world has ever known. Well, democracy, of course, means rule of the people. It's from the Greek demos, people, and kratos, meaning rule, strength, or power. Most forms of government owe their names to the Greek. For instance, anarchy is from the Greek word anarchia, composed of an, meaning no, and archos, ruler. An anarchist wants no king, emperor, or president above him. An oligarchy is a form of government where a restricted few have supreme power. Oligarchy comes from the Greek oligos, meaning few, and archo, which means rule by a few. The Greek word hieros meant holy, and the word hierarchy once meant a government by officers of the church. Hierarchy now represents a system of graded authority, and the strange word ochlocracy means mob rule. In Greek, oklos means crowd or mob. Words like these literally make politics Greek to most of us.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, presented by Army in Europe magazine, the monthly feature magazine for the use of a soldier and civilian. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Go bring his horse over here, Benson.
Sure, Jake.
And wait till we get him up on his horse before you tie that rope, Duval. There'd be too much slack otherwise.
All right.
We couldn't hang you very good with your feet touching the ground, could we, Tillman?
No, Jake, you couldn't.
We've been neighbors a long time, Tillman. If I could figure some way to make it easy for you, I'd do it.
That's all right.
You get to hanging, I could put a bullet in you.
I'd be beholden to you.
Okay. I'll do it then.
And would you drop by and tell my wife on your way home, Jake?
Sure. I figured on doing that anyway. You know, I always liked you, Tillman. It's gotten too bad about this.
Sure.
You're mighty calm for a man with a noose around his neck.
You men got your minds made up.
Well, we can't have no man stealing horses around here. None of us feel safe less than we've caught him and hung him.
I reckon I'd feel the same way, Jake.
Well, of course you would. You'd hang me just as fast if I'd done it.
I would. Only difference is I'd want to be awful sure it was you that done it.
Oh, well, I'm sure. Heck, we caught you red-handed, didn't we?
I've told you 100 times. I found them horses running wild. I was driving them back to you.
Now, Tillman, you was headed in the other direction.
They'd got away from me. I was trying to turn them back.
Excepting that we don't believe you. None of us do.
Well, ask Jennings. He saw me rounding them up for you.
Jennings ain't here.
Well, why don't you find him?
We can't take the time. You delay a hanging, the first thing you know, the man's got loose. It'd just encourage horse thieving.
Well, like I said, you got your minds made up.
We got to protect ourselves, Tillman.
Here's his horse, Jake.
Get mounted, Tillman.
Sure.
Okay, Duval. Take up the slack and tie it off around the tree trunk.
Sure. Look out there, Jake. Someone's coming.
Yeah, so they are. Let's get this done. We might have trouble.
He's a long way off yet. We got time.
You want to slap his horse, Benson?
No, you do it, Jake.
Okay. So long, Tillman.
So long.
Hey-ya! Hello, Miss Tillman.
Come inside.
No, thanks, ma'am. I'll stay out here.
Just suit yourself. My husband ain't here, Jake. He's out on the prairie someplace.
Yeah, I know.
Slade's around, though. You want to see him?
No, I wanted to see you.
Me? What about?
About your husband, Miss Tillman.
Something's happened to him.
Well, it was like this, ma'am. You know, me and Duval and Benson's been losing some horses lately.
I heard.
But Tillman ain't somehow. And when we caught him driving a bunch of mine this afternoon, we figured it was him who's been stealing them.
I don't believe it. My husband's an honest man.
Oh, I know that. Now, Jennings saw him rounding them up where he found them running wild on the prairie. I guess whoever had stole them got scared and left them there.
Where's my husband, Jake?
That's what I want to explain to you, ma'am. Jennings come and told us about it, but he got there too late.
Too late?
We'd already hung him.
Hung him?
Yes, ma'am.
Plabe? Plabe! Come out here.
What is it, Mom? Oh. Oh, there, Jake.
Hello, Clabe.
Tell him what you done, Jake.
Done? Clabe, we hung your old man this afternoon.
You what?
We hung him for stealing horses.
They found out he didn't do it. After.
Yeah. I guess the joke's on us, all right.
Ma? Ma, wait a minute. Ma?
She's kind of upset, Clabe. You better go with her.
Somebody ought to kill you, Jake.
No, don't talk like that. I said we was sorry. Well, I gotta go get home. It's getting kind of late, and my missus will have supper on. So long.
You're still bothered by the Tillman hanging, huh?
He was lynched. Kidding.
Oh, lynched. But you'll never find out who did it now. That was nearly 3 weeks ago.
I got a pretty good idea who did it. Just can't be sure.
Huh? Who?
Probably some of the ranchers out there who've been losing their horses. Benson and Duvall and Jake Kaiser in particular.
Benson? I heard he got shot the other night, right in his own house.
Yeah, he did. Just about a week ago.
Maybe his conscience was bothering him, Matt.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe the other two killed him to keep him from talking.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, he had it coming to him.
Still murder, Kitty.
You feel worse about Tillman, don't you?
You know, there's nothing I hate more than a lynching. Knowing Tillman, my guess is he was completely innocent.
What about Mrs. Tillman and the boy? Do they have any ideas?
Well, if they have, they didn't tell me.
Well, you've done all you can, Matt.
Yeah, might as well be in St. Louis.
Oh. I'd like to be in St. Louis, Matt.
Why don't you go, then?
I don't know. I guess I'm afraid of the dark.
What are you talking about?
Never mind, Matt.
Matt!
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Kitty.
Sit down, Doc.
Thank you. Say, Matt, that fella Duval.
What about it?
He's been shot, Matt. Shot dead.
What?
That's right. His hired hand brought him in.
When did this happen?
Early tonight, he said. There's a funny thing about that, man. Duval was shot through the window of his house with a .50 caliber rifle. I dug the bullet out.
Just like Benson, huh?
Yes, I thought it was kind of interesting myself.
That makes Jake Kaiser the only one left, Matt.
You think Jake did it?
I don't know, Doc.
Well, he's been sitting right over there in the card game since noon.
Huh? Are you sure of that?
Well, he was gone for an hour, but he was there when I left, and he was there when I got back.
Oh, he couldn't have done it in an hour, Matt.
No.
Look, Matt, he's leaving.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be back. Jake.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Let's sit down a minute, huh, Jake? I want to talk to you.
Sure, Marshal. What's it about?
Here's the table.
I'm kind of late getting out home.
Jake, Duvall was shot tonight.
He was?
Yeah. Killed the same way Benson was.
Same way, huh?
You know anything about it?
I'm beginning to, Marshal. It's that Tillman boy, Clabe. I know it is.
Why would he do it, Jake?
Why, he's crazy. That's why. Marshal, I'll tell you. Clabe has took it into his head that we hung his old man.
How do you know he has?
Well, I saw him right here in town this morning. And he was here last Saturday, too, come to think of it.
You talked to him?
Sure. And he keeps saying that we done it.
Why?
Now, don't you believe anything he says, nor Mrs. Tillman either, that they're both liars, Marshal. I've known them a long time to be liars.
Did Clabe threaten you, Jake?
Sure he did. You go arrest him, Marshal.
There's not much evidence.
I just told you.
Yeah, I know.
You mean you ain't going to arrest him?
No.
Not yet. He ain't going to shoot me. I'm going to go kill him on the way home. Right tonight.
Jake, you're talking to a U.S. Marshal.
All right, you do something about it.
I will, but you get any ideas of shooting him out of your head.
If you'll arrest him, I will. And don't you forget what liars they are out there.
You leave that to me, Jake. You hear?
Sure. But not for long, Marshal. Not for very dang long.
Was a senseless kind of a man, and I knew he'd probably go kill young Clabe Tillman the first time it happened to occur to him again. Still, I couldn't arrest Clabe for 2 murders just on Jake's word that Clabe had threatened him. I needed a lot more evidence than that, and the only way of getting it I could think of was from Clabe himself. So the next morning, Chester and I rode out to the Tillman place. It was only about 15 miles from town, and we got there early.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Morning, Miss Tillman.
Come on inside.
Thank you.
Sit down.
I don't want to bother you, ma'am.
No bother.
Well, I was looking for Clabe. I'd like to talk to him.
He's out back. He'll be here in a minute.
Good. Miss Tillman, Duvall was killed last night.
All right.
Well, don't you care?
Several people have been murdered around here lately, Marshal, including my husband.
You think Benson and Duvall were in on that?
I didn't say they were.
What about Jake Kaiser?
You're prying, Marshal. That's the trouble with the law. It's always prying. What do you want Clabe for?
I thought he might tell me what he knows. You won't.
We don't know nothing. And Clabe ain't shot nobody. He was in Dodge yesterday.
Yeah, I know he was.
I wouldn't put it past Jake to have shot Duvall himself.
I thought of that, too. You have any idea why he might have?
No. Well, here's Clabe now.
Oh, we got visitors.
Hello, Clabe.
Marshal? Chester?
Hi, Clabe.
You been hunting this morning?
Nah.
Put that rifle back where it belongs, son.
Okay, Mom.
I was shooting hawks with it yesterday. Left it in the barn. You should have brought it in last night, son.
Sure, but... well, it was dark when I got back, Ma. I didn't see it out there.
I should have brought it in myself.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Duvall was murdered last night, Clabe.
He was?
Yeah, shot, same as Benson.
Well, what do you know?
Jake Kaiser thinks you did it.
He does, huh?
He also said that you threatened to kill him next.
Maybe I ought to.
Clabe, don't talk like that.
You know, there's a law against murder.
They murdered my pa. Where was the law then?
I'd have him in jail right now if I knew who they were.
Too bad you weren't there, Marshal.
I could still arrest Jake.
We don't know nothing about Jake, do we, son?
No. No, we don't know nothing.
Okay. But you'll hang for murder if you kill him, Clabe. Come on, Chester.
I just seen him, Mr. Dillon, walking right up Front Street.
Oh, Chester.
Clabe. It's Saturday, and he's back in town, just like you said he'd be.
Well, I wasn't too sure. Jake might have killed him during the week. It must have slipped his mind somehow.
Well, I know what you're thinking. Clabe's going to ride past Jake's place on his way home, ain't he?
Well, a man's been killed each Saturday the last 2 weeks. It could happen again.
You going to stop him?
Get our horses, Chester. We'll ride out to Jake's.
Now? Hadn't we ought to follow Clabe when he leaves?
No, it's Jake I want to keep an eye on.
Well, I don't understand.
Just get the horses, Chester.
Yes, sir.
And be sure there's a rope on my saddle.
We going to hang somebody?
No. Now get going.
Yes, sir. Old Jake's just sitting in the house there, plumb unconcerned, Mr. Dill.
Somebody's coming.
I
wish there was a moon tonight.
No, it's better dark. Just stay out of the way of my rope.
You gonna rope him?
Quiet now. All right, Chester. All right, grab the rifle.
I got it. No, let me go.
I landed the woman.
Yeah, I know. All right, stand up now, Miss Tillman.
You shouldn't have stopped me, Marshal. It won't do any good.
2 murders are enough, aren't they?
I was saving Jake for the last. I wanted him to sweat, and I'll kill him yet.
Who's out there?
It's Marshal Dillon, Jake. Now put that gun down.
What's going on here? What? It's Mrs. Tillman.
She wants to kill you, Jake.
A woman?
Yeah, that's a sharp's 50. I think that'd do it.
Sure would. Why, you killed Benson and Duval.
And I'll kill you if I have to use a knife, Jake Kaiser.
A woman? Going around killing people? Well, that's terrible.
You hung my husband. One of the best men that ever lived.
I told you it was a mistake. I said we were sorry.
That's what I've been waiting to hear. All right, get his gun, Chester.
That's right. I got it.
Now, Miss Tillman, you're both under arrest.
Well, as long as Jake hangs, too.
He'll hang. But you'll probably go to jail.
What's Cleve think?
He knew about this when he found a rifle in your barn last week, but I guess he figured there was no way to stop you.
You found the only way, Marshal. I guess maybe I should have told you everything from the first.
Yeah. It's too late now. I'm sorry.
Don't you feel bad about it, Marshal. I don't mind. I don't really mind at all.
You want to know something, Miss Tillman? That's the worst part of it. All right, come on, let's get back to Dodge.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Here comes old Santa Fe, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, and on time, too.
What's this dude we're meeting look like, anyway?
Well, like any other 20-year-old, I guess, Chester. He's lived back in Philadelphia since he was 5, since his ma and Cleve busted up.
Well, guess we'll recognize him all right.
Oh, well, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc. What are you doing down here?
Oh, just looking over the new arrivals, seeing how many unhealthy ones I can count on.
Good gracious sake, will you look at that?
Look at what?
That right there, look.
Oh, well, if that isn't the blossom of blooming youth.
I think that's the boy we're supposed to meet.
Him? That's old man Cleveland's son?
Cleveland? Matt, you mean that swaggering old roughneck's got a son who dresses like that?
Hey, you can't always tell by appearances, Doc. Hey, Tom?
He's sure giving the depot loafer something to choke up over, ain't he?
Yes, sir?
You are Tom Cleveland, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
I'm Matt Dillon. I'm Marshal here in Dodge.
Pleasure, Marshal Dillon.
Your dad couldn't get in today, and he asked me to meet you and get you started out to the ranch.
It's very kind of you, Marshal. This is all new to me.
Yeah? Well, you'll get used to it.
I hope so, but right now everyone seems to be amused at something.
Well, the boys around here aren't much used to such style, I guess.
In Philadelphia, they told me this was the correct Western attire.
Well, it's not quite. At any rate, your father left a saddle horse for you at the livery stable.
Saddle horse.
Uh-huh.
Well, isn't there any means of public conveyance?
Well, I'm afraid we don't have any public conveyances in Dodge, Tom.
But I don't ride too well, except on a flat saddle.
A flat saddle? I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot, Tom Cleveland.
How do you do, sir?
How do you... My... Your daddy's sure going to have himself a chore with you.
Chester.
You know, it's strange having a father after all these years. What sort of a man is he, Marshal?
Your dad? No, I guess he's just an ordinary frontier cattleman.
Well, I guess we'll get on all right.
Yeah, well, I hope you will, Tom.
Now, watch this, Matt. You ready, Tom?
Anytime, Dad.
He's fast, Matt. He's a lot faster than I was at his age.
That's so?
Gun in your holster, son, and eyes shut till the bottle's in there. All right. Draw! Did you see it, Matt? Did you see it?
Yeah, it's good shooting, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
Gets 4 out of 5 of them every time, right out there.
Another month and I'll be hitting 5 out of 5.
I don't doubt it. Well, Cleve, I better be getting on into town.
Nice to see you again, Marshal.
Same here, Tom.
Me and my boy's been working like this, Matt, 3-4 hours a day for pretty near 2 months now. He's a born gun handler.
Yeah, he's that, all right.
When he come here and I heard how they laughed at him, Matt, I decided I was going to make a man out of that boy if it killed me.
Now, the idea is good, Cleve, but there's more to it than gunslinging. You can make a good shot in 2 months, but it takes longer to turn a boy into a man.
Well, maybe. But he'll be treated like one, same as I always been treated. I've stood up to the best of them, Matt. You know that.
Uh-huh.
Like that time in Tascosa when I outdrawed the Waco kid.
Yeah,
he was
I know,
at the
Cleve,
hitcher.
but times are changing. The law's here now, and the law asks questions. So, just don't push him too fast, huh? Give him a chance to find something.
Find what?
I'm not real sure, Cleve, but I know one thing. He's not going to find it in a pistol holster.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Today, all over the country, more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. And it's all because only L&M gives you full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, live modern, change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
a nice night, Mr. Dillon. Cold and clear as a cake of ice.
Yeah, it's going to be a little frosty before morning.
I can remember nights like this back in Texas. With the air so gall-darn sharp you could hear a church bell 10 miles away.
Uh-huh. A lot of time you ever spent listening to church bells, Chester.
Well, I could have heard him if I'd have been a mind to with it.
Uh-huh.
Well, sakes, there's Miss Kitty across the street.
What?
If she don't put a wrap on, she's going to catch her death.
Come on, Chester. What's the trouble, Kitty?
Oh, Matt. Thank heaven. I'm trying to find Mr. Cleveland.
Was something wrong?
Yeah, he's got to get that boy of his out of the Long Branch. He brought him in earlier and then left him there, and Tom's been drinking too much.
Nah, that's Cleve's way of making a man out of him.
Well, they better make him a quieter one or he won't live long enough to be a man.
What's going on?
The boy's talking too much. Cleve started it himself, bragging all over the place. You know how he is.
Yeah, I know.
Well, after you left, the boys took it up and kept prodding Tom until... Well, he's just asking for trouble, Matt. Somebody's got to get him out of there.
Well, they're just having a little fun, Kitty. It won't come to anything.
Matt, you don't know who the kid's up against. Brawley Star's in there.
Brawley Star?
Tom's already got him pretty riled, and Brawley's not one to take it long. Matt?
Stay here, Kitty. One side, please. Let me through here, will you?
Beat you to it this time, Matt.
How bad is he, Doc?
Just a bullet in the arm. Doesn't amount to much.
How'd he feel, Tom?
Sick, Marshal. Here, let's get over there under the lamp, son. We'll jerk that bullet out and have you fixed up in no time at all.
How'd it happen, boy? Who did it?
I reckon I'm the guilty party, Marshal.
Well, I didn't know you were in town, Brawley.
I just got here this afternoon.
Doesn't take you long, does it?
Marshal Dillon, I hope you won't take any official action in this. It was a fair draw.
You better go on over there and let Doc dig that bullet out, Tom.
Come on, boy.
It was just an argument, Marshal. He outdrew me.
Doc's waiting for you.
Yes, sir.
You're picking kind of easy game, aren't you, Brawley?
He picked. I didn't.
Got business in Dodge, have you?
Maybe. I ain't been here long enough to tell.
You're just a half-baked kid, Brawley.
Man's got a gun on his hip. He ain't a kid.
You saw he was on the prod. You ought to have known enough to give him room.
Most folks give me room, Marshal. And I didn't have to shoot him in the arm, you know.
No, you didn't.
Tom, you all right?
It's nothing, Dad.
Who done it, boy? Who done it? Who's a dirty rat shot you in the back?
He's kind of mouthy, ain't he?
It's the boy's father.
Matt? Matt. Where's the sneak that caught my boy with his back turned?
I shot him, mister, and his back wasn't turned.
You're a filthy liar.
All right, hold it, both of you. Now talk soft and keep your hands on the bar.
You'll answer to me for this. And you won't be facing up to no half-grown kid.
All right, mister. Let's say 11 o'clock in the morning. I'll wait for you at the livery stable.
Good enough.
Just ask for Brawley Star.
Brawley Star?
Good night, Marshal. See you in the morning, mister.
What have I done, Matt?
Well, I'd say you got yourself in about as much trouble as you can handle, Cleve. Maybe more than you can handle.
Happy holidays from L&M. And here's how to say it to your friends. Give modern. Give L&M holiday cartons. L&M holiday cartons are gay, handsome. A gift that says both you and your friends know how to
live modern. Live modern. Live modern.
free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Remember, when you smoke L&M, you always get full, exciting flavor through the L&M Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So smoke L&M, and remember, your friends appreciate your gift of L&M holiday cartons.
Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
Near 11 o'clock, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, Chester. Will you turn that stove damper down? Huh? It's getting kind of hot in here.
You just going to sit here?
Yeah, I guess so.
But Brawley Starr will kill him.
Chester, the one thing the law can't do is keep a fool from being a fool.
Well, I know, but...
Brawley's up there at the stable, leaning on the hitching rail, minding his own business. I got no reason to bother him. And if Cleve jumps him, it'll be self-defense, and I still got no reason.
Yeah, but maybe Cleve won't draw first.
He will. Brawley will make sure of that. Oh, good morning, Kitty.
Oh, Miss Kitty?
Matt, I seem to be making a habit of running to you about the Clevelands.
Yeah, you and Chester both. What's wrong now?
Well, it's the old man, Cleve. He's sitting over there in the Long Branch drinking. Been at it for 2 hours.
Oh? I didn't even know he was in town yet.
Matt, he acts sort of crazy. Will you come talk to him at least?
Yeah, sure, Kitty. Morning, Cleve.
What are you doing here?
Mind if I sit down?
All right, if you want to.
Thanks. Well, looks like you've taken on a fair-sized load there.
What's the difference?
It's a bad state to be in for a man about to walk into a gunfight.
I'm all right. Don't worry nothing about me.
Brawley's fast, Cleve, as fast as they come. You got a lot of nerve to give him even better odds by getting yourself drunk.
It's my business, ain't it?
Of course, the man that faced down the Waco kid doesn't have much to worry about, I guess, huh?
No, wait.
Except that Brawley's the man who killed the kid a few years later in El Paso. You know, you're a fool, Cleve. Why didn't you stay home this morning?
I had to come. They laughed at me.
Cleve, you've never even seen the Waco kid or any of the others you brag about.
No.
You've never been in a gunfight in your life.
It ain't true.
It is true, and you know it. As long as it stayed just harmless talk, it didn't matter much, but you started filling your boy full of it, trying to make him into something you never were. And last night you nearly got him killed by it.
Oh, boy's got to know how to take care of himself.
Taking care of himself's one thing. Mouthing off till he gets a bullet through his arm's another. It could just as well have been his heart. Brawley let him off easy. And now you're going up there and get yourself killed.
No, I ain't. I can't do it. I'm trying to drink myself up to it. And I can't. Matt, I'm a coward.
Forget it, Cleve. Every man runs into somebody who can put the Indian sign on him.
What's the boy going to do?
Kitty?
Yeah, Matt.
Take care of him, will you? Get him upstairs. It's something you can do a whole lot better than I can.
Yeah, sure.
John,
Yeah, Chester.
you better come quick.
Now, what is it?
Tom's out there in the street. He's wearing a gun, and he's headed for the livery stable.
All right, let's go. Kid must be out of his head.
There he is.
Tom. Tom Cleveland.
Yes, sir.
Hold up a minute, will you? Where you going, Tom?
You know where I'm going, Marshal. It's my fight. I started it. Dad didn't.
I don't know who started it, but I know who's going to stop it. Take his gun, Chester.
Now, wait.
Shut up. Now, you stay here and don't move. Chester, if he tries to get away, put a bullet through his other arm.
I'll be happy to.
Well, now, I wasn't exactly looking to see you this morning, Marshal. But you ain't here to stand up for somebody else, are you?
Just standing up for the law, Brawley.
Well, to my knowing, there ain't no law been broke.
Call it law and order, then. And a gunfight's not very orderly.
Well, I sure don't aim to do no shooting unless somebody shoots at me first.
Nobody's going to, Brawley. Cleveland's not going to show.
Oh? Kind of had a feeling he wouldn't. He looked a little crawly last night, and just a big wind, no rain.
His boy feels different, though. I just stopped him up the street there. He was heading down here to face you.
Well, I'll say one thing. The yearling ain't got much sense, but he's sure full of vinegar.
He's a good kid, Brawley, in spite of what his dad's done to him. I wouldn't want anything to happen to him.
You won't, as long as he stays shy of me.
Now, there's one way to make sure of that. You got a horse there in the stable. Get it and ride.
The law say that, Marshal.
I said it, Brawley.
You really run your town, don't you? All right, Marshal, I got no reason to stay. I'll ride.
Good. So long, Brawley.
Yeah, be seeing you, Marshal.
You had me worried stiff, Mr. Dillon. What happened anyhow?
Nothing much. Tom, Brawley's riding out of town. And you better get on back out to the ranch.
I have to find my father first. He's in town somewhere.
He'll be out later, Tom.
He's drunk, isn't he?
Well,
It's all right, Marshal. I understand him rather well, I think. He's something of a braggart and a liar. And most likely a coward.
Now, wait a minute,
Oh, don't
Tom.
worry. I'll never let him find out I know. After all, he's my father.
Well, then maybe you can help him grow up, huh? Maybe you can make a man out of him.
I hope so, sir.
You know something, Tom? I think you will.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. In 1900, 20 miles an hour very often was excessive speed. But in 1900, as now, speed is a relative concept. It's relative, for instance, to traffic conditions. An empty highway is safer than a crowded one. It's relative to the time of day. Dusk, dawn, and night driving is more hazardous than daylight. It's relative to weather conditions. Rain, sleet, and snow means slow down, even on highways that are posted for high maximum speed limits. In other words, safe speed is a question of driver's judgment. Police patrols can pick up a few of the most careless drivers, but the policeman that counts the most is the one you carry in your own head. When he tells you to slow down and stop taking chances, listen to him. The life you save may be your own. This has been a CBS Radio public service announcement. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the frontier, if a girl was looking for a husband, they used to say she's throwing a mighty wide loop. Well, next week,
A girl catches her husband right enough, but not the one she wants. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
This fire built up? Mr. Dillon?
What? What'd you say, Chester?
I say, do you want me to keep this fire going on the fort?
Oh, no, let it go out. Well, I haven't got this shoe shaped right now. I never will. Now we'll quench it and see how it fits.
Your own horse, next thing you'll be cutting your own hair.
Haircut's different, Chester. Hold him steady now. We'll see how the shoe fits, huh?
Easy, boy, easy. Huh? Why is it different, Mr. Dillon?
Well, a bad haircut will never leave you stranded on the prairie 20 miles from Dodge. Reach me that hammer, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Moss Grimmick ain't that bad a blacksmith.
Oh, Moss is all right. But I could still ride easier when I shod the horse myself.
It's finicky, that's all.
Oh, maybe.
Moss does all right on my horse. I ain't throwed but one shoe in the last 6 months.
Yeah? Well, that's just one too many. There.
Whoa.
Well, I'll trim the hoof now, and that'll stay on till it wears off.
Well, after all that trouble, it ought to. I swear to goodness, Mr. Dillon,
Man
if I
get
was
his
gonna...
horse put up here?
Yeah, I guess so. It's a livery stable.
I'll give him an extra half ration of grain. Been rode hard today.
How's that so? Where'd you come in from?
Man got to tell his life history before he can leave a horse here?
No. All you got to do is find the stable man.
Ain't you him?
He's up the street getting himself a cup of coffee. I'm the marshal.
Oh. I didn't mean no offense, Marshal.
There's none taken.
My name is Argo, Ben Argo. Mighty proud to make your acquaintance.
How do you do?
I was aiming to come looking for you as soon as I got my horse took care of.
Why?
You see these here saddlebags?
Yeah? What about them?
They look kindly heavy.
Yeah, they are heavy. Whew. I got a year's hard work up north of here at Gold Hill Diggings in them sacks. For near $15,000 placer gold.
Gold Hill, huh? I heard they had quite a strike up there.
Oh, it's a big one, all right. Few months of hard work, a man could quit rich. Providing he's lucky enough to keep what he makes.
Now, what do you mean?
Oh, Marshal, there's more crooks and outlaws up there than there is honest miners. The only way I hung on to this was take it out to the diggings with me in the daytime and sleep on it nights with a gun in my hand.
Oh, you can rest easy, Argo. Things are different here in Dodge.
Maybe so. I'd still like to put these saddlebags up in a safe place for the night. I'm leaving tomorrow. Kind of like to be free to look the town over this evening. Never been here before.
Now, the bank's already closed.
Yeah? A fellow down the street tells me there's a storekeeper. Takes care of money for folks sometime.
Now, that'd be Wilbur Jonas, but only in case of an emergency, like when stage passengers hit town late, you know? Some of that kind.
Well, Marshal, maybe you could tell him that this is an emergency.
Well, is it?
Well, I ain't a man to spook easy, but there's fellers up in Gold Hill knowed how much I left with, knowed where I was headed. I might have been followed.
All right, Argo. I'll send Moss to take care of your horse, and then you meet me over at Jonas's store. I'll wait for you there.
I'm much obliged, Marshal.
It's no trouble. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Mighty grateful to both of you.
You think somebody could have followed him to Dodge, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. Just depends on what his reasons are for lying.
Lying?
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do about him?
For the time being, nothing. Just going to have to wait. Look, you better tag him around and keep an eye on him anyway, huh?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Hello there. Aren't you that memory expert?
Well, yes, I guess I am at that.
Oh, what are you committing to memory now?
Well, I'm reminding myself to get my wife a new,
ID card?
Yes, she needs it to get medical care under the Dependents Medical Care Program.
And how do you remember that?
What?
To get your wife a new ID card so she can use Medicare.
Oh, by association. I associate. Let me see now. What were we talking about?
Making sure your dependents have an ID card.
Oh, right. I associate cards with thinking with headaches, headaches with pain, and pain with doctors. And then just to be sure, I write it down in this little book here. Now, wait a minute. Oh, that's funny. I could have sworn I brought it with me.
For more about Medicare, get the pamphlet Dependents Medical Care Program.
Look at them. That does it. That's the final straw. Look at that, will you, Matt?
Look at what, Doc?
The stuff they slap on a place and call food in this town. Just look at that.
Well, Doc, if you don't like beefsteak...
Beefsteak? Oh, beefsteak, he says. Matt, that is buffalo.
Oh, buffalo's good meat.
Not when it's a 7-year-old bull and tougher than a cavalry boot. Matt, you know something?
Well,
I am pulling stakes. Yes, I am. I'm going back east.
let's see. Last time you said that was about a month ago.
I don't care. I mean it. I'm through riding a herd on a bunch of shiftless, no-good prairie rats that never pay their doctor bills. 90% of them nothing but drifters, cutthroats, saddle
I thought it was the food you objected to.
I could be living like a civilized human being back east, eating at all the finest restaurants in the world. Oh, like Bernheimer's.
Pass the sugar, will you?
Here. Yes, I could go back tomorrow. Yes, I could. And by heaven, I think I'll do it, too. I'm going to do it. I am not taking another case in this town. Not one.
You know, Doc, it's going to be kind of hard to get used to shaving regular, talking polite, putting on clean shirts, and keeping your collar buttoned.
I haven't always lived like a roughneck sodbuster. I know how to act like a gentleman. Why, when I came out of medical school, I was one of the most promising young men.
There you are, Doc.
Chester, I thought you were over at the Long Branch, keeping an eye on Ben Argo.
Oh, yes, sir, I was, till he snuck out, Mr. Dillon.
He what?
Snuck out. See, there was a couple of men come in, and I heard him asking for him. When I looked around, he's gone. But we don't have to worry none, Mr. Dillon. He ain't going to leave town. Not while he's got all that gold in Mr. Jonas's safe.
Yeah, I guess you're right, it's that.
Doc, what I come for is you're wanted out at the Rensler place.
What for?
Well, because Miss Rensler's about to have a baby. They sent word for you.
By golly, I forgot she was that close. Oh, hand me that bag, will you, Matt?
Yeah, sure, Doc. There you are. Where you going?
Well, I'm going out to the... where the tarnation you think I'm going?
Oh, back east, you said.
Well, I couldn't leave a woman...
Doc been threatening to leave town again?
Why, oh, shut up, the both of you.
Good night, Doc.
Good night.
Well, come on, Chester. Let's go over to the Long Branch and have a talk with those men, huh?
I'm glad you dropped in, Matt. I'm just going to send for you.
No, what for?
I finally came. A month late, of course, and only one instead of 6, but I guess it's better than none.
One what, Kitty? What are you talking about?
Beer. Bach beer. Just one barrel. Came in on the Santa Fe today.
Oh.
Bach beer. Doggone, Miss Kitty, my mouth's been watering for a month.
You and 500 other men, Chester. You better hurry. It's not going to last long. How about you, Matt?
Mr. Dillon, couldn't we just take time for one glass? Them fellas ain't going nowheres right away.
Oh, you go ahead, Chester. I'll join you in a few minutes.
Yes, sir. I'll be right down there next to the barrel.
Say, Kitty. You know those 2 men down there at the end of the bar?
Are those 2?
Yeah.
Well, they came in about an hour ago. I've never seen them before. Prospectors, I think somebody said, from way up around Gold Hill.
Ah, I see.
They were asking for somebody named Ben Argo, but I've never heard of him either. They don't look very much like prospectors, do they, Matt?
I'll see you a little later, Kitty.
All right.
Save a glass of that beer for me, will you?
Sure, but you better hurry, Matt.
Good evening, Marshal.
Mr. Jonas?
Would you care to join me in a glass?
A little later, huh?
Very well.
How are you, gentlemen? I understand you just got in from Gold Hill.
Mister, if you're looking for talk, go find somebody else.
No? Does your partner feel the same way?
You heard.
You boys are pretty edgy, aren't you? You got some reason for it?
Suppose that badge you're wearing means you're the marshal around here?
Yeah, that's right. My name's Dillon. Matt Dillon.
Well, mine's Pete Wells. My friend here is Rocky Martin. Look, you ain't got any business with us, Marshal. We just hit town, and we don't know a soul here.
Not even Ben Argo?
Never heard of no Ben Argo.
Oh? Well, I thought you might have followed him from Gold Hill.
I said we never heard of him.
And you wouldn't know that he was carrying $15,000 in gold, huh?
Look, Marshal...
So naturally, you wouldn't be thinking of trying to take it away from him, would you?
Well, why should we? What kind of men do you think we are?
Well, if you boys just happen to meet anybody with ideas like that, you tell them to forget it, huh? Because we got laws here in Dodge City.
It's been real nice talking to you, Marshal. Come on, Rocky.
Don't leave on my account.
I figure me and Rocky better turn in before we break one of them laws of yours.
That fella up to something?
I don't know for sure, Jonas, but they're lying. Ben Argo was lying, too, and I'm not just sure why.
Ben Argo, the fellow who put his gold in my safe?
Yeah. He told me he thought he might have been followed from Gold Hill.
Well, that's better than 400 miles.
That's right. And then these men ride in and ask for Argo. And now they tell me that they don't even know him.
I'm going to stop letting people use my safe, Marshal. I got nearly $40,000 in it tonight, and that's too much to be responsible for.
$40,000? Where'd you get that much money?
Yeah, fella I'd accommodated before. A gold buyer from the east. He got in on the late stage this evening, and... Heaven, Marshal, he came down from Gold Hill, too, now that I think of it. Why, maybe the two of them...
Matt, on the street.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, honey.
Uh-huh.
Joe, darling, put down the paper. I've got something important to ask you.
Okay.
Joe.
All right. What?
How many savings bonds do we have?
What kind of a question is that?
A good one. How many?
I'm not sure. I'd have to count. And I'm reading the paper. Now, what do you want to know for?
Have we got enough to make things comfortable for us?
Very comfortable. That's why I buy on a payroll savings plan. Up on the month will give us quite a nest egg for the future.
Enough for a college education?
Eventually. But who's going to college?
Our children, silly.
We don't have any yet.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Better buy some more bonds, honey.
Daphne, you mean...
We've got a new investment.
How about that?
Let me through here, will you, please?
Hey, get out of the way.
Will you let me through, please?
Told you somebody followed me, Marshal, and they jumped me, the two of them, right here in the street.
All right, Argo. Let me have a look at it.
Must have figured I was packing that gold around with me.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of them fellas who was in the Long Branch, Mr. Dillon.
His name's Martin, according to his partner. Let's turn him over, Chester.
Yes, sir. You want me to go see if Doc's left yet, Mr. Dillon?
There's no hurry, Chester.
You mean he's dead?
Yeah. Where'd the other one go, Argo?
Dang if I know. Just lit out like a scared rabbit. They didn't have such an easy mark as they thought, I reckon.
Have you ever seen him before?
Why, sure, up around Gold Hill. Other one's name is Pete Wells. Got a bad reputation up there.
Is that so? How?
Well, they ain't prospectors, never done a day's work in their life. Just rob off of them it does.
Well, they missed this time.
Yeah, but it's luck is all. I just got a glimpse of them when they stepped out of those shadows over there, and that gave me just enough edge to beat them.
I see.
Hadn't it been for that, I'd be the one laying dead right here in the street.
Yeah.
I had a hunch somebody was going to make a try for that gold.
Well, I guess the next thing to do is to round up Pete Wells. One kill in the night is enough.
You figure he's still hanging around somewhere?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Going to try to get even. Marshal, I ain't safe here. I'm not going to wait until morning. I'm going to pull stakes and ride out of here tonight.
Maybe that's what he wants you to do.
No, it ain't. It's the last thing he'd be looking for. And when he does find out, he won't know which way I headed.
Now, it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll be out of here in 10 minutes, Marshal. Provided you find that storekeeper for me so I get my gold out of his safe.
And I'll have to look around for him. It may take a little time.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I thought he was back there.
Chester, suppose you stay with Argo in case Pete Wells has another try at him, huh?
All right.
Well, it won't take long, will it, Marshal? Sooner I get out of Dodge, the easier I'll feel.
No, I don't think it'll take very long. Suppose you and Chester meet me over at Jonas's store in about 30 minutes.
I think you're there waiting for us, Marshal.
Yeah, it looks that way.
That's you, Mr. Dillon?
That's right, Chester.
You find that storekeeper, Marshal?
Yes, he did, Argo. And if you have a habit of bothering folks in the middle of the night, I'll thank you to keep your valuables elsewhere in the future.
Don't you fret. Ain't likely I'll be coming through here again.
Let's see now. Is this the key? Come in, gentlemen. Yes, sir. It's the only burglar-proof safe between here and Kansas City. Not counting bank vaults, of course. I just hope I can remember the new combination.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, Argo. He always says that when he opens it. Been saying it for 6 months, ever since he got this new safe.
We're here. And back to here. And that ought to... Well, let's see now. This bag in front belongs to someone else, the buyer. Those are yours right behind it if I can reach you.
Take them all out. You get your hands up, Marshal. You two. All three of you.
Here, what do you think you're up to?
Do what he says, Chester. Get your hands up.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is what you were after all along, wasn't it, Argo? To get your hands on that buyer's money.
That's right, Marshal. I knowed he was on his way here from Gold Hill. Knowed he always leaves his cash overnight in his storekeeper's safe.
So you put that gold of yours in the safe so you'd have a reason to get Jonas to open it later.
Figure things out just fine, Marshal. After it's too late to do any good.
I knew you were lying the minute I met you, but I had to wait and find out what you were up to.
Lying? How?
You said you'd been working a placer claim all winter. But you made a big mistake by shaking hands with me. Your hands were as soft as a baby's. I suppose you stole the gold, huh?
Why, sure. From Wells and Martin. That's why they come after me. Of course, Wells don't trust the law, or he'd have told you.
Well, I think he trusts it now.
You're covered, Argo. Drop that gun. Wells, you found him, Marshal. You set me up on this. That's why you stalled me off.
Do what he says. Drop your gun.
I ain't dropping nothing.
Don't be a fool, Argo!
There wasn't nothing else to do, Marshal.
No, there wasn't.
He didn't give Rocky no chance at all. Before he tried that kind of fool move, he ought to have remembered Rocky.
He remembered, all right. That's why he tried to kill you. You bet he remembered.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white Miracle Tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
That doggone jail looks like home tonight, Mr. Dillon.
It's been a long ride. Get a fire going and some coffee started, will you, Chester? I'll unsaddle the horses.
Yes, sir.
What?
It's Tover, Matt, Van Tover.
Oh, hello, Van. I didn't recognize you there in the dark.
I've been waiting for you, Matt. I wanted to talk to you.
Well?
Alone, if it's all the same. No offense, Chester.
You owe none took, Mr. Tover. I was just going on in and make some coffee anyhow. I'll make us all some while I'm at it.
Why didn't you wait inside, Van? The office is open.
Did for a while, but just couldn't stay set.
And I guess you have got something on your mind.
Matt, you know a lot about me. You know I tore around when I was younger before I met Edna and we got married and the kid come.
Yep, like most men, Van.
No, that ain't what I mean exactly. I mean, I never quite got on the wrong side of the law, but I pretty near did a few times.
Well?
Well, I was mighty handy with a gun, Matt. And I was too quick to use one a lot of times. Sure, it was always self-defense, but...
What are you getting at, Van?
Matt, you still got that gun I gave you 2 years ago when the kid was born?
Yeah, it's in the office in the safe.
You got any need for it?
No.
I want it back.
I better
to get this other saddle off. No, Matt, wait. I can go buy another gun. It's just that I'm used to that one. I carried it for years. And I got to have one tonight.
You haven't worn a gun for 2 years now, Van. You told me when you gave it to me you were through with gunfighting.
I didn't ask for this.
For the kid's sake and Edna's. So you told me.
That's true, Matt.
You said you only had one enemy in the world and you hadn't heard of him for years. What's the matter? Have you gone out and made yourself a new one?
No.
And it's the same one, huh? He's caught up with you?
No, it was 12 years ago. Clear down in Durango. Fight over a girl, nobody. She didn't even count. I just fought easy in them days was all.
Yeah, sure.
This fella drawed on me, and I put a bullet through his leg. He was still laid up with it when I rode out of town. And he swore he'd find me and kill me. I didn't pay it much mind. We all talk big when we're young, you know.
I know.
He rode into Dodge today. He's been asking for me.
Uh-huh. What's his name?
Largo Greeland. He's a big fella. He's built like a bull. Always wears 2 guns, and he can shoot with either hand.
Van, does your shoulder still bother you, son?
What's that got to do with it?
Look, you might as well have given me that gun 4 years ago when that horse fell and rolled on you. Now, you get mixed up in something like this with that bad shoulder, and you'll be dead before you even get your gun clear of the leather. You must be out of your head.
You think I want to meet Largo?
You sure act like it.
He's come after me. 12 years he's been looking. That's a lot of hate, Matt. And if I don't call him here in town, he'll come on out to the ranch. I got Edna and the kid to think of.
All right, then think of him. Stay out of this and leave it to me.
You think I wouldn't like to? Matt, I'm scared. I know what I'm up against, and I'm scared to death.
Then get out of town. Stay clear of him and let me handle it.
It's not your fight, Matt.
It might be.
Well, ain't no use arguing about it. If it's all right with you, I'll take my gun and not bother you no more.
Why don't you use your head, Van? You haven't got a chance.
I want the gun, Matt. I want it now.
All right. Come on. Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Get Van Tover's gun out of the safe, will you?
Matt, I give up. I can't figure it out.
I'll figure what out, Kitty?
You, the way you're acting.
How am I acting?
Well, you've been leaning on the bar for the last hour with the same drink beside you. You haven't even touched it.
Well, I guess I'm not thirsty.
It's not that, Matt. You're drawn tighter than a $2 cinch. You're waiting for something, aren't you?
Don't worry about it. No use borrowing trouble.
If anybody's about to borrow some, it's you.
Kitty, will you excuse me for a minute? Look, you stay here and finish your drink. I got something that needs attended to. I'll be back in a little while.
Okay, Matt.
Your name Largo Greeland?
Might be. What's on your mind, mister?
Well, I'm the marshal here in Dodge.
One of them, huh?
Yeah. You, ever been in the Cherokee Strip, Largo?
Oh, now I see. Van Tover come whining to you, I reckon. got you to do his fighting for him, huh?
I'm not talking about Tover. I'm talking about some wanted bulletins I've been looking over. Got your name and face on them.
You don't say.
One of them's for murder, down on the Cherokee Strip.
Van must have changed some. Spook's easier, for one thing. Hollers for his hit.
Forget about Van.
That's kind of a hard thing to do, Marshal, when you've looked for a man 12 years and finally found him. Understand he's staked out over by the stock pens. Got cover at the sides and behind. Sure looks like he ain't running no chances. But I can wait. Let him sweat some. He can't stay there forever.
You're under arrest for murder, Largo.
Now, I'd like to blood you, Marshal. But I got other business in town.
Not now, you haven't.
Oh, I ain't gonna draw on you. More than likely, you got a man somewhere behind me. No, I ain't gonna draw on you.
I'm sorry, Largo, but I've had that kicking trick tried on me before. Now, get up on your feet. Now, come on, mister. We're going to jail.
Doggone it, man, I'm telling you. Someday you're going to take one chance too many.
Oh, what do you mean, Doc?
Trying to arrest somebody you know's a killer with your gun in your holster.
Doc, a lawman that went around with a pistol in his hand would last about a week.
Why?
Because every outlaw in town would figure he had a right to ambush him.
Marshal!
Oh, you're in town kind of late, aren't you, Miss Tover?
Marshal, where's Van?
Oh, I don't know. Around town somewhere, I guess. Now, Doc, you know Miss Tover, don't you?
Oh, do I? And of course I know. Who do you think delivered that baby of hers? How are you, Edna?
Marshal, who's Van going to fight?
Fight?
He's wearing a gun, first time in 2 years. And he's in town looking for somebody. He wouldn't tell me anything, but I know. I can feel it when a man's mind's took up with killing.
Easy now, Miss Tover. Whatever he might have been thinking, he can forget. And you can, too. There's nothing to worry about.
That's easy to say.
It happens to be true. The fellow he was worrying about's in jail. I guess Van doesn't know it yet.
Are you telling me the truth, Marshal?
Yes, I am. Now, why don't you get yourself back out to the ranch? That husband of yours is going to be tired and hungry when he finally rides in tonight.
You're sure this man's in jail, Marshal?
Yeah, he's there, all right.
Well, of course he's there. Now, you head for home, young lady, before you really give Van something to worry about. Gallivanting around alone this time of night?
All right, Doc, I will. Good night. And good night, Marshal.
Good night, Miss Tover.
Blame fool woman worrying over nothing.
Yeah, that's right, Doc. The same as you were.
Same as I was. Oh, you mean about you taking chances and all. Oh, well, that's different now.
Mr. Dillon?
That Chester. He can find more reasons to hoop and holler, Doctor.
Yeah, what's the matter, Chester?
He jumped me right there in the cell. I fetched him some water so he could clean up when he come to, and he was just playing possum.
Well, are you hurt?
Well, no, I ain't hurt. That ain't what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Dillon.
Well, what is it, then?
He got away. He sure didn't waste no time making himself scarce, Mr. Dillon.
No, he sure didn't. Doc, any sign of him around the railroad depot?
No, not a whisper, man. Quiet as a tomb over there. And I didn't see Van Tover either.
Yeah.
We gotta find one of them before they find each other.
Well, it's just possible that he pulled stakes and lit out, man.
Not after 12 years looking for Tober. He's still around somewhere.
Well, you had him locked up in jail. Oh, Mr. Dillon, I just don't know how it happened. He just fooled me, all. Just you're probably thinking about women. They're always fooling you, too. Now, you look here, Doc.
Forget it, Chester. We all get taken in once in a while.
Oh, I just don't know how he tricked me like that.
Well, never mind. It's done now. The thing to do is to find him. He hasn't had time to get very far.
Mr. Dillon.
What? Yeah, over here, Miles.
Wonder what old Miles is doing out this time of night. He's probably trying to peddle something, make another 5 cents profit so he can sleep better.
I heard that, Doc. I heard what you were saying behind my back.
There isn't anything I wouldn't say to your front, you old skinflint.
What's on your mind, Miles?
Matthew, there's something mighty funny going on.
How's that so?
I just came past the livery stable. Mrs. Tober started to drive out, and some fella jumped into the buggy with her.
What?
Here was a big fella, built like a bull. He made her turn around and go back into the stable.
And it looks like we've found Largo. Come on, let's go.
Ain't no sign of life, Mr. Dillon.
There's no reason for him to advertise.
Well, he might have left. It's been 5 minutes since I saw him.
If you saw them at all, you've probably been nipping at that Scotch whiskey of yours.
One of these days, Doc, you'll go too far.
Look up.
Well, I guess he ain't left yet after all.
Largo! Come on out of there with your hands up.
Me and the lady's too comfortable, Marshal. Why don't you come and join us?
Let her come out alone and you won't get hurt.
I don't figure to get hurt. Not while she's with me.
Matt, what's going on? You got Largo cornered there. I heard a shot.
Go find her husband, Marshal. Tell him if he hurries, she might still be breathing.
Marshal, no.
That's Edna.
Don't let that
Largo's
go.
got Edna in there. Gertie.
Wait a minute, man. It won't help her any to walk out there and get yourself killed.
There's no use arguing, Matt.
No, I guess you're right. There isn't any use arguing. Doc, take care of him, will you? Chester, get his gun.
Yeah.
And see if you can hold Largo's attention. Fire a couple of shots. I'm going to try to slip in the back.
Okay, Mr. Dillon. Hey, let me have his gun, Doc.
Largo, you ain't got a chance. Throw your gun out and walk out of there with your hands up for me, and Mr. Dillon comes in after you.
Come on if you feel lucky.
You think we don't mean business, Largo? That convince you any?
You better be careful, boys. You're scaring the lady.
Me and Mr. Dillon will give you just 2 minutes before we rush you.
You know where to find me. Come on, I'll pick you off one at a time. Right after I shoot the lady, of course.
Please, let me go. I don't know who you are, but...
Shut up before you get me mad.
Don't move, Largo.
Marshal.
Well, sneaked in the back way, like any ordinary polecat.
Don't turn around, Largo. Just drop that gun.
Sorry, Marshal. A man waits 12 years for something. It ain't easy for him to just give up and quit.
You had all the chance you're going to get, Largo. You move that gun 1 inch toward Miss Tober, and it's the last move you'll ever make.
Has to be a last move sometime, Marshal. So I reckon it might as well be now.
He's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, Marshal.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm all right, Chester. Get her out of here, will you? Take her to Van. He'll want to know that she's safe.
That's right, we will. Everything's all right now, Miss Tover. You just come along with me now. There we are.
Hey, Doc.
Yes, Matt?
Well, looks like I've done my job. Now it's time for you to take over.
Another coroner's case?
Yeah, that's right, Doc. Another coroner's case. You know, there are many kinds of horses on the frontier. The spotted horse of the Indian, or Appaloosa. The cowboy's pony, which might be a Mustang or quarter horse, or even an occasional thoroughbred. But one thing's certain. Everyone rode, man, woman, or child. And next week, Dodge watches an Indian girl ride into town, half dead in her saddle. Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Gene Bates, Barney Phillips, and Ben Wright. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Our thanks to TV Radio Mirror and to you, our listening audience, for selecting Gunsmoke as the best Western program on radio for the third consecutive year. We are also pleased and proud to announce that William Conrad was selected as the best Western star. The results of this annual poll appear in the current issue of TV Radio Mirror. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Look who's in town tonight, Matt.
Huh?
Over at the bar there.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Doc, Marshal, step up. I'll buy you a drink.
No, thanks, Seibert.
Something wrong with my money?
Seibert, the only thing wrong with your money is it belongs to you.
Oh, now, Doc, that's no way to be when I'm celebrating my new contract.
Oh, what contract?
The cavalry. I deliver the first consignment of horses next week.
And what's the cavalry going to do with those stringy, wild renegades of yours?
Renegades?
Now, you don't figure on breaking those horses, do you? You're not good enough to do it yourself, and no rider in this territory will work for you.
I'll find somebody.
I'll do it fast, Seibert, and then get out of town.
All right, Marshal. Sure.
Yeah. You know, Matt, it makes me ashamed of myself the way I feel about that man. But I just can't help it.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Doc.
Matt?
Yeah, Kitty.
Come on over here to the window.
No?
Yeah, I want you to see something.
What is it?
Look out there. See those two boys?
Yeah, what about them?
Did you ever see them before?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I've been watching them. They act real lost.
Maybe we better go see.
Yeah.
Come on. Hello, boys.
Hello, mister.
What are you doing on Front Street this time of night?
Is this Front Street?
Yeah, it is. Where are your folks?
What do you want to know that for, mister?
This is Matt Dillon. He's the U.S. Marshal here.
We ain't done nothing.
Where are you boys from?
Texas.
Texas? You're a long way from home.
Yes, sir.
What about your folks?
We ain't got any.
Ma and Pa got burned up when our ranch caught fire.
Oh. How'd you get here to Dodge?
Followed the trail herd most of the way.
Where are your horses?
Oh, we had to sell them upriver. But the money's long gone.
Our uncle is supposed to meet us here.
You boys hungry?
Yes, ma'am.
But we don't want to beg no food.
Well, you're not. You're my guest.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Say, Matt.
Yeah.
Why not have Chester take him down to the livery stable later? Moss Grimmick can use the help, and they can earn their meals and get a place to stay.
That's a good idea. You boys know anything about horses?
Yes, sir, a lot.
Well, come on inside. We'll see about that food.
You go on, boys. I'll be with you in a minute, huh? You still here, Severed?
I'm leaving, Marshal. Last thing I want is trouble.
Well, this is it, boys. Moss Grimmick says you can sleep up there in the loft. He'll tell you what to do in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Dillon says come see him tomorrow, and he'll try to get in touch with your uncle.
Well, thanks, Mr. Proudfoot.
You might as well call me Chester. Everybody else does.
We're sure lucky for this, ain't we, boss?
Yeah. People here in Dodge City are mighty nice. Especially that Miss Kitty. She's pretty, ain't she?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
I'm Orrin Seibert.
I'm Bus Cheney. This here's my brother, Howie.
Howdy.
I hear you boys know about horses. You ever break any?
Sure, lots of them.
Well, now, if you can ride, you don't need to hang around here cleaning out stalls. I got a real job for you out of my ranch. Make yourself some money.
We could sure use some, all right.
And then you're hired. Now get your horses, meet me out back.
We ain't got any horses.
No? Well, say, I'll tell you what I'll do. I got 10 head need breaking by next week. You boys break them 10 for me. After that, you can take your pick.
You mean it?
Both of us?
That's what I said, didn't I? Come on out and get in the wagon.
Get your stuff, Howie. Let's go.
Morning, Moss.
Oh, morning, Marshal. Nice day.
Yeah, it'll get hot. Well, how are your new helpers working out?
What helpers?
The Cheney brothers, those two boys that Chester brought down here last night.
I ain't seen hide nor hair of them.
Well, what happened to them?
I guess they just pulled out and left in the middle of the night.
That doesn't seem right. They talk like good, straight boys, Moss. Anything turn up missing?
No.
I got that telegraph sent off, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thanks, Chester. But the way things look, we won't need it. The boys pulled out during the night.
They did? Well, that's funny.
When I left them here, they was so dog tired they was near asleep on their feet. They seemed mighty grateful for everything, too.
You can never tell about footloose youngsters like that, Chester.
Well, they're gone. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's get back to the office, Chester. We'll see you, Moss.
Good. So long, Marshal. Bye, Moss. By Jing, Miss Kitty's sure going to be disappointed. She took a real liking to them boys. Me, too.
Yeah. Me, too.
Ride him, boss! Stick with him, boss! Attaboy! He's running!
Grab him, Harry! Hang on to it!
I got him!
Tie him up. Well, I get my wind. I'll take him around again.
Oh, that was awful good riding, boss.
Oh!
Does your leg hurt you much?
Pretty much. But I guess I'm getting used to it after 5 days of this. Anyway, that's number 7.
Only 3 more to go.
We'll make it. But that big stallion's going to be tough.
Hey, you.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Sabat.
Go on up to the house. I want you to take the wagon into town.
Me too?
No. You stay.
I don't you do any riding while I'm going, Howie.
Oh, boss, I can
Now, you leave them broncs alone, you hear? You just do chores till I get back. Oh,
I'll get busy now.
I won't be gone long. You just put some feed down.
All right, boss.
What are you fixing to do there, boy?
Put down some feed, Mr. Seibert.
Now, I didn't hire you to do chores. I hired you to break horses.
Boss told me not to ride while he was gone.
He won't be back till supper time. You going to waste the whole afternoon?
Well, no, sir, but...
Then what are you waiting for?
Well, I wouldn't mind riding, but Boss told me...
He don't trust you. I've watched you ride. You're near as good as he is. You can handle any of them.
I don't know, Mr. Seibert.
You lost your nerve?
No, sir. I'm not afraid.
Well, you're sure acting like you're afraid. One thing I can't stand is a coward.
I ain't no coward.
Then let's get a saddle on one of them horses.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Uh-huh.
do you think we can afford a vacation this year?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The car could stand some work. Then there's that chair we've been meaning to buy, and I guess we could always cash in this.
Kitty, if things stay this quiet, maybe you'd like to have supper with me tonight, huh?
Oh, well, thank you, Matt. I was afraid I'd have to sit and watch Sam Noonan polish the bar all night. Hey, Matt, look.
What?
Isn't that Bus Cheney?
Sure is. Hey, Bus.
Oh, hi. Hello, Marshal Dillon. Miss Kitty.
Well, we didn't think we'd ever see you again.
Where have you been?
We've been working.
You're all crippled up.
We're breaking horses for Mr. Seibert.
Seibert?
You know him, Marshal?
Yeah. Say, did he come to the livery stable that night and hire you boys?
Yes, sir.
I should have figured that. Now, what kind of a bad deal did he give you?
Oh, he gave us a real good deal, Marshal Dillon. We break 10 head for him, and he's going to give me and my brother each a horse. We can take our pick.
How near finished are you?
Only got 3 more to go.
And how long has your leg been like that?
5 days.
You have Doc take a look at that, young man.
Well, I got to send a telegram for Mr. Seibert and pick up some things at the store. Then maybe I will.
Boss, I'm not going to stop you from going back to your job, but Orrin Seibert's no good. He'll try to weasel out of your deal some way.
Mr. Dillon, we better get... Oh, my.
Hello, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
We
Got to find Doc right away. A fellow just rode in and told me.
Told you what?
Well, he was passing Cybert's place, and there's somebody hurt real bad out there.
Who?
Oh, Bus, it's your brother.
Easy now. Real easy.
How bad is he, Doc?
Now, get out of the way, Cybert.
Get up.
Now, Bus, you pack those robes in around him. Good and tight, will you?
Sure, Doc.
That crazy kid. He said he was anxious to ride, but I never figured he'd take on that big stallion. Crazy fool
You've
kid.
done enough talking, Cybert. Now shut up.
Matt, we're ready.
Yeah.
Your spine, Matt. You understand?
Yeah, Doc, I'll drive slow.
Bus.
I'm here, Howie.
It's getting cold since the sun went down.
Yeah, it is.
I ain't no coward. Am I, Bus?
Coward? Of course you ain't. Who says so?
Mr. Cyber said. Bus. I ain't no coward.
Doc, come back here.
Keep driving, Matt. Here, let me. Oh, dear. Matt, no need to hold him in now. Give them their head. Matt, I'll get the lamp. There we are. Lay him here on the couch, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Boss. Come away, boss. It won't do any good.
No.
Matt, there's some coffee in the kitchen.
Ah, good. I can use some.
Reach that cup there, man.
Yeah.
The coffee's been sitting all day. It's pretty strong.
Thanks. Now, he stared at his brother's body all the way back to town, and he's in there staring at it now.
I know.
You know something else?
Yes. He hasn't cried.
Not one tear.
I wish he'd cry and let some of that grief out.
That's not natural, Doc. Come on, let's get it.
Bus?
He's gone, Doc. Come on.
That boy's in no condition to be by himself.
Well, he couldn't have gotten very far, Doc.
I don't see him.
No, it didn't.
What was that?
Sounded like it came from back of the livery stable. That's him, Doc. It's gotta be.
Heading back to Cybert's, you mean?
Marshal, is that you?
Moss?
Marshal, somebody just broke into the stable, made off with a horse.
Yeah, we heard it.
That gun I kept behind the office door, it's gone, too.
Come on, Doc.
You know who it was?
Yeah, Moss, I know. I'll get him.
There's no light showing in the house.
That could be a good sign, Doc. Come on.
See him?
No.
What? It's the stallion.
Yeah. Something in that corral's got him spooked. Hold it, Doc. Yeah, Yeah, there he is, just inside the fence there.
It's Seibert. He looks dead, but I'll see what I can do.
All right. Kid's probably holed up in the barn. I'm going to see if I can find him. But you watch that stallion, though.
I will.
Boss. It's Matt Dillon.
Stay out of this barn, Marshal.
You young fool.
He killed my brother.
You should have left him to me.
You never could have proved it on him. Now, don't come no closer.
You did what you had to. I'm going to do what I have to. I'm going to take you, Bus.
No.
Now put the gun down.
Stay back.
Put it down. Don't make me kill you. I said put it down.
What'll happen to me now?
I don't know, Bus.
It don't matter none anyway.
Matt?
Yeah, in here, Doc.
Seibert. He's dead, Matt.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, it's a good thing.
I was thinking of the boy.
So was I. He can ride, but he can't shoot.
What?
There's no bullet hole in Seibert. I figured the shots did nothing more than scare him. But they scared him so bad he turned his back on that stallion. That's what killed him.
Did you hear that, Bus?
Yes, sir, I heard. Marshal Dillon.
Now, don't be ashamed. Just let it out, son. Come on, Doc. Come on.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Fresh air in this office. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Chester?
Oh, my gracious, you got trouble, Mr. Dillon. Leastwise, you're gonna have.
That's usually a pretty safe prediction.
That red-haired Blanchette girl, the one married that no-good Slim Odell.
Cherry Odell? She come in here?
She sure is, with her eyes a-snapping and her curls a-flying. Why, she's madder and prettier right now than she's ever been, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
Oh, she must have been real insulted. Look out, here she comes. What is it?
Marshal Dillon.
Morning, Cherry.
What kind of a town are you running, Marshal? When a decent married woman can't walk down the street without...
Without being insulted? Why don't you sit down, Cherry?
I don't want to sit down.
All right. Now, which one of the boys do you want to have me hang this time?
Matt, I didn't come here to be laughed at.
No, you want somebody thrown in jail. Somebody that made the mistake of paying you a normal human compliment.
I'm a married woman, and I'll thank the men in this town to respect me as one.
Cherry, Slim's been gone for nearly 2 years now. A lot of people don't think he's ever coming back.
Oh, he'll come back all right. Don't you worry none about that. And when he does, these grinning loafers are going to be mighty sorry that they talked out of turn.
Like me, ma'am?
Oh, you've got a nerve coming here.
I reckon I'm the cause of this young lady being all riled up, Marshal. See, I told her I was aiming to marry her.
That's what I meant. A complete stranger, right on the street. In broad daylight, if you please.
Well, now, Cherry, I doubt if anybody would call that an insult.
Oh, you think it's funny, don't you? All three of you. Well, maybe if you was me, you wouldn't think so. If you'd waited a year and 8 months, not knowing, just hearing stories, lies about your man.
Now, Cherry.
Oh, I don't know why I come here. I don't know why I even thought.
Cherry, wait.
My. Marshal, my name's Red Larnard.
I'm Matt Dillon. This is Chester Proudfoot.
Howdy. How you do?
Are you just riding through?
I didn't have any actual plans, Marshal, till I came face to face with Mrs. Odell up the street there.
Huh? Miss Odell?
Oh, I knew who she was before I even spoke to her. I ought to. I've been carrying her picture with me for 3 weeks now.
Here. Where'd you get this?
From her husband, after he was dead. Dead? Oh, my goodness. That's what I came to Dodge for, to let her know he was dead.
I see. Tell me something. Slim Odell, how did he die?
Well, it was Injuns, renegades up in the Platte River country about a month back.
You sure of that?
I was there. Me and him was partners on a trap line. They almost got me, too.
Uh-huh. Chester,
yes, sir?
hand me that bulletin there back of the desk, will you?
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
I got word of Slim's death, too, Red. The sheriff's bulletin came about 3 weeks ago.
I looked in the post office here. There wasn't any bulletin up.
Yeah, I know. I haven't said anything about it, not even to Cherry.
Slim Odell was shot to death trying to hold up the North Platte Broken Arrow stagecoach. His partner got away. No name, no description.
Marshal...
That's why I kept the news to myself. I figured his partner might head for Dodge and try to get Slim's wife to alibi him some way.
Now, just a minute,
You
Marshal.
keep your hands right where they are, Red. You're under arrest for attempted robbery and for the murder of 2 stage line guards. Take his gun, Chester.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Red Larnard was a pretty nervy customer, walking into my office and telling me a lot of lies about Slim Odell being killed by Indians. The strangest thing of all about it was that I was sure he knew I wouldn't believe him. But whatever he had in mind, I decided not to take any chances with him. When I told Chester to take his gun, he stepped back a few feet, and for a minute I thought I was going to have a fight on my hands.
Now, wait, Marshal. I reckon we better back up a little here.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Listen to me, will you? We both made a mistake here.
Oh, is that so?
I came to Dodge for the same reason you kept quiet about that wanted bulletin. I figured Slim Odell's partner might make for here to hide out.
I thought you said you were his partner, Red.
No. No, I'm the man who killed him. I'm a special agent for the Wells Fargo Stage Company. My credentials are in my hip pocket.
Here. Yeah, I guess these could be legitimate enough.
Marshal, this is Odell's hometown. It's just possible you were friends and you might cover for him. I wasn't sure whose side you'd be on.
Well, I'm not on his side, Red. He left here just one jump ahead of arrest. Sit down. Thanks. You were there when Slim and his partner tried to hold up that stage.
Yeah. We were bringing through a load of bullion. 2 men had jumped one of our stages the week before. So the company took the regular driver off and put an extra guard in his place. I was riding inside, just the 3 of them.
I see.
But Odell and his partner outsmarted us, Marshal. They just came riding out of the brush, one on each side, shot the 2 guards in the back without saying a word. I dropped Odell. The other man got away.
Get a look at him?
Just barely. About average height and build.
Yeah.
Well, he could be 1,000 miles away from here, Red.
Maybe. But we got nothing else to go on. Truth is, Marshal, I reckon I'd have come here on my own after seeing that girl's picture.
Cherry Odell?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought maybe you were just using her to get to her husband's partner.
Tell me, she's still in love with Odell?
Maybe. And maybe she just thinks she is. Cherry's a born rebel. I always figured she married Slim, mostly to spite her family. They were only together about 2 months. He tried homesteading until he found that there was work to it. Then he left town with Yancey Kleiber.
Kleiber?
He's the partner you're looking for.
At least I heard 4 or 5 months ago they were still together. I've been watching for him since I got that bulletin, but he hasn't showed yet. Marshal, I'm a plain man, and I don't know much about women, but I meant just what I told that girl. I'm going to marry her. You shot her husband, Red. That's not going to help. What do you figure she'll do when she hears? Well, knowing her, she'll try to kill you.
Matt, I sent a boy to look for you a while ago.
Oh?
I guess he's still over at the jail waiting for you.
Now, what's the trouble?
Well, I'm not sure, but... Matt, do you know somebody by the name of Larnard? Red Larnard?
Yeah, he just hit town this afternoon. He's here on business. Why? What about him?
Well, Jerry Adele was in here looking for him.
In here?
Yeah, looking for this Red Larnard, and that's all she'd say, Matt. She was acting half wild.
She had a run-in with Red earlier this afternoon.
Well, doggone, if the Long Branch ain't getting to be the most law-abiding place in Dodge. At least that's where the law abides most of the time. The law abides most of the time.
How are you, Doc?
Very funny,
Oh, Kitty, you're looking pretty in a young filly in a field of buttercups.
Well, thank you.
You just watch this old goat, Kitty. The only thing he really thinks is pretty is a bad case of jaundice or a family down with a croup.
Now, Matt, I'll allow you to buy me a drink for that.
Just may do that, Doc.
Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You better come quick, and you too, Doctor.
Why? What's the matter?
It's that fellow Red Larnard. They just found him laying back of the livery stable. He's been shot in the back.
Here's a holiday hint from L&M. This year, why don't you live modern and give modern? Give L&M holiday cartons. In gay holiday cartons, L&M's make an exciting gift. L&M's are the favorite cigarette of people who like to
live modern. Live modern. Live modern.
free up, freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Change to L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through the Miracle Tip. It's no wonder more people are changing to L&M than to any other brand. So smoke modern L&M. And remember, you're sure to please when you give L&M holiday cartons.
Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
Easy now. Watch the top step there, Chester.
Yes, sir. I got him all right, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's get him in.
Stretch him out over here on the table, man.
Yeah, all right, Doc. All right, easy, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to cut that shirt to get it off his shoulder.
Sounds like he's coming too, Doc.
Yes, it does. Now, hand me those scissors, Chester, please.
There.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Oh, now take it easy. Take it easy now, son. Let's have a look at you.
What do you think, Doc?
Well, Matt, if it'd been a couple of inches lower, and a little to the right, I'd have had myself a coroner's fee. As it is, though, I guess he'll probably live.
Well, don't sound so disappointed.
Hand me those forceps, will you, please, Chester?
These things?
That's right.
Here.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Red?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Now, there's no use fooling you, son. This is going to hurt a little bit. But we've got to get that bullet out.
Go ahead.
Get it over with.
Wait a minute, Doc. Be all right if I ask him a couple of questions first.
Sure, Matt, you go ahead. A few minutes won't hurt anything. I've got the bleeding stopped.
Red, you feel like talking?
I felt more like it. It won't do any good anyhow, Marshal.
What do you mean?
I went over to the stable, get my horse. I was aiming to ride out to Cherry's place. I felt the bullet hit me, and that's all.
You didn't see who it was? Huh?
No. No, they were behind me. I didn't see anybody at all, Marshal. That's a fact. Don't you believe me?
I got no reason not to, Red. If you claim that's what happened, then that's the way it is.
That's all I know about it, Marshal.
All right, Red. Good luck.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Doc. Chester.
Yes, sir. Brace yourself now, young fella. Once we get that bullet out, you'll feel...
Chester, go saddle a couple of horses, will you? We'll ride out to the Cherries.
If she ain't here, Mr. Dillon.
She's here, all right.
Who is it? Who's out there?
Matt Dillon, Cherry. Chester's with me.
What do you want?
Oh, a cup of coffee, maybe. Have a talk with you.
No, Matt. You can't come in.
Oh, why not?
Because I'm here alone. It's late. It just wouldn't be right. You come back tomorrow when it's daylight.
Well, I think it's all right, Cherry, since this is more or less official.
What do you mean?
I hear you were in town earlier tonight looking for Red Leonard.
What of it?
Why, did you find him?
No, I didn't find him.
What did you want with him, Cherry?
That's my business.
Well, it might be mine, too, in a way. You know who he is?
He's a brute that thinks all he has to do is grin at a girl and he's got her.
Oh?
And along with it, he's a sneaking, cowardly killer.
He is, huh?
Red Larnard shot my husband in the back. Didn't even give him a chance. And then Red made up the story that Slim was trying to rob a stagecoach.
Made it up, huh? Why did he shoot Slim in the first place, Cherry?
Red was trying to hold him up. Slim and Yancey. Slim had $20,000 in gold dust that he took from the diggings at Grady Fork, that he'd worked hard for. Marshal, that's where he's been for the last year.
Slim O'Dell working?
Sure he was working. All them stories about him was lies.
Cherry, Slim hasn't been panning gold for the last year. He's been rustling cattle, holding up banks. He and Yancey Kleiber together.
No.
I've tried often enough to tell you he was no good, but you wouldn't believe it. Or at least you wouldn't admit it. Actually, I think you knew. I think you knew it a week after you married him.
That's not true.
Slim was killed during an attempted hold-up of the stagecoach between North Platte and Broken Arrow. He was shot by a Wells Fargo agent. And not in the back.
Yes, he was.
2 men were shot in the back, all right, the 2 guards. Cherry, Red Larnard is a special agent for Wells Fargo.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And I got the sheriff's bulletin on the robbery. Now, you've known me for a long time, Cherry. Have you ever known me to lie to you?
No.
All right. Now, Yancey Kleiber told you that wild story, didn't he?
No.
He's here somewhere, isn't he, Cherry?
No, he's not. You're wrong, Marshal.
You know what he did, don't you? He shot Red Larnard a half hour ago in town. He shot him in the back, the same as those guards.
Oh, no, Matt, no.
Has he come back yet? Is he there in the house?
No, he's not in the house. He's there at the corner of the porch.
You dirty little...
You got him in the shoulder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Go see to him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Matt, I believed him. I was willing to hide him out.
It's all right, Cherry.
And then for him to sneak into town and kill Red Larnard,
I said he shot Red, Cherry. I didn't say he killed him.
Red's alive?
Well, he was lying in Doc's office when we left.
Then he's going to be all right?
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Maybe I should go see him.
Yeah, maybe he should.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Well, I don't know why not. Oh, Cherry, when you see him, you might explain to him that it wasn't you that shot him.
He thinks that? Oh, he mustn't think that. He just mustn't.
Where's she going, Mr. Dillon?
How to saddle a horse, I imagine, Chester. To ride into town.
My gracious, I just won't never understand women, I guess.
Chester, you're not alone.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. There's a place for you in the Ground Observer Corps. The Air Defense Command wants to know what's going on in the air over our country at every hour of the day and night. Radar stretches out to investigate in every direction, but people are needed too. Alert people who will man the spotting posts that spread out east, west, north, and south in a great network of vigilance on city rooftops, in suburban yards, on hilltops far out in the country. Your fellow citizens are manning these posts now, night and day, 24 hours out of every 24. Even if you have only a few hours a week to give, you'll be a welcome member of the team. To join the Ground Observer Corps, all you have to do is call your local civil defense office and ask when and where you can be most useful. Don't waste those sharp eyes and keen ears of yours when, with a brief training period, you can take the place that's waiting for you in Operation Skywatch. Reach for the phone first chance you get and call Civil Defense to volunteer. This has been a public service message from CBS Radio. And now, William Conrad.
You know, Christmas on the frontier usually meant just a little more hurrah than usual. And it was far from a time of goodwill toward men. But next week, well, a touch of real Christmas comes to Dodge. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, Vic Perrin, and Bill Lowley. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the cigarettes you want in the pack you want. Familiar standard pack and new crush-proof box. Live modern. Smoke modern. Change to L&M. Around around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Just listen to that miserable old coyote, Mr. Dillon. Did you hear him?
Yes, I heard him, Chet.
We gonna stop in for long, Brad?
No, there's no reason to. It's late. Looks too quiet for anything to be going on.
Well, I was thinking I sure could do with some beer to go to bed on, if anybody was buying.
All right. Come on.
The place does sound kind of like a morgue tonight, don't it?
Well, it won't the end of next month when the trail herds start rolling in. Mm-hmm. You'll be lucky to get your foot inside.
Been waiting for you, Marshal. Get your hands up.
Yeah, sure, Red. I won't argue with a shotgun.
That's what we figured. Take his gun, Red. Yeah. You don't mind, do you, Marshal?
Go ahead. Do what Hack says. He's the one who gives the orders, the way I hear it.
You shut up, Marshal. Neither one of us gives orders.
Huh? I didn't know you boys were in this part of the country.
That's far enough right there. Unless you want to see this little lady here get her pretty looks all spoiled.
Matt, I tried to think of some way to get word to you.
That's all right, Kitty. Just take it easy.
Yeah, that's the idea, Marshal. You too, just take it easy. Everything'll be all right.
You got what you came after, Hack, or are you still trying to get it?
We got it. We've been through all the boys' pockets, along with the safe and the cash box. Just fixing to leave when you stumbled in.
We didn't have a chance, Matt. They walked in with the shotguns and said Kitty'd be the first one to go.
Forget it, Doc. These boys, Tollett and Slade, are wanted in a half a dozen states for bank robbery, stage holdup,
How
murder.
come you were so quick to recognize us, Marshal? We ain't been around here before.
No, but your pictures have. You must have slipped into Dodge pretty quiet, huh?
That's right, Marshal. And going to slip out the same way. I suppose you line up over there with the rest of the targets. Go. Kind of expected more out of you, Marshal, from what I heard about you.
Is that so?
Reputation's mighty easy to come by sometimes. All right, all of you. We're riding out of here now. We don't aim to get followed. Red, take her arm there.
Here, what are you doing?
Figure you boys won't be so likely to try nothing if you go along with us a ways.
Matt?
Do as they tell you, Kitty. You'll be all right.
Anybody pokes his head out this door next few minutes gets it shot off. Same thing will happen to the lady. You keep the boys in line, Marshal. We've got a nice little town here. Been a pleasure to visit it. Let's go, Rick.
What are we going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester.
Oh, dang it, Matt. Let's get a posse going. Get some organized here. They took $14 off of me. You just got to stand there.
Hold it, Doc. And the rest of you,
Shut up! Simmer down now. Take it easy and stay away from that door.
Matt, we can't just let them ride out.
Doc, they got Kitty with them, and they're killers. One move from us, and they'll do exactly what they said they'd do to her.
Well, maybe they will anyway.
We'll give her the best chance we're able. That's all we can do.
And I just can't figure it, Mr. Dillon.
Well, we've spent from midnight last night until noon today checking every trail out of Dodge. Beale and his scouts have worked the river bottom for 10 miles each way.
Yes, sir, I know.
The whole countryside's on the lookout for them. 2 men and a woman. They can't just disappear.
Well, they sure done it so far.
Yeah, they sure done it so far. Come on, Chester, let's walk up the street and get something to eat, huh?
All right. First time in all my recollection, I ain't had no appetite to speak of.
Well, it won't help Kitty. You need to starve yourself.
I got kind of a bad feeling there ain't nothing going to help her, Mr. Dillon.
Why not?
I figure they've had time now to get far enough away they won't need her no longer.
Why don't you shut up? Chester, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you like that.
I can understand.
Yeah, I guess we both do.
Well, good afternoon, Matt. Chester.
Hello,
Doc. Did you find any trace of them?
No, nothing. You, have a bite to eat with us?
Well, I just ate about an hour ago, but I might sit down with you for some pie and some coffee. If Chester can spare a little. I ain't thinking much about food today, Doc. Oh, is that so? Well, Chester, if you ever reach my age, you'll realize come fire and brimstone, chaos and calamity, the first thing a man better look out for is his stomach. Yes, sir. So as he starts going off his feed, he starts going downhill. You betcha. And when he starts to go down... Oh, my, I sure hope Kitty's all right.
We all hope so, Doc.
Yeah, what's it?
Hey, that was Kitty.
Yes, that was down the street there somewhere.
Yeah, come on. No wonder there was no trail. They never even left town. They planned to hole up for a night or two and then ride out after the search was all over.
Miss Kitty must have broke loose for a minute, huh?
Yeah.
Matthew.
Save it, Miles. There's trouble up the street.
That's not up the street. It's right over there in my store.
What?
Upstairs in the storage loft.
By Jing, he's right, Mr. Dillon. There's a pane of glass broke out up there.
Aye.
Yeah. Is there another window in the back, Miles?
Aye. It's same as the one in the front.
I reckon they've seen us all right.
Chester, you go cover that back window, huh?
Yes, sir. At least she's still alive.
Yeah. So far.
They're certainly mighty quiet up there, Matthew.
Nothing to talk about, I guess.
Well, they know they can't get out of there.
No, Doc, and we can't get in.
Matt, suppose we set fire to the building.
Oh, no, you're not. You're not setting fire to my store. Not if they stay up there for the next year, you're not.
They just didn't have Kitty up there with them, and it'd be easy.
Sure, just wait for them to starve out. Or else burn the place down.
Will you stop saying that, Doc?
Well, it's going to be dark before long, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Why don't they give up? They know they haven't got a chance.
They have as long as they got Kitty, Doc. I don't know. Maybe they're finally ready to talk. Hey, Red! Hack!
Careful, man.
You're beat and you know it. Why don't you throw your guns out of that window and come on down?
Suppose we throw the lady out instead, Marshal.
Look, both of you. If anything happens to her, you know what to expect.
And if anything happens to us, she knows what to expect.
Why don't you go on home, Marshal? Take that crowd of yokels with you.
We can hold out a lot longer than you can up there.
But maybe not longer than the lady can.
Oh, so help me if I get my hands on his...
Hack, suppose we get together and talk it over, huh? Maybe we can work something out.
Get together how? You aiming to come up here and visit us?
Unless you want to meet down here in the street.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Well, what about it?
Come by yourself? Without your gun?
Yeah, sure. Anything you want.
Now, wait a second, man.
All right, Marshal. Deal yourself in.
You gone clean out of your mind, Matt?
You know any other way I can get under that storage loft, Doc?
Yeah, but without a gun? What? Matt, you're just a plain doggone fool.
Maybe. But there's times when being a fool's about the wisest thing a man can do.
You're saying this is one of the times?
I don't know, Doc. But I sure hope so. Doc, take care of my gun, will you?
You ain't really gonna do it, are you, Mr. Dillon?
Sure, who's gonna do it? The bull-headed idiot.
But them two's killers.
Chester, you're supposed to be around there watching that back window.
I got Sam Noonan to take over. Well, Mr. Dillon, listen to me now. You just can't do
There's
it.
nothing else to do, Chester.
Oh, dang it, Matthew. If it'd do any good, I'd say go ahead and burn the place. The stock up there in that loft isn't worth much anyhow.
What is up there, Miles?
Oh, odds and ends mostly. Stuff I don't need to get at often. The thing that's worth the most is 20 sacks of concentrates.
What do you mean, concentrates?
Oh, black iron pyrites. Powdered. I took them in trade from the Black Hawk mine.
Oh?
I've been aiming to ship them east to the smelter. They run pretty high in silver.
Well, I don't guess Red and Hack will be very interested in sacks of concentrates.
Marshal, you lose your nerve?
I'll be right with you, Hack.
They'll shoot you down before you get halfway across the street.
Why, Chester? That's what they're figuring. They can do it a lot easier after I'm there.
Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, never mind, Chester.
Well, good luck, Matt.
Thanks, Doc.
You make a mighty fine target down there, Marshal.
I'll make a better one at 10 feet, Hack. If you can keep your nerve that close.
You listen to him, Red. He talks real brave, don't he? The stairs is over there to the side, Marshal.
I know that. It's my town, Hack, remember?
You don't run it too good, you know.
Hurry up, Marshal, before one of your boys down there gets notion.
Are you worried, Red?
You'll never see the day.
Shucks. He's like a little lamb in a loading chute.
Matt, you shouldn't have done it. They're not going to let you out of here.
Take it easy, Kitty.
I'm sorry, Matt.
You all right?
You wouldn't have done a fool thing like this if it weren't for me being here.
Sure I would have. It's part of my job, Kitty. Teaching boys like these a little respect for the law.
Marshal, did you come up here to talk to me or this lady here?
What do you say, me, Hack? Doesn't Red even count?
You know what I meant.
Yeah, I know. I just wonder how long it's going to take Red to learn.
What are you talking about?
Oh, shut up, Red. He's just trying to start trouble.
Well, no, all right. What does he mean? Learn what?
You got your orders, didn't you, Red? Hack told you to shut up.
I don't take orders from him or nobody else.
Red, will you listen? Don't you see what he's trying to do?
What?
Trying to make bad feeling betwixt us, talking a pack of lies. He's trying to start us fighting each other.
Yeah. Yeah, sure he is.
Sure.
You're easy to fool, aren't you, Red? You believe anything.
All right, that's enough now, Marshal. Just one more word like that, I'll blow you in half.
Hack, you haven't got a chance. I thought you'd realize that by now.
There's 2 shotguns against your bare hand says we got a chance.
Yeah, but you can't use those guns up here.
Huh?
Didn't you even bother to take a look at these sacks here?
What are you doing there?
Just hooking a spur in one of them and ripping it open. You could have done the same thing, Hack.
Well, just some black dust of some kind.
Here, let's toss some up in the air, huh?
Whew.
Don't you recognize it?
Don't get the air all full of that stuff.
Didn't either one of you ever work around a mine?
Yeah, I did.
Then take a closer look, Red. Don't you know black powder when you see it?
Oh, it's blasting powder. That's what it is. It's gunpowder. No.
Now, you better lay those shotguns down easy, boys. You pull a trigger and this whole place will go up in one big blast.
You're right, Red. We can't shoot nobody in here.
You'll stand a better chance going to trial.
Now, that's why you come up here without a gun. All right. I won't use my gun. But we're still 2 against 1, Marshal. Come on, Red, jump him.
All right, come on, Red. It's even now, and I'm going to break your neck.
No, not me. You win, Marshal.
All right, then help Hack onto his feet. I'll take the shotguns along. All right, get moving, Red.
Hey, you're holding that shotgun like you was going to use it.
Just in case you change your mind.
What happened? What? Why didn't you jump him? What's he doing with that gun? Oh, he can't use it no more than we could. Oh, not with all that powder.
Well, now, Miles could be wrong. Maybe it is gunpowder.
Oh, what are you saying?
I know it looks like gunpowder. But if it is, Miles got fooled. He bought it for concentrates. Black iron pyrites.
It ain't gunpowder. He fooled us. A liar. How about that? A lawman. And cheats for lying.
Yeah, I'm a liar, all right. I'll admit it. But it beats being what you are. All right, now get moving. Down those stairs. Go on.
On the frontier, you could tell what part of the country a man was from and how he made his living from the saddle he rode. Center fire, 3/4 rig, Cheyenne wool, Mexican, California, or McClellan. The only trouble was, you still couldn't know whether he was out to kill you or not. Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Ben Wright, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc, you up? Hey, Doc.
What? Yeah.
You gonna sleep your life away, Doc?
Yeah, what's the matter? What's the matter, man? All right, what time is it?
7:30. Now, put your pants on. Let's go up the street and get some breakfast. Now, come on.
7:30.
Come on, roll out. It's daylight in the swamps. Come on.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I guess I might as well. Now that you got me wide awake.
Wide awake.
Yes, well, I'm getting there. You sure don't see the sense in starting the day so all fired earlier.
You're putting them on backwards, Doc.
I am not putting them on. I'm just about to turn them around.
Oh, sure you were.
I've been putting my pants on for a long time without being told how by the village policeman. Yeah. Now, do you care which foot I put in which leg first?
No, I think you can decide that for yourself.
Yes. Say, where's Chester, anyway? Why aren't you hounding him instead of me?
Chester ran into an old friend of his last night.
Huh? Who's that?
I've forgotten his name, but Chester went out to visit him for a couple of days.
Yeah, well, out where?
Out Fort Dodge.
Fort Dodge?
Uh-huh.
You mean he's in the Army?
Yeah, he's got a pretty interesting job, too.
Oh?
He's a mess sergeant.
Mess sergeant?
Yeah.
Oh, well, a couple of days of that, you'll have to go after Chester with a wagon.
Well, he seemed pretty excited about the whole thing.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, the quartermaster's going to be excited, too, when he starts checking his groceries.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Doc. You take more time than a woman. Come on.
Well, I want to look my best. It isn't often somebody buys my breakfast.
Buys it? Now, wait a minute, Doc.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, no wonder you're so rich.
Oh, sure, I'm rich, all right, yeah, and IOUs.
Well, at least you got something to dream about.
Ah, well. See, it's a nice day.
Yeah. It'll get hot, though.
Who's that woman driving the wagon?
That looks like Hank Rutger's wife, huh? Yeah, it is.
Rutger, you mean? Was he that runny little sodbuster out by Cottonwood Springs?
Yeah, that's the one. I wonder what she's doing in time this early in the morning.
Marshal?
Oh, well, she's beckoning to you.
Well, let's go see what she wants. Morning, Miss Rucker.
Morning, Marshal. Doc.
Good morning.
You're up early.
Yeah.
Been quite some time since I've seen you in town.
Always work to do when you're homesteading. You break your heart and you break your back and you end up with nothing. Even worse than nothing. The years are gone finally and you can't get them back.
How's Hank?
Hank?
Yes, ma'am. Your husband, Hank.
8 years slaving for him, working my fingers to the bone, and you end up with nothing.
Miss Rutger, is there something wrong? Miss Rutger, I said, is there something wrong?
I heard you. Hank's in the back of the wagon there, under that tarp.
What? Here, Doc, I'll pull the canvas back.
All right. Well, he's dead, Matt.
Yeah. Shot in the back. How'd it happen, Miss Rutger?
I don't know about things like this. What you're supposed to do, I mean. So I loaded him into the wagon and come into town. I figured you'd be the one to see.
You figured right, but what happened?
It wasn't me, Marshal. I didn't shoot him.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, I don't know his name or nothing. He was a stranger. Stopped by the place yesterday evening just before sundown. Wanted to water his horse. Hank wasn't there. This fella kept looking at me and talking kind of funny. Then he saw Hank coming and he rode on.
Maybe then he's the one that
Late last night, Hank woke up, heard something outside. Thought it was an animal bothering the stock. Went out, and pretty soon there was a shot.
How do you know it was the same man?
Because they come by the house after. But I run him off.
What does this fellow look like?
I don't know. Like any other man, I reckon. Nothing special. Except for his shoulders.
Oh, what do you mean?
He has the biggest shoulders I ever seen on a man. Mighty powerful.
Look, Miss Rutgers, why don't you go across the street there to the Dodge house and take a room and get some rest, huh? You'll leave the wagon here, and Doc and I'll take care of things for you, huh?
I'm all right, Marshal.
You go on now.
Feels strange being alone. Hank wasn't much, I guess. Didn't treat me good, but at least he was always there. A woman needs a man. All right, I'll go now. Thank you, Marshal, for taking care of things.
I'll stop by later, Miss Rucker.
All right, Marshal.
Well, what do you think, Matt?
I don't know, Doc. That woman's got something in mind she isn't telling us about.
Well, here's our expectant father, the memory expert. And how do you feel, sir?
Lousy.
Oh? Why?
You ever take care of 8 kids while your wife is in the hospital having number 9?
No.
Take my advice. Don't. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. I think my kids are part sponge.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, they drink enough water to irrigate a desert, and mostly in the middle of the night.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about your wife. She and the baby are getting good treatment at the hospital, and thanks to Medicare, there won't be any expensive bills for you to pay.
That's what bugs me, man.
Why?
It's such a bargain. You know no woman can resist a bargain.
If your wife is bargain-minded, better get the pamphlet on Dependents Medical Care Program fast.
Like another beer, Doc?
No, guess not, Kitty. People criticize me enough as it is.
Doc. Oh, there's Matt. Huh? Over here, Matt.
Oh, well, maybe I will have a beer after all, Kitty. On him.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Sit down, Matt. You look tired.
Yeah, I am tired. If it gets any hotter, they can have this country.
Any luck, man?
No, Doc. I checked every rooming house in Dodge, every liver stable, even talked to some of the homesteaders out south of town. And nobody's seen a stranger who matches Ms. Rutgers' description, if you can call it a description.
Did she remember anything new?
No, not much. I talked to her late this afternoon. She thinks that he had reddish-brown hair, but she's not sure.
Oh, just those shoulders, then.
Yeah, that's all she's sure of.
I guess she'd remember that, all right. Well, Matt, maybe you won't have to look any farther.
Oh, what do you mean?
That man over there at the end of the bar.
What?
We've been keeping an eye on him till you showed up.
Oh. Who is he, Kitty?
I don't know. Tonight's the first time he's been in here. Been staying to himself pretty much, just drinking and not talking. But he's got the shoulders, all right.
Yeah. I think I'll go have a word with him. Evening, stranger.
Evening.
You're new in town, aren't you? I don't remember seeing you around before.
You feel like gabbing, you better find somebody else, mister.
I would if it was a matter of pleasure. My name's Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal here.
That's supposed to bother me?
It bothers some, others not.
And I'm one of the others.
What's your name?
Logan.
And is that all? Just Logan?
Bull, they call me. Bull Logan.
When did you hit town?
Today. Just going through.
Oh, from where?
Out west, different places. Why? What difference does it make?
None, maybe. You mind taking a little walk with me?
Where?
Across the street. Here, I'll carry your gun for you.
What's the idea? You arresting me for something, Marshal?
No, I'm just asking you to walk across the street.
What's over there?
A woman.
You trying to get me into some kind of trouble?
Logan, if this woman recognizes you, you're in plenty of trouble. Now, come on, let's go. All right, you stand right there, Logan.
I don't know what you're trying to pull, Marshal. But you're all wrong.
That's possible.
Oh, Marshal, I couldn't...
Is this the man, Miss Rucker?
What are you talking about? I never seen her before in my life.
I thought you better take a look at him, man.
I don't know this woman. Now, what is this? What are you trying to set up here?
Shut up, Logan.
The man that shot Hank was real big. I reckon it stuck in my mind because Hank was such a little man. There's such a difference between them.
All right, I'm big. What about it? You claiming you seen me before?
Stay where you are, Logan. He's not going to hurt you, Miss Rucker. Now, take a good look at him. Is this the man who stopped by your place yesterday afternoon, who came back later and shot your husband? Well?
No, Marshal. It ain't him. It's his shoulders, that's all. But other than that, he don't look nothing like that fella. I never seen this man before in my life.
Look, if you're scared of him, don't be.
I ain't scared of him. Why should I be? He ain't the same one.
Well, you satisfied, Marshal?
All right, Miss Rucker. Thanks anyway. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
I'm going back out to the place in the morning, Marshal. There's things to do. And I think that fella's got clean out of the country by now.
All right, man.
Do I get my gun back now?
Yeah, here you are, Logan.
Thanks. Be seeing you. Pleased to have met you, man. Good night.
I'll tell you something, Matt. The mark of any civilization is its food.
How's that right, Doc?
Dang tootin' it's right. Now, you take France, for instance. Paris. It's Paris, France, you know. Their food is cooked just right. It's seasoned right and it's served right. And by golly, they're civilized. It goes together.
Doc, you've been eating this same grub ever since you came to Dodge. Now, what's wrong with it all of a sudden?
Well, look at the stuff. What's wrong? A plate full of greasy spuds and a few chunks of boiled leather. I tell you, man, it's enough to turn a man's stomach.
It's no worse than usual. Now, go on, finish your supper.
I wouldn't touch another bite of that with a 10-foot pole. No, sir, I'm telling you, Mac, this town will never be civilized until it starts eating decent food.
Well, the way I heard it, the mark of a civilization is how it treats its women folk.
Oh, how it... You think Dodge City rates any higher on that score?
No, I guess not.
No, they're fancy women. They plague till they drink themselves to death. And their farm wives, they work to death. Why, a woman hasn't got a chance out here.
Yeah, so I've been told. By a woman, of course.
She was right. Whether it's the food or the women folk, this town is no gall dang good.
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, hello, Jeb.
Well, how are things at the telegraph office, Jim?
Fine, Doc. I brought this telegram right over, Marshal.
Huh?
It's your answer to that circular you sent out on Bull Logan.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Jeb.
What about this Bull Logan, man?
Well, I thought he might be mixed up in the Rutger killing, Doc.
Well, I thought you'd given up on that.
No, I sent out a bulletin just on a hunch. Yeah.
What is it, man?
Wow.
Huh?
Like he's wanted in California, 2 counts of assault and suspicion of murder. The victim was shot in the back. I should never have let him leave town.
Well, he didn't go far, Marshal.
Now, what do you mean, Jeb?
I ran into Ed Perkins on the way over here. He seen Logan just this afternoon.
Where?
Out by Cottonwood Crossing. And he said Bull Logan's gone to work for Mrs. Rutger.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, what are you doing?
Oh, hi, Daphne. Just eating a midnight snack.
What is that mess?
That mess is a liverwurst, salami, lettuce, and peanut butter delight.
Nightmare is more like it. What woke you up?
My stomach was growling. What woke you up?
You. And I was dreaming such a pleasant dream.
Oh? What?
I dreamed all of our savings bonds had matured and we were cashing them in.
That's kind of a dream I can appreciate.
We were planning a trip around the world, and you bought me a fur coat, and I bought you that fishing tackle you want. Oh, it was gorgeous.
Well, it doesn't have to be just a dream. Some of our savings bonds are ready to mature now.
Joe, maybe we shouldn't cash them in. They can go on earning interest, you know, and it adds up fast.
I know. That's why we started buying savings bonds, remember? With a bond a month on the payroll savings plan, our money is saved automatically.
Stop waving that sandwich under my nose. You're making me hungry.
Well, fix yourself a sandwich, ma'am. I got all the makings right over here.
All right. Move over, you bond-buying midnight maverick. I'm going to fix myself a humdinger.
Who is it? Who's there?
It's Marshal Dillon, Miss Rutger. I'm sorry if I scared you.
No, you didn't. I just couldn't figure who it was. Nobody comes here at night.
It must be kind of lonesome since Hank was killed, huh?
Well, yeah. Yeah, it is.
You managing all right by yourself?
Well, I've had some help this week.
Oh? Some of the neighbors, huh?
No. I took on a hired hand to help out.
Well, you're lucky to find one. The boys can usually make more work in cattle this time of year.
Well, I offered shares on the crop. A woman can't run a place like this by herself.
No, ma'am, I guess not. Yeah, a local man, is he? Somebody from town?
No. Just a stranger riding through.
That's kind of risky, isn't it? Taking on a stranger.
Well...
What's his name, Miss Rutger?
I reckon you already know, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I already know. And did he tell you that he's wanted in California, maybe other places, too?
No.
2 counts of assault, suspicion of murder. Your husband wasn't the first man he shot in the back.
What do you mean?
It is the same man, isn't it, Miss Rutger?
No.
When you said you'd never seen him before, you lied, didn't you? Didn't you, Miss Rutger?
Yes, I lied.
All right, now where is he?
He's out in the barn.
You stay here, and don't you try to warn him.
That you, Martha?
That's it, is it? Well, Marshal, you're a long ways from town.
You're under arrest for murder, Logan.
So she told you about me after all.
Not yet, but she will. I just got word back from California. It seems you're wanted out there. Now, don't try it, Logan.
You're not taking me now.
Is he dead, Marshal?
Yeah, he's dead.
I don't know why I said it wasn't him. I reckon I must have been crazy or something. Just seems such a shame, though.
A shame?
What was done was done. There wasn't nothing going to bring Hank back. I was left by myself. Bull here was big and strong. Seemed such a waste. Him dead, too.
I see.
I got ground that needs plowing, Marshal. Seed to be planted. Life ain't easy for a woman alone.
I don't know, man. Seems pretty easy the way you go at it. You go on back to the house now. I'll take care of things here.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
right, Matt. You go ahead, then. Play that goddamn 6. I know you got it.
Okay, Doc. That's how you want it. There it is.
I know it. Fine way for a couple of grown-up men to spend their time, playing dominoes.
Well, it's better than fighting that storm outside, anyway.
Maybe you're right at that. I wouldn't go out in that weather tonight if a plague were raging.
Sure play, Doc.
Or a dozen babies were about to be born.
Sure play, Doc. Quit stalling, will you? Come on, lay one down.
Don't rush me. Don't rush me. A man's got to think in this game, you know.
Not if he can count to 12, he doesn't.
Seems like wind. The worst blizzard in years, man.
Yeah, it still hasn't hit its peak. Oh, how's Kitty getting along, Doc?
Well, her throat's pretty sore, but just a touch the grip.
Oh.
I told her to stay in bed for another day or so.
Come on, play, will you, Doc? Sure play. Sure play, Doc. Doc?
Oh, I quit. That's the trouble. I never do have any luck playing in my own office.
I thought you said this game was a matter of thinking.
Shut the door, Dillon.
Oh, Chester, close the door.
Found the door.
I told your horses, Doc.
I didn't figure you'd step a foot outside that jail for the next 2 days. What's the matter?
Dillon, he got away.
Got away? You mean Clay Macklin?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what happened?
Well, sir, I was picking some coffee, and he yelled out from his cell and asked could he have some. And when I took it to him...
He jumped you, huh?
Yes, sir, he jumped me,
Yeah.
that's all. I wouldn't have been so careless with nobody else. But he ain't never tried to get away before.
He jumped you, though.
I don't know why I tried it this time. You've got no case against him.
Clay Macklin's been rustling cattle for the last 2 years, Doc.
But you can't prove it, and you know it. Judge Bent will turn him loose the minute he's brought to trial.
Maybe, but he's going to stand trial anyway.
Well, what are you planning to do?
Go after him, of course.
In this weather?
It'll have to be in this weather, Doc. I don't know any way of changing it.
Stand still, I don't go. Cussed saddle leathers get stripping boards in weather like this. Whoa.
You figure he's been gone about 3 hours, huh, Justin?
I'm pretty near that, Mr. Dillon. I'd have been locking that doggone cell till yet if Ben Elder hadn't seen Macklin riding out of town and finally got curious enough to come over to the jail.
Well, it took him long enough.
That's because he figured Macklin had been turned loose. Whoa. Everybody in town knows he will be sooner or later.
Maybe.
Marshal Dillon?
Sound like old Judge Bent.
Yeah. Over here, Judge.
Well, why don't you turn that blame lantern up so a man can see his way around?
And I guess I've been saddling horses long enough not to need much light.
Even, Judge.
Oh, Chester. Hey, Matt, what's this Doc tells me about you heading out on a wild goose chase?
I'm going to bring Clay Macklin back, that's all.
But why?
When a prisoner escapes, I go after him, Judge.
But what good would it do to go riding off blind into a storm like this and probably lose your life for nothing?
It's not that bad. Macklin was seen riding out of town southwest. The only thing in reach down that way is the Chick 4 Cattle Company. They got 2 line cabins toward the Cimarron, and Macklin used to work for the Chick 4.
All right. And suppose you do find him holed up in one of those cabins. Suppose you are able to bring him back. You know I'm just going to have to turn him loose, don't you?
Well, that's your job, not mine, Judge.
Well, now, Matt, for the love of...
Look, I've had Macklin in jail for 2 weeks waiting trial, and every day I've had to listen to him brag how he'd get off scot-free, hear him sneer at the law, make a big joke out of it.
All right, Matt.
Tonight he's out to prove he doesn't even have to wait for the law to decide on his case. I don't like that, Judge. I happen to be a lawman. All right, Chester, if you're saddled up, let's start riding.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up, freshen up your taste, live modern, change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I just don't think I can go on much longer without resting up a little.
That cabin's bound to be pretty close around here. You better keep moving.
Yeah, but he might not even be there when we find it.
He'll be there, all right.
He wasn't in the first one.
More reason he'll be at this one. No place else to shelter. Wait a minute.
What?
Off to the left there. Snow cleared for a second. I thought I saw it.
Well, I sure do hope so.
Well, let's head over that way, huh?
It'll be dawn in another half hour.
Yeah, there it is. That's the cabin, all right. Come on.
You know what happened to that cabin?
Yeah, we got a lot colder before we got warmer. Only we haven't missed it.
You think Macklin's gonna put up a fight?
No. I think he'll figure about the way Doc and Judge Bent did. Only a couple of crazy men had come after him in a storm like this.
You know, I kind of agree with him, Mr. Dillon.
You still came along, though, didn't you?
Yeah, but I ain't too sure why.
Here, let's leave the horses here and go up on foot.
All right, sir.
He's here, all right. There's a horse standing in the lean-to there.
My fire's sure gonna feel mighty good, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, if he's got one. All right, I'll hit the door and go in fast, and you follow me in, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, hold it, Macklin. Don't try for it.
Well, the marshal.
Tie his hands, Chester.
Yes, sir. Turn around there, Macklin.
Well, you sure did catch me asleep. That's a fact.
Get your hand.
Probably saved having to kill you, Macklin.
Maybe. How's the weather out? You boys look kind of red-nosed. You been drinking, have you?
Ow. You're a real talky fella, ain't you?
I didn't figure you'd go to this much trouble just for nothing, Marshal.
No, I didn't think you would.
Hey, there's the makings for coffee over there, Mr. Dillon. Will it fix us some?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Better be careful, Chester. That's what got you into trouble last night. Making coffee.
Well, you don't never catch a fox the same way twice, Macklin. And one thing sure, you ain't gonna get none this time.
I drank a potful before I went to sleep. I kind of had it on you, boys. I got in ahead of the worst of the storm.
Chester. Ought to be a slab of bacon around somewhere, maybe some flour. Why don't you rustle us up something to eat while you're at it, huh?
Yeah, well, there's flour here, all right. Bacon's probably in one of them cans.
Speaking of rustling, Marshal...
Don't push your luck, Michael.
Oh, well, now, you're one of them high-minded lawmen. You wouldn't mistreat a helpless prisoner.
I'd regret it afterwards, if that's what you mean.
By golly, I bet you would, that.
I found the bacon, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
A 3-4 pound piece.
Well, don't cook all of it.
Well, maybe half.
There's 3 of us got to eat off that till this storm blows itself out. Maybe a week.
Well, then they luck, Macklin. We'll be back in Dodge before midnight tonight.
What are you talking about?
I couldn't stand your company for a week. We're heading out as soon as we eat.
In this weather? Why, that's the craziest fool thing I ever heard.
Macklin.
What?
Why don't you shut up?
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make your day your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Walk out, you spamming probate. See if you're going to find tonight's in Dodge.
Lead him close to you, Chester. He'll follow if you're breaking trail for him. Macklin, stay with us. Stop trying to drift off like that.
I ain't trying nothing. If you'd untie my hands, maybe I could lead this fool horse straight.
You can lead him straight. Now get back over this way.
Breaking snow trail for a horse. I ought to be on his back with him breaking trail.
We wasted an hour trying that. Now, easy now. Here's the edge of the ice.
Back on the flat, it was the wind cutting us to pieces, and down here in the river bottom where there's a little shelter, the snow's 4 foot deep.
Wait a minute, Chester. Let me test that ice. This freeze came out pretty fast, and there's still live water underneath.
Sounds pretty solid, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it'll hold us, all right. Hey, Macklin, come back here. How many times I have to tell you to stay close?
Simmer down, Marshal. I've crossed as much ice in my time as you have.
Hey, he broke through. Let go of the reins, Macklin. If that horse goes in with you, he'll kick you to death. Now, let go. Chester, mount up. Then hand me one end of your lariat,
What
huh?
you going to do?
I'm going in after him.
No, you go into that water, you'll freeze to death.
His hands are tied, Chester.
Goodness, here.
Marshal, help me. Come here.
Help me.
Easy now.
Yeah.
Now, if we're not out of here in 30 seconds, we won't come out at all. Now, come on.
Mr. Dillon, hurry.
Steady, Macklin. I got hold of you.
I got a turn you around the saddle horn. I can put you out right enough.
All right, Chester. Kick up your horse, but easier. You'll pull my arms off. All right, steady, Macklin.
Hang on, Mr. Dillon. Come on.
All right, a little more, Chester. Easy. Easy. Yeah. All right, that's it. All right, Chester. Let's get a fire going, huh? And a big one. Fast.
By Jing, if it was left to my choosing, I'd sit right here by this fire till that gall-darn storm blows itself out.
You get pretty hungry in a couple of days, Chester.
I'm pretty hungry right now.
Well, I never saw the time when you weren't.
How are you feeling, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I've seen better days. How are you making out, Macklin?
I ain't never going to take another bath as long as I live.
Well, you're lucky to be alive.
Sure. Who ain't?
We better get ready to push on. We're only about a half hour out of Dodge. It won't be so bad.
You know, I just can't figure you, Marshal.
No?
I've knowed lawmen before. Crooked, most of them. But I ain't ever knowed one like you.
Is that so?
Hey, take this thing of coming after me in a storm like this. You didn't have to do that, did you?
Depends on how you look at it, I guess.
What do you mean?
I got a job to do, Macklin. Try to do it right. Besides, I guess I got a kind of respect for the law.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I'd say the law's a set of rules to make things run smoother. Written out so everybody knows what they are and what the penalties are. And the rules hold for a lawman the same as for anybody else. Maybe even more so.
What rules are you talking about?
Well, when a prisoner escapes, it's your job to go after him. Bring him back. That's one of them.
Even when they're going to turn me loose? And everybody knows it?
That's up to the court. It's got nothing to do with me.
It just don't make sense.
Not to you, maybe.
I reckon you'll try to tell me there's some rule about you jumping into that water and dragging me out?
When a prisoner in custody is not able to look out for himself, it's up to the lawman to take care of him.
Well, I wouldn't have jumped in after you. I'd have cut out and run for it.
Yeah, I guess you would.
I ain't too sure that's why you done it, Marshal. Just because of some rule.
Well, you figure it your way.
Anyway, I'm much obliged for you hauling me out of there. Sure thought I was done for.
Come on, let's get started. I got a jail cell waiting for you.
Guess old Judge Ben's finally made up his mind, Mr. Dillon.
You don't show much respect for the court, Chester.
Yeah, there he goes, old.
Well, as you all know, I ain't one of them judges that deals in a lot of legal jabber. So I'll just say it out plain. Clay Macklin, stand up and face the court. Now, I puzzled this evidence over every which way, Macklin. And I tried to find some way to give you your just deserts. And me and every man in this courtroom knows you've been rustling cattle. Now, Judge, that ain't no way to talk. Get up. And like I said, you're nothing but a cow thief. But by golly, there just ain't enough evidence to stick you on it. It wouldn't do no good if I tried because some book judge up in Topeka had reversed me on it just as sure as shooting. Yeah, I'm sorry, Marshal Dillon. I know you went to a heap of trouble.
That's all right, Judge.
Well, all I can do is throw the case out. Dismiss.
Well, it's a crying shame, that's what it is.
Judge Bent did the only thing he could, Chester. It was just an outside chance anyway.
But everybody in town knows Macklin's guilty.
A man's innocent until he's proved guilty in a court of law, Chester, so Macklin's innocent.
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Macklin?
The judge let me off, all right.
Yeah.
But there's something I want to say.
You can pick up your stuff at the jail whenever you want.
No, that ain't it, Marshal. Something. Well, I reckon you wouldn't believe me if I was to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, you kind of give me some things to think about, Marshal.
Oh? What?
Saving my life the way you done. Them rules, all that.
So?
Well, I don't know for sure, but, well, maybe I won't be doing any more rustling, Marshal. Not that I ever did, mind you.
Oh, I see it.
I just want to say thank you. Guess I'll be leaving now. Bye.
Well, I declare. Well, I never. I guess this Macklin ain't all bad after all.
No man is, Chester.
No, sir.
Tell you what, just to prove it to you, I'm going to buy you a drink.
You are?
Uh-huh.
Yep. Rye with a little sugar in it?
Why not? Come on.
Our star, William Conrad. America's Protestants, Catholics, and Jews are strengthening the bonds of brotherhood and friendship by helping the needy overseas. Through their houses of worship, these three faiths are sending voluntary relief to virtually every free country in the world. Hundreds of millions of pounds of goods, clothing, and medicine will go to victims of war, disaster, and famine in many parts of the world. More than 80% of American voluntary relief work for the hungry and needy overseas is conducted through the religious agencies of these three major faith groups. When you share with needy persons overseas through your house of worship, you are promoting the spirit of democracy that unites all peoples for peace and goodwill. You are keeping faith with the finest tradition and heritage of America. CBS Radio urges you to keep faith with those in need overseas by giving as much as you can through your faith. And now, William Conrad.
The makers of L&M wish to remind you that you can help Hungarian emergency relief by sending your contribution to the American Red Cross, CARE, or your church or synagogue.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Ben Wright. Harley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This fella could have picked a better place to get himself caught in.
Yeah, it's pretty dry, all right.
And we still got a 3-day ride. Seems to me that sheriff could have brung him in without sending for us all the way to Dodge.
The sheriff probably didn't fancy the trip either, Chester.
This trip too tough for you boys? Too much for you to handle?
Well, now, we can handle it all right, Hob. Don't you worry none about that.
Never did like to see a man bite off more than he could chew.
All right, now, just a minute. Don't you go thinking you're more than we can chew.
Ain't a man take on, so
hey, what do you mean?
Me feel bad. Real bad.
All right, that's enough, Cannon.
Marshal, I was just saying I'm sorry for the fix you're in.
There's only one thing about it that worries me.
What's that?
You're not worth it.
He sure ain't. It's a pure waste caring for a murderer like him across these plains. Just ought to leave him here for the cows. Buzzards. Buzzard bait, that's all he... Hey, look yonder, Mr. Dillon. Some riders coming up over that rise there.
Yeah, I see them.
What they're doing way off here.
Troopers.
Swinging over this way, looks like.
Now, let's hold up here. Morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, out of Dodge City.
Lieutenant Elridge, 6th Cavalry.
You're a long way from a post, aren't
Yeah. On our way from Fort Leavenworth to Fort Lyon.
you?
Routine transfer, but we wouldn't mind catching up with a certain runaway Indian while we're at it.
Did he break out of the stockade at the fort?
No, the word is he escaped from a reservation down south. He's heading back home to Nebraska.
Oh, what'd he do?
Do?
Did he kill somebody or rob the stores?
No, but if it became known that a sub-chief made a successful escape, it'd be hard to keep any of them on the reservations.
I see.
I'd appreciate it if you'd keep an eye out for him, Marshal. His name's Blue Horse.
Blue Horse, huh? Yeah, all right, Lieutenant. I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. Oh, Marshal.
Uh-huh.
Mind riding over here for a minute?
Sure.
Marshal, this is my first time west of Fort Leavenworth.
Uh-huh. Well, I kind of figured that.
Yeah. Well, Marshal, I have maps, of course.
But you wonder if you're on the right track, huh?
Well, yes, to tell the truth, I do.
Well, if I were you, Lieutenant, and this was my first time out, I think I'd just drop on down south to the Arkansas River.
Yes?
Well, that's all. You just hit the Arkansas and follow it west. You couldn't miss Fort Lyon if you tried.
Oh, much obliged, Marshal. I'd have got there all right.
Oh, sure. I'm just giving you the easy way.
Yeah. Well, we'll be on our way.
Yeah.
Coming in! That's the walk! Whoa!
Gracious, Mr. Dillon, he sure is a young one, ain't he?
Yeah. Well, there's one thing for sure.
Yes, sir.
There's only one way for him to grow, and that's older. Come on. Let's get going.
That old political character, Elijah Cuddlestone, was tremendously proud to be a part of the government of the United States. That pride shows through in this excerpt of one of his speeches. And it is my sincere belief, I believe that the United States of America is without doubt, indisputably, the most successful experiment in democracy, that is, in democratic rule, that the world has ever known. Well, democracy, of course, means rule of the people. It's from the Greek, demos, people, and kratos, meaning rule, strength, or power. Most forms of government owe their names to the Greek. For instance, anarchy is from the Greek word anarchia, composed of an, meaning no, and archos, ruler. An anarchist wants no king, emperor, or president above him. An oligarchy is a form of government where a restricted few have supreme power. Oligarchy comes from the Greek oligos, meaning few, and archo, which means rule, ruled by a few. The Greek word hieros meant holy, and the word hierarchy once meant a government by officers of the church. Hierarchy now represents a system of graded authority, and the strange word ochlocracy means mob rule. In Greek, oklos means crowd or mob. Words like these literally make politics Greek to most of us.
along toward sundown, Mr. Dillon.
There'll be a watering place along here pretty soon. We'll stop for the night, huh?
You mean you tough lawmen are going to stop and sleep like ordinary folks?
Never you mind, Cannon. You'll be lucky if we don't just leave you tied on your horse all night.
He'd be better company.
All right, now you listen
Chester.
here. Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Look, why don't we head for that bunch of trees over there, huh? Come on.
Sure.
Look out!
Wait there, Mr. Dillon. I'll help you. You hurt bad?
I don't know, Chester. Where's Cannon?
He's right over there.
I'll get him off his horse.
Yes, sir. All right, you, Cannon, climb down off that horse. Don't you try nothing now.
That'd be just plumb mean, wouldn't it? Marshal hurt and all?
I'm not hurt too bad to use a gun, Cannon. You remember that. Chester, see if you can get me on my feet, huh?
Sure will.
Now, be careful. Take it. No, let me down. Let me down.
What?
Oh. Well, I guess it's no use. The leg just won't hold me. All right, help me get my boot off then, huh?
Yes, sir.
I'll take it easy.
Looks me like it's broke, Mr. Dillon. Broke bad.
Yeah. Look at my horse.
Yeah. And he stepped in that hole and pitched all the way over and landed on his neck. He's dead, all right.
Well, I can't stay here.
Oh, maybe we can get you over to those trees. Come on, Cannon.
Wait a minute. Now, we better figure this out first. Now, look. When you get me to the trees, you ride on, Chester, and see if you can get help, huh? And if you don't meet up with anybody, you bring a wagon from Dodge, huh?
Why, I ain't going to leave you here, Mr. Dillon. Go in all night. It'd still take me 2 days to get back.
We got no choice.
Yeah, but what about him, Cannon?
He stays with me.
But, Mr. Dillon...
I'm going to need somebody. And I got a gun.
Well,
Look, we haven't got any choice, Chester. Now, will you get me over to the trees? All right, you can tether his horse to me, and then you get going, huh?
Well, all right, if you say so, but I sure don't feel good about this.
I don't feel good about anything. Come on, let's go. Next time you stay inside all the way, Cannon.
Just filling your canteen at the creek, Marshal.
You just stay inside, that's all.
Marshal, a man with a leg like yours, with a fever coming up, he ought to be glad of water no matter how it comes.
I just want to be sure it does come. And I'm still watching.
Here, Marshal. Have a sweet.
Thanks.
That leg didn't improve none overnight, did it?
Not much.
Lying around waiting like this through most of the day, you're feeling pretty bad, ain't you, Marshal?
Don't you worry about it.
Oh, I ain't worrying, Marshal. I got time. I got plenty of time.
Don't you count on me passing out before Chester gets back. Because you might get hurt if you do.
I ain't counting on a thing, Marshal. I'm just waiting. That's all. Just waiting.
Miss Kitty! Miss Kitty!
Chester.
I didn't think you were due back for a day or two.
Miss Kitty, have you saw Doc anywhere? I've been up to his office, and he ain't there.
Oh, he just went into Delmonico's there to get his supper. What's the matter, Chester?
I can't stop to talk, Miss Kitty. I got to get Doc. It's about Mr. Dillon.
Well, what about him?
Well, he's hurt bad and way off there.
Way off where?
Out on the ferry. 2 days ride out. Doc? Doc?
Well, when did you get back?
There's trouble, Doc.
Terrible trouble.
What is it, Chester? Where's Matt?
He's out there on the plains, Doc, with a busted leg.
Is he all alone?
And nobody but that murdering Hob Cannon. He's with him.
Well, we better get to him. Can you take me there?
That's what I come for.
Well, you don't look too good yourself. You ride all night, Chester?
Well, sure I did. Miss Kitty, come on, Doc. We ain't got no time to wait.
Well, you're sure you can make it back there, Chester? It's rough sleeping in that rig of mine. I could take somebody else.
Of course I can make it back there. Come on, Doc. Come on.
All right, Chester. All right. Don't worry, Kitty. Matt's a strong man.
I know, but you hurry just the same.
Cannon, is that your mood? Cannon!
Here I am, Marshal. I'm right here.
What are you doing over here? You get on back to the fire.
Just thought I'd have a look at your leg, Marshal.
Never mind my leg.
All right. Mighty dark, though. I can't... Sorry I had to kick you that way, Marshal. But I figured it was the only way to jolt you loose from that gun.
I'll get you, Count. You'll never make it.
Oh, no. You won't ever get me. You're going to be just a corpse for that fool Chester to take back to Dodge. I'm going to get me onto that horse you've been hanging on to, and I'm just going to kill you, Marshal. Ride right out of here. So long.
Stop. Drop gun. I will shoot.
What the devil are you doing here?
I am Blue Horse.
Blue Horse? Well, you're the runaway Injun they're looking for.
Hello, Blue Horse.
I have been watching.
Well, that's lucky for me.
Listen, Blue Horse, you don't want to help him. He'll just turn you in. He was talking to the cavalry about you yesterday.
He is my friend.
Well, he can't be your friend. He's a lawman. He's got to turn you in.
One day, he cut the rope of the white hunters from around my neck.
I was a drunken hanging party. I remember.
I owe you a life. I do not forget.
Use your head, Injun. This is different. You help me, I'll let you go. Never tell a soul. Well, you'll be scot-free.
Too much talk.
Well, I'm telling you.
Build up fire.
What?
Build up fire. Heat water.
What are you going to do, Blue Horse?
Fix leg. Woman, come out. She boils roots in water.
You going to pour that stuff down me?
No. I will put it on leg. Draw fever out.
Oh. I'd be much obliged.
I give you your gun.
Thanks, Blue Horse. You want to tie Cannon up for me? I'm awful weak.
You sleep. I will watch.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, and yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Kansas City, Missouri. The pungent odor of the slaughterhouses is in the air, but that means fresh meat and the best steak town in the USA. They'll prove it to you at the Golden Bull restaurant, where the bull on top now looks up at Millionaire's Hill, and the millionaires look down on the Missouri River, the rooftops of Kansas City, and the country's closest in downtown airport. Cat's drugstores have that homey atmosphere, and the French fries are good there after school. If you're driving in Kansas City, you'll appreciate the good traffic control and straight streets. You can start at 4th or 5th downtown, cover Troost and Wyandotte Avenues, and reach the plaza up in the 60s where the bachelor guys and gals are and where the action is. And later wind up with a swank night in the terrace room at the Mule Box. But if your hometown is Kansas City, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you. It's still there.
You sleep well. The sun has long been high.
Yeah. Where's Cannon?
The prisoner is safe.
Oh. Well, that's more than he deserves.
Woman, bring some food.
Blue Horse, I want you to thank her for me. I feel a lot better.
Yes, your leg will heal. The fever is gone. You want water?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Blue Horse. Tell me, what are you doing here? Why did you break out?
Blue Horse is going back to the land of his people.
Well, the Army doesn't seem to want you to.
I cannot live on the hard land with the dry wind. Blue Horse comes from the hunting people, the Pawnee.
So you just picked up your wife and left, huh?
It is for us to live under the northern stars.
It's too bad the Army doesn't see it that way.
The government of the white man does not care that all Indians cannot live alike. The South is no good for the Pawnee.
I work for the government, Blue Horse.
A wagon coming across the distance.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're coming for me.
I am glad the marshal will be safe.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, over here, Chester. Hello, Doc.
Oh, well, hi, Matt. Now, let me take a look at that leg.
All right. Ouch. Doc.
Well, looks like you've had some help, Mr. Dillon. Glad to see Cannon good and hog-tied over there.
Thanks to Blue Horse and the squaw, I wouldn't be here without them.
Blue Horse? Well, Mr. Dillon, the Army's looking for him.
Yeah, I know. Hey, take it easy, Doc.
Oh, sorry, man. Say, your leg looks pretty good, Matt. Surprisingly good. I don't think you're going to have any trouble.
Blue Horse and his woman said it. Just had some good nursing.
I can see that.
Blue Horse?
I am here.
You understand that I'm a man of the law.
I understand.
Well, I want you to do just what I say. We'll be leaving soon. You and your squaw get on your horses.
You are taking us with you?
No. Now I'm sending you back. I want you to ride right out there. That way. Now, will you give me your word?
You have the word of Blue Horse.
All right, get going, then.
We will ride. Goodbye, Marshal.
Well, I've heard of ungrateful people in my time, but this beats all. You let him save your life, and then you send him back to be cooped up on the reservation.
I did what I had to do, Doc.
Well, I could have done something else. You pointing the way and making that Indian promise to go there, and you know he'll keep his word.
Yeah, I know he will.
Hey, wait a minute, Doc. I just thought of it. Mr. Dillon pointed north. That reservation's not north, it's south.
Huh? Well, by golly. Yeah, that's right.
Well, you made a mistake, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess I did, Chester.
How well do you know the history of your army? For example, do you know who the first chaplain was? He was the Reverend John Hurt. During the early days of the American Revolution, he served as chaplain of the 6th Virginia Infantry. Later, he became brigade chaplain. And finally, in 1790, he was appointed first chaplain of the United States Army. Thus, another page was added to the history of your United States Army.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
There is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. There is a difference, a great big difference. Get relief with every single drop.
Yes, there is a big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. The medication makes the difference. Only Vicks cough drops are medicated with the exclusive throat-soothing ingredients of Vicks Vapor Rub. 2 delicious flavors, Vicks Regular and new Wild Cherry. Next time your throat feels raw and irritated from coughs due to colds, remember,
there is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops.
The medication makes the difference.
Yes, the medication makes the difference.
And for a stuffy nose, just one whiff. With a Vicks inhaler, and that miserable feeling of a stuffy nose goes in seconds. Use it anywhere, anytime. Vicks inhaler.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Mr. Dillon?
What are you so riled up about, Chester?
Press Graydon and Howard Rab.
What are those bullies up to now?
Well, see, you won't never believe it, but there's a real Chinaman here in town. A little Chinese fellow with a pigtail and all. He just come into Dodge on a freighter's wagon, and right now Braden and Rab, they got him pushed up against the wall out there.
Oh, what are they doing to him?
Well, they're deviling him and poking fun at him. I told them to leave him alone, but, Mr. Dillon, I wish you'd go tell him.
All right, Chester. I'll go tell them.
If there's anything I hate, it's a bully.
Well, maybe they're just curious about him. He's the first Chinaman I ever knew of in Dodge.
Wait till you hear him. Here they are. Look. I think you understand one word they're saying. He just backed up there staring at him, holding tight that little old box he's got.
Maybe that's what they want.
That little box? That's probably just his medicine or something.
Oh, he's not an Indian, Chester.
No, sir, he ain't. But maybe them Chinese fellas has medicine, too. Look how he's hanging on to it.
You don't talk real good, do you, Rat?
Somebody must have split his tongue.
Oh, no. You know Chinese boys always sound like that. Now, look, good fella. I'm just asking you one more time. What are you doing in Dodge?
Oh, me catchy jobs. Me all the time working hard.
Oh, job, huh? Well, I sure hope you ain't brought your family with you.
No family. One man and one boy. All the same me.
Well, that's one good thing.
Why shouldn't the man have a family, Rab?
Oh, yeah. Hello, Marshal.
I said, why shouldn't he have a family?
Oh, well, you want a lot of Chinamen running around loose here?
What's your name, fella?
Chen Lang Wong. Me good boy. Got your place Dodge City all the time. Working hard.
Chen, I'm the U.S. Marshal here, and you're welcome in Dodge. You can stay here as long as you like.
What are you mixing in this for,
You got no business protecting him, Marshal. He's just dirty fawn, ain't he?
Except for the Indians, we're all foreigners here, Braden. Chen, I told you you're welcome, and you are. And if either one of these men bother you again, you come and tell me about it.
Now, look, Marshal, you look at that little box he's got. That's probably full of money that he stole somewhere.
No money. Chen no stealing no money.
Oh, who's gonna believe you?
Get out of here, you two.
Huh?
Go on, move.
See about this later.
I never heard nothing like it. The law protecting...
Chen no like you bring trouble, Marshal.
I'll worry about the trouble, Chen. Tell me, what kind of work do you do?
Oh, we catch on place. Very good cook.
A cook, huh?
Oh, yes.
Well, what kind of cooking do you do, Chen?
All kind. Chinese cooking, American cooking, all kind.
Say, you know what, Mr. Dillon? We ought to take him over to Delmonico's.
Oh, why?
Well, sir, Mr. Green fired the cook he had there yesterday. Might be he ain't found another one yet.
All right, Chester, you take him over. Chen, you remember what I said about Rab and Braden. You come tell me if they give you any trouble.
Millions know that the best laxative ever made is Haley's M.O. And now you can get it in a wonderful new flavored form. Yes, flavored Haley's M.O. Just imagine. It's a laxative that tastes so good, everyone will be delighted with it, children and adults alike. And remember, ordinary laxatives provide only a certain amount of relief. For irregularity is usually accompanied by acid stomach upset, and ordinary preparations pass right through your stomach without helping one bit. But because Haley's M.O. contains the two most widely approved and time-tested ingredients known, it works first in your stomach to relieve excess acidity, and then where other preparations act to relieve irregularity. By giving you thorough relief, Haley's M.O. makes you feel better, infinitely better than ordinary preparations do. And Haley's M.O. is so gentle, it's recommended even for surgical patients. So buy Haley's M.O. today. Look for the big letters M-O on the package. Get either the plain form or the new flavored Haley's M.O.
Mr. Green at Delmonico's took a chance and hired Chen Wong that day. And it turned out he wasn't lying about being a good cook, and neither was he lying about working hard. Mr. Green let him sleep in a storeroom off the kitchen, and there he stayed, out of sight, and for a while, out of trouble.
Oh, hello, Matt. Come in.
Hello, Doc.
I'll be right with you as soon as I finish with Chen Wong here.
No, what's the matter with Chen?
There, lying right there, you see? That's what was the matter with him.
You lost a tooth, aren't you?
There you are, Chen, I'm through. See, you better let me take a look at that in a day or two, huh?
Thank you, Doctor. I'll come back. How much do I owe you?
Oh, $1.
May I pay you next time? See, I won't get my salary from Mr. Green until Saturday. I have no money except for that.
Oh, sure, Chen, anytime.
Chen, the first time I saw you, you were being a very good Chinese boy, all the time worky hard, catch 'em job, that sort of thing.
Isn't that how a Chinaman's supposed to talk, Marshal?
Well, I thought it was, till just now.
Oh, some of my countrymen do talk like that, Marshal. English is a very difficult language for us.
Oh, what about you?
I was more fortunate than most. When I first came to America, I worked for a man who was very kind. He taught me, made me study and practice several hours every day.
Oh, I see. Well, why were you talking the other way when I first saw you?
Experience has taught me that many men resent a Chinaman who does not talk the way they expect him to. I wish to avoid trouble.
Chen's on his way to San Francisco, Matt. He's going home as soon as he can save up enough money for his passage.
Oh, well, I wish you luck, Chen.
Thank you, Marshal. Well, I must get back to work now. Good day, gentlemen.
So long, Chen.
Goodbye.
Yeah. He's a nice fella.
Yeah, he is.
I believe him about being broke, too.
Why shouldn't you, Doc?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Pless Braden and Howard Rabb. They've been saying Chen's got lots of money. Now, they say he keeps it hidden in that little box of his.
Oh. Yeah, with that kind of talk going around, Chen's in trouble. There are men besides Braden and Rabb who would murder him for his money and not even think it was a crime.
Suppose you're right, Matt.
I think I'll catch up with him and have a talk, Doc. I'll see you later. I had that talk with Chen, and I tried to get him to put his box in the bank and then let everybody know that he'd done so, but he said that he wanted the box near him and that he'd keep it hidden in his room. I couldn't argue him out of it, so I knew there'd be trouble. Sure enough, a couple of days later it happened, though not the way I'd expected. It was noon, and Chester and I went into Delmonico's for dinner.
Say, this place is plumb deserted, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe it's closed.
There's Mr. Green.
Green, are you closed today?
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm closed, Marshal. I got no cook.
What?
Chen, he won't cook today. I don't know what's the matter with him. He won't even talk.
Oh, where is he?
Sitting in his room back there on the floor, just sitting there, staring at his hand.
Well, maybe he's sick.
No, he ain't sick. There's something wrong with him. Maybe you can find out what it is, Marshal. He might talk to you.
Yeah, sure, I'll try.
It's a storeroom right off the kitchen, Marshal. Door's open.
Yeah, I'll find it. Hello, Chen.
Hello, Marshal.
Okay, can I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Come in.
How's your tooth? Giving you any trouble?
No.
Tell me something, Chen.
What, Marshal?
Do you consider me a friend?
I believe you are.
Good. Then maybe you'll let me help you.
In what way?
Well, I don't know. You'll have to tell me what's wrong first.
It would be difficult for you to understand, Marshal.
Well, maybe, but tell me anyway.
I'm Chinese, Marshal. I've lived many years in America, but I am still Chinese.
Yeah, go on.
Years ago, my country was overrun by a tribe of Tartars called the Manchus. As they took each city, they required the inhabitants to shave around their heads. leaving only a long strand of hair to be braided into a queue. It was a sign of subjugation. But that has been forgotten. And now the queue, or pigtail, as you call it, is of great importance to us.
Wait a minute, Chen. I just noticed. Where's yours?
To lose the queue is a great disgrace to us, Marshal.
Who did it, Chen?
2 men. The same 2.
You mean Braden and Rab?
He came here last night. They wanted my treasure box.
And you wouldn't tell them where it was, so they cut off your pigtail, is that it?
They took it away with them, Marshal. That makes my disgrace even worse.
Chen, will it help any if I get it back for you?
If I don't get it back, I must kill those 2, Marshal.
No, don't you go killing anybody. You let me handle this.
I'm very sorry, Marshal, for all the trouble.
You just wait here, Chen. I'll see what I can do.
Well, if it ain't Marshal Dillon. You gonna buy us a drink, Mark?
I thought I told you men to stay away from Chen Wang.
Chen Wang? Now what's he hollering about?
His pigtail. He wants it back.
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal.
Yes, you do.
Chen's lying to you, Marshal. All them heathen foreigners is lying.
Rab. I want that pigtail now. Where is it?
I don't know nothing about it, I tell you. It was not us, honest. Now, Marshal, we did not do it.
Maybe I ought to beat the truth out of you.
Oh, we're telling you the truth now, Marshal.
I don't believe you. You get that pigtail back to Chen or you're in trouble.
No, what do you mean, trouble?
You'll find out when it's too late. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. I went back to Chen and I tried to explain things to him. I told him what had happened if he killed anybody, but that didn't bother him. And then I got mad at him for being so stubborn, and I guess he figured I didn't understand at all. So I left him feeling pretty helpless. The next day he made his first move. I found out about it at the Long Branch.
Oh, it sure has been a long day, Matt. I'm worn out, and I got the whole night ahead of me yet.
Oh, well, what happened today, Kitty?
Oh, well, Sam over there got the bright idea of offering every other drink on the house to any soldier that walked in here.
Well, that's one way of keeping your saloon full.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. And if this goes on, I might as well move out to Fort Dodge and join the Army. I think it'd be easier.
I'm sure they'd be glad to have you, Kitty.
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, what's on your mind, Reb?
That Chinaman, that's what. He's haunting us, me and Braden, and if he don't stop it, I'm going to put a bullet in him.
What do you mean he's haunting you?
Why, all afternoon he's been following us. Wherever we go, he just stands around staring at us. Why, it drives men crazy after a while. Now, I'm warning you, Marshal. I'm going to shoot him.
Good. Then I can come to your hanging.
Rabbit told you before to give Chen back his pigtail. He won't bother you if you do.
You still believe him, don't you, Marshal?
I believe him.
Well, it's a fine thing when a U.S. Marshal takes the word of a stinking, dirty little...
Shut up! Now, you get out of here, Reb. Go on.
All right, I'm going.
Matt, you better do something about that. They'll kill Chen for sure.
Unless he kills them first, Kitty. But I'll tell Chester to keep an eye on him. I'll see you later.
Yeah, sure.
New kind of shoe shine, doodly-doo-doo, shine all up. A one, a two, a tell them what's new.
Kids scuffed up shoes take on a dancing shine.
With new Shinola, the liquid kind. 8, a 9, tell them it dries to a shine.
No puffin' and no buffin', it dries to a shine.
That new Shinola, the liquid kind.
Next thing you know, the Shinola folks will be offering to put the shoe polish on for you. Their new Shinola liquid wax not only shines itself with no rubbing or brushing, it now has an ingenious new kind of applicator that takes the work out of applying the polish. It's a flexible, flat-shaped applicator that bends to the contour of your shoe and eases right into those hard-to-get-at corners. Spreads the polish so accurately, you don't even have to take your shoes off to shine them. And Liquid Shinola's new wax shine is as special as the applicator. It's the fine leather shine you don't have to brush. Why not turn over your family's shoe-shining chores to new Shinola Liquid Wax?
I sure am sorry, Mr. Dillon.
Why did you lose them, Chester?
Well, see, they was in the Texas Trail having a drink, and I was watching them like you told me. Then Orlo Watts come up and started talking to me, and next I looked, they was gone, all three of them, so I come after you.
We'll find them.
Yes, I sure do hope so. Jim was carrying his little box, Mr. Dillon, right under his arm. He was... Look over yonder. What's everybody crowding up that alley for?
Well, let's go see.
All right, let Mr. Dillon through here, Don. Stand back, everybody. Alvin, then you... What? Mr. Dillon, it's Chan.
Yeah. He's been strangled, Chester.
Strangled?
Yeah, with his pigtail. I gave it back to him, all right.
Hey, look there. Knife. It's got blood all over, too.
That's a butcher knife. Chen must have cut one of them. Maybe both.
That'll make it easier to track them.
Yeah. Now listen, all you men. I want you to stay here. I don't want anybody following us. You understand? All right, come on, Chester. Just take it easy. He may be waiting for us.
Yes, sir. Look, there's something laying over there by that rain barrel. It's a man.
Yeah, it's Howard Rabb, Chester. Looks like Chen cut him up pretty bad.
He's dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Now let's find Braden.
Get on. Pull him back, Marshal. You ain't gonna take me.
He's out by that shed there, Mr. Jones.
Yeah. You stay here, Chester, and keep down. I'm going to crawl up there to where I can see him.
All right. I'll holler at him a little to keep his tension.
All right, good.
You ain't got no chance, Braden.
Get on back, I tell you.
Mighty poor shooting, Braden. You must be awful scared. Did Chen get his knife into you, too?
You just stand up one time, Chester. I'll be happy to kill you.
You drop your gun, Braden.
No!
Okay, Chester.
Did you kill him?
Yeah, I killed him.
Well, I guess you had to.
There's Chen's treasure box, Chester. Pick it up, will you?
Here it is. I guess that's what they killed him for. Must be full of money after all.
Now, let's take a look.
By golly, it is money.
Yeah, this much is money. $4.
$4? Is that all?
That's all.
What's that other paper?
I don't know. Strike a match, Chester. Hold it over here, huh?
Yeah. That looks like some kind of a document, don't it? What's it say?
I can't see it very well. Hold it closer. Some of it. Chen Lan Wang was of invaluable service and intelligence. General McClellan's Army of the Potomac. Peninsular Campaign, March 1862. Correct.
Wait a minute. Make another light. There we are.
In March 1862, in recognition, something. Chen Lan Wang is hereby granted full citizenship of the United States. Signed, Ulysses S. Grant, President.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Well, it looks like Chen wasn't exactly a foreigner after all, doesn't it?
Poor little fella.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take this letter out to Major Honeyman at Fort Dodge. I got an idea he might want to give Chen Wang a
military burial.
That'd be fine, Mr. Dillon. That'd be just fine.
Now, Basil Rathbone, star of stage, screen, and television.
Hello there. Nothing's more trouble to an actor than an awful cold. How can you perform? Burning with fever, muscles aching too. I have to get rid of those nasty cold miseries fast.
What do you take, Mr. Rathbone?
At the first sniffle, I take 4-way. It's the fastest way to stop cold distress, even a virus cold.
Right. Of all leading cold tablets, tests prove 4-way is the fastest acting brand. In minutes, 4-Way's exclusive formula is speeding amazing relief into your bloodstream. In the same time, other brands showed no sign of relief. No other cold tablet, only 4-Way, starts so fast to relieve all these cold miseries.
Relieves aches, pains, headache.
Reduces fever.
Calms upset stomach.
Overcomes irregularity. Today, get 4-Way brand cold tablets, fastest way to stop these cold miseries. Only 29 and 49 cents. If a bothersome cough accompanies your cold, get welcome relief with new liquid 4-Way cough and cold medication.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ben Reich, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
That's the sound of the village school bell, bringing back memories of our childhood when we learned our ABCs. And that's a sound similar to the historic ringing of the Liberty Bell in 1776. It serves to remind us of the vital part we play today in our nation's government. Be an informed American. Know the ABCs of your government. Under the letter L in the dictionary of U.S. government terms is the word lobby. A lobby is an organized group which seeks to influence legislators for passage or defeat of a bill. The First Amendment to the Constitution guarantees all citizens the right to petition for or against government decisions. Years ago, people with special favors to ask would stop congressmen in the Capitol lobbies to talk to them. Soon they became known in political slang as lobbyists. There are lobbies for and against everything. There are lobbies for low tariffs, lobbies for high tariffs, lobbies for federal aid to education, lobbies against federal aid to education, lobbies for rigid farm price supports, lobbies for flexible supports. Lobbies have been referred to as the third house of Congress, which works behind the scenes. Keep the spirit of the Liberty Bell ringing. Be an informed American. Know the ABCs of our nation's government in action.
Mr. Dillon, I sure would feel a lot safer if we had Brad Kyler locked up there in jail like his brother.
Yeah, so would I, Chester.
You'd think if he was around town, somebody would have saw him.
Maybe he doesn't want to be seen.
It's a mighty upsetting feeling not knowing if any minute you might get a bullet in the back.
And that's probably the way he'll try it, too, in the back. Yeah, let's take another look in the Long Branch.
All right, sir.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Have you caught Brad Kyler yet, Matt?
Haven't even found a trace of him, Kitty.
Seems to me you could make his brother talk.
Not so far.
You got him locked up in jail. Isn't there some way of forcing him?
Take an axe handle to him, do you mean?
Oh, well, no.
Come right down to it, Miss Kitty. I don't think even that'd break him down. Them Kyler boys is tougher than army mules. Brad and Ray's both.
They're just a pair of cold-blooded killers.
Sure they are, and proud of it. Ray sits over there in his cell, brags about the things they've done, admits all of it.
He says he'll never stand trial, though, that Brad will get him out before then.
Oh, he's just bluffing, Matt.
No, Brad will make a try, at least.
Matt.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Hey, Matt, if you want to stop a big fight, maybe a killing,
Yeah?
you better move in on that poker game over in the corner.
Looks peaceful enough to
No,
me.
no, it isn't. It's crooked, Matt. I smelled it, so I pulled out just now. And some of the others are getting kind of itchy, too. I think Ben Stoddard's about to call a showdown.
Who's doing the cheating?
But I figure that, you see that old fellow over there by the wall?
Yeah?
With the fancy vest and the soles off his boots? Well, he's marked the deck somehow, the way it looks to me.
You know who he is, Doc?
No, I know. He's a stranger in town. Claims he's a big-time stage actor back east. But I think he's mostly hot air and bad whiskey.
All right, mister. This has gone far enough.
There it is, Matt.
Yeah.
You've been winning all. You fired regular for suiting me, mister.
I beg your pardon, my dear sir.
Now, don't high-talk me, you fancy, do.
All right, Ben, all of you. Take it easy now. Now, what's the trouble?
Now, this man's been cheating on us. That's the trouble.
Sir, may I ask if you represent the law here?
I'm the U.S. Marshal, yeah. Who are you?
I, sir, have the distinction of being Edward Vanderman, a name with which you are no doubt familiar.
No, I can't say that I am.
Then may I inform you, Marshal, that I am the Edward Vanderman who has trod the boards for these many years before the crowned heads of Europe, always to the wildest acclaim.
That's very interesting.
23 weeks as Hamlet at the Covent Garden Music Hall. 31 weeks in the unforgettable role of Macbeth.
All right, but what about this poker game?
Was a ridiculous accusation. I had the impression I was playing with gentlemen instead of these coughing, haggling creatures.
Let me have him, Marshal. Just let me and the boys take him out back for just 5 minutes.
How do you know he was cheating, Ben?
He was cheating. We all know it. Look at these cards. Nicked and clipped and cornered, every one of them. He's been working them over for the last hour. His luck's been getting better all the time.
How about his table stakes there? Most of that yours?
Most all of it. He had only $5 to start with.
All right, then keep it and split it up however you figured. Come on, Vanderman.
I beg your pardon,
Come
sir.
on outside. Now move. Out this door. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, Vanderman, I'm going to make this short. We don't like card sharps in Dodge. You get out of town tonight.
Sir, I am not a card sharp.
You were cheating, weren't you?
I was... Well, yes, I was cheating. But it was out of desperation, sir. That and the drink on an empty stomach. Marshal, I can't get out of town.
Oh, why not?
Well, to put it quite simply, sir, I am broke.
What?
A matter of unfortunate investments, you might say. At any rate, Dodge City is the end of the line. I haven't a cent, and as you can see, I'm not very well equipped for walking.
When did you eat last?
Oh, approximately 24 hours ago.
All right. Chester, take him over to the jail and give him some of that stew that you made. He can sleep on the cot tonight, and maybe we can figure out something in the morning for him.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Marshal, you have not only earned my undying gratitude, but I promise I will never crimp another deck as long as I live. Furthermore, you may call me Edward.
All right, Edward. But, you should save your gratitude until you taste that stew at Chester's.
Times have changed, and so has the man. In the year 1775, a patriotic, enterprising American by the name of David Bushnell invented a strange craft. It was constructed of two oak beams resembling two platters clapped together and propelled by a water screw attached to a hand-operated crank. Another water screw regulated the depth to which the craft could descend. This was the American Turtle, the first United States submarine. 179 years later, 1954, the United States came up with another first. This time, however, it was a 3,000-ton, $55 million vessel powered by an atomic reactor. It was the Nautilus, the world's first atom-powered submarine. And where the American Turtle was a one-man operation dependent on courage and brawn, the Nautilus is a complicated network of advanced electronics, the operation of which is dependent upon a team of highly trained, skilled Navy men who know their jobs and do them well. Yes, times have changed, and so has the man.
Marshal, you've gone clean out of your mind.
You think so, Joe?
Instead of running that old feller out of town, you stand here and ask me to give him a job.
Look, Joe, you need a waiter. You said so yesterday. And where else you going to find one who can fill in as cook if you want to take a morning off now and then?
How do I know he can cook?
Well, he says he can. Try him out. Well, what have you got to lose?
My restaurant, maybe. If he was to take a notion to sell it while my back was turned.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Joe. Nobody'd buy it once they got to look at all them cockroaches.
I got no more cockroaches than anybody else in Dodge.
Yeah, but yours is bigger.
That's because the food here's better.
Well, what do you say, Joe? Edward's waiting outside. You want to give him a try?
I can't figure what you're up to, Marshal. Spending time trying to get some stranger a job ain't got much to do with law enforcement.
Well, it might have in the long run. He was broke and desperate. That's why he cheated in that card game. And he's still broke and desperate. Now, how about it, Joe?
All right, Marshal. Call him in.
Thanks, Joe. Edward, come on in.
Hey, Joe, just don't get in no card games with him. Why, that fella can
Edward,
live in the bottom of the...
This is Joe Carpy, your new boss.
Mr. Carpy?
It's $1 a day in grub and he can sleep on a cot in the storeroom.
You, sir, are overwhelming in your generosity.
You can start out washing them dishes there.
Very well. Unaccustomed as I am to exercising my unique talents in scullery, I nonetheless approach the task at hand with a high heart and doughty courage. Where's the soap?
Does he always talk this way?
Yeah, mostly. Come on, Chester. Thanks again, Joe.
Just one thing, Marshal. Behind this mask of frivolity, I am eternally grateful to you.
Forget it, Edward.
Your trust, sir, is not misplaced. I will not disappoint you.
Drop by the jail when you get a chance, huh? Let's go, Chester.
Come, my good man. The salt. There's the salt.
What's the matter, Chester? You don't look too happy. Aren't you glad he got the job?
Well, yes, sir, but I just suddenly remembered Brad Kyler. You ain't forgot about him, have you?
Chester, when a man like Kyler's gunning for you, you don't forget it too easy.
Got the tray all fixed, Mr. Dillon. We can take it back to him whenever you're ready.
All right, Chester, let's get it over with.
I swear it sure ain't much pleasure to fix supper for somebody that don't appreciate it.
A race Kyler wouldn't appreciate anything we did for him.
You still don't have to be so mean about it.
Yeah, being mean's what got him in jail in the first place. Race, here's your supper.
What is it? That same slop you've been bringing every night?
There.
Whatever it is, it's what you get. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. It'd make you too happy if I was to starve.
All right, get back away from this cell door. All right, Chester, set it inside.
I can smell that stuff clear over here.
By golly, tomorrow night I'm going to cook you grits.
Tomorrow night I may not be here.
All right, Chester, come on. You'll be here, Race, until the day you stand trial.
Maybe my brother will have something to say about that.
No? Well, he's had plenty of time to say it. What's keeping him?
He'll be here. Don't worry. Before we leave town, we're going to get you, Marshal.
You do that, Race. Come on, Chester.
You'll find out. You just wait.
I declare that's the honest human being I ever seen.
Yeah.
Marshal?
Huh? Hey, come on in. What's the matter, Joe?
Marshal, I ought to make you pay the loss yourself.
What are you talking about?
That gall-darn card sharp you got me to take on, he's gone.
What?
He took every cent out of the till along with him. Lord knows where he is by now.
I got a pretty good idea where he is, Joe. And I wish I didn't.
Yeah. Here, Matt. Whooping it up down there by the end of the bar.
I see him.
He had had a few drinks before he came in, and he's had more since. But where'd he get the money, Matt?
Stole it?
Huh?
From Joe Carty.
Oh, no. After you got him the job?
Well, I should have known better, I guess, but I hate to see a man down and out pushed against a wall.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Well, I'll see you later.
A toast, gentlemen. Toast to the royal blood of the House of Barleycorn.
All right, I'm sorry. Edward, the party's over.
Oh, dear me. The Sheriff of Nottingham. Yes, indeed.
Come on, let's go.
No, wait, Marshal. This is merely a natural misunderstanding which I can explain quite easily if you will only permit me.
Don't bother.
But I feel it's the least I can do under the circumstances. Only one moment, Marshal. If you will listen to me.
All right, let's hear it.
I accepted my menial role this morning with proper humility, Marshal. And throughout the long day I labored diligently, conscientiously, gratefully, humbly. Then, as eventide drew nigh, in Master Copy's cupboard, I found a bottle.
So
I looked, I sniffed, I tasted, I imbibed, and morality and ethics were flung to the winds. As I warned you, drink is my weakness.
On an empty stomach, so you said.
Yes. Well, I neglected to add that a precisely similar effect occurs on a full stomach. I'm sorry, Marshal.
Come on, let's go.
No, wait. I was quite sincere this morning when I promised not to fail your trust, Marshal. Nonetheless, I did fail it. There is no excuse, of course. I suppose that I really should face the fact that I am just a bit on the worthless side.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Edward.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Dillon, 3 different people seen him down by the depot.
Who?
Brad Tyler. He's here, all right.
This is Dick Sinclair. You know, a great deal of publicity has been given lately to NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. For over 8 years, this alliance of the free world has been protecting the peoples of its 15 member nations from Soviet aggression. Its reason for being echoes the words of Woodrow Wilson back in 1917. Quote, "Our object now is to vindicate the principles of peace and justice in the life of the world as against selfish and autocratic power, and to set up among the really free and self-governed peoples of the world such a concert of purpose and of action as will henceforth ensure the observance of these principles, unquote. No matter how you describe the work of NATO, just remember, it's guarding your freedom.
What? Who is it?
It's me,
Oh. Hello, Doc. Can't you find any place to loaf except in front of the jail?
Well, with you and Brad Kyler on the prowl for each other, I figure I might as well just wait right here until one of you needed me.
Yeah, you're wasting your time, Doc. I can't find a hide or hair of him.
He's here in town somewhere. Folks have seen him.
And I'm not one of them, though. Come on in. Chester.
Has he got it locked?
Yeah, I guess so. Chester.
Who is it?
It's me, Chester. Open up.
Oh, all right. Just a minute. Hello, Doc.
Yeah, Chester.
Sure am glad to see you, Mr. Dillon. I've been sitting here at this rifle and jumping out of my skin every time an owl hooted.
There are no owls this time of year, Chester.
Well, I know that, Doc. It's just kindly a... Well, I'm Brad Kyler, Mr. Dillon.
No, not a sign of him, Chester.
Race Kyler's been yelling for the last 15 minutes. He wants to see you when you come in.
No?
Man, poor old actor fella ain't had much to say. Just sits there in his cell, looks at the floor. I think he's feeling real remorseful for letting you down.
Well, he should have thought of that before he stole the money.
Yes, I know, but I still think it's bothering him considerable.
Chester!
Oh, there's Race yelling again.
All right, I'll go see what he wants. Boil up some coffee, will you, Chester?
Yes, it won't take a minute. I got some water already.
That's you, Chester? No, it's not Chester.
You finally got back.
What do you want, Race?
You didn't run into my brother, did you?
If I had, he'd be in that cell with you right now.
Marshal!
Yeah, what, Eddie?
Never mind him. I got a little business with you myself.
No, Marshal, he's got a gun under that
You keep
blanket.
your mouth shut.
Drop the gun, Race.
All right,
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm all right, Chester. Get the cell keys.
Chester.
Take it easy, Edward.
His brother came outside, threw the gun in, through the cell window a little while ago.
Don't try to talk, Edward.
Which one first, Matt?
Never mind, Race. I had to kill him. Here, let me get the cell.
Marshal?
Yeah, I'm right here, Edward. All right, Doc, see what you can do for him.
Race planned to shoot you. Said he'd kill me if I'd warned you.
Yeah, but you did warn me, Edward.
It's no use, Matt.
His brother is waiting. 2 horses, north end of River Bridge.
I'll get him.
You trusted me, Marshal. Nobody has for a long time. Funny, never much good at living, but on stage, I was always very good at dying. Death scenes, they were always my best.
Edward.
That's it, Matt.
He knew Race had shoot him, but he still warned me. I don't know, Doc. Maybe he was worthless, but like he said, he was pretty good at dying.
Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Tarrin, James Westerfield, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
The town sure does seem deserted tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it's pretty late, Chester.
Well, it won't be like this much longer. End of the month, the toll herds will start rolling in, and there won't be no peace around here for fall.
You're a hard man to please.
Oh, I ain't complaining. It'd be kind of nice to have some life and excitement. How are you, Marshal? You remember me?
Yeah, sure, I remember you, Elvin. Well, you've grown some.
Sure. I've had 2 years to do it.
Put on any sense, have you? Along with the weight?
Enough so I'm still not in jail.
Yeah. I gave you a year, didn't I? Said you'd either be jailed or hung by then.
I sure hate to disappoint you, Marshal.
Chester, you remember Elvin Greb, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do. And I still got no use for him. You men sure ain't very friendly.
What are your plans, Elvin?
Nothing much. Just got a hankering to see the old hometown.
Your Ma and Billy are getting along fine without you. Why don't you leave them alone?
I figured they might need some help, maybe.
You didn't figure it when you lived here. And you haven't worried about them for the last 2 years.
Now, Marshal...
You shut up and listen to me. 2 years ago, after I let you get away with everything but murder just for your ma's sake, I finally ran you out of town, and I told you not to come back.
Yeah, I remember.
All right. You are back. For this time, you don't get any second chances. You make one wrong move, and I'm on you, Elvin.
A man can change, Marshal.
Some can and some can't.
I'm just telling you how you stand and dodge.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder.
What?
Marshal, a couple fellows riding out behind the bank there.
What?
Look, Marshal.
That's why you've been so talkative, huh? You're the lookout.
Lookout? Now, Marshal, walk toward the river.
Hey, Greb, come back here. You're under arrest.
Not yet, Marshal. Now, while I got a gun in my holster...
Don't be a fool, Greb.
Look out!
Allie's dead, Chester.
You gonna go after him, Mr. Dillon?
No, it's too dark now. We couldn't track him tonight.
Matt! That you, Matt?
Yeah, over here, Doc.
What happened, Matt?
Take over, will you, Doc?
Sure. Let's see. What? Why, it's young Elvin Greb.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know he was around this part of the country.
Allie's come home now, Doc. Just stay. Pretty poor ground, all right.
I don't see how nobody could make a living off a homestead like this one.
That takes some scratching, I guess, especially with just her and Billy to do the work.
There's Miss Greb over at the corral.
Yeah.
Bet she's already had. Seems like to me we could have took time for some breakfast before we rode way out here.
And I wanted to tell her before somebody else did, Chester.
Hey! Get in the gate! Get on there!
Let's give her a hand. Those calves are getting away from her. Circle those over there by the barn, and I'll pick up these along the fence here. All right, that's good enough, Chester. The rest of them will follow.
Yes, sir. Get in, you! Get the gate closed. Close it. Here I go. Enough to drive a body clean out of the mind. There. Much obliged to you, Marshal. Chester?
That's no trouble, man.
Well, come on up the house, Marshal. I'll set on a pot of coffee.
Oh, thank you. Why didn't you get Billy out here to give you a hand?
Billy? And he ain't the reason you're here?
Why should he be?
I'm worried sick, Marshal. He acted real funny all day yesterday. And this morning he saddled up and took off for dawn. I heard him right out of the yard. First I knowed of it.
I see.
I don't know where he went, what he's up to. He acted mighty strange-like last night. He wouldn't look me in the eye. That ain't like him, Marshal. Really ain't like Elvin. Pray Lord he don't never get like him.
Elvin came back yesterday, Miss Greb.
What?
He was around town last night.
And Billy seen him. That's why he was acting the way he was.
Yeah, maybe.
I hoped he'd never come back. Even if he is my own son. He'll work on Billy now. He'll get him started down the same road he's on.
Miss Greb. Elvin's dead.
Dead?
Yes, and he and two other men broke into the cattleman's bank last night. When I started to arrest him, he drew and fired at me.
Dead? Elvin. I think I'd better sit down.
Here, ma'am. Sit on this chair.
Now, I remember the winter he was 4, and he caught the pox. I took care of him night and day for a whole week, thinking any hour we was going to lose him. Might have been better if we had.
I'm sorry, Miss Greb.
Oh, I knowed for 3-4 years it was going to end this way, Marshal.
I only wish there'd been some way to avoid it.
What did I do wrong, Marshal, back along the years, someplace that Made him turn bad?
A person never knows, I guess, man. They just do the best they can.
I gotta know. I got Billy to think of.
Do you think he knew, Miss Greb, about Elvin being killed?
Not when he left this morning. He couldn't have. He was home all night. Nobody's been here.
He was probably meeting the three of them somewhere. Hideout, maybe.
Yeah, I reckon. There's a ham missing and some other victuals. What can I do, Marshal? Billy just can't go bad.
Well, at least Elvin won't be a wrong influence on him. Not now, anyway.
You really think that, Marshal? I ain't so sure.
Must be a terrible feeling, Matt.
What are you talking about, Kitty?
Those two men who got away last night, not knowing who they are or where they are. Or when they'll step out from behind a building and try to shoot you in the back.
They don't have much reason to do that.
You killed Elvin Greb. He was in with him. Revenge is the reason.
Yeah, it is sometimes.
I just hope maybe they left the country.
I doubt if they have, Kitty. I think they're holed up somewhere around Dodge.
Matt, I don't see how you can be so calm about it.
I'm not calm, Kitty. Not till I find Billy Greb.
If you find him, you'll find them all.
Well, I hope so.
But you know he's joined up with them.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Mr. Dillon? Here you are.
What's the matter, Chester?
Billy Greb. Did he come in here just now?
No.
I had a score. I just seen him out in the street. Some kid that sure looked like him anyhow, and he was heading right in
Matt,
here.
behind Chester.
Evening, Billy.
You dirty, rotten killer.
Your brother chose, Billy. I didn't. He knew what he was up against. Now, you better put that gun away.
Sure I will. After I've emptied it in you.
Oh? Billy, I'll give a kid more chances than I would a man, but not enough to get myself killed. Now, you hand over that gun.
Stay back, Marshal. I ain't fooling.
Did the gang give you the gun? Did they send you in to do their dirty work for them?
Stop. Don't come no closer.
I'm not putting up with any more foolishness, Billy. Now, you give me that gun before I throw you over my knee and take the flat of my hand to you.
No.
I said hand that over.
No.
Thanks.
I'll kill you. So help me, I'll kill you.
Chester. Take him over and lock him up.
Richard, come on now, Billy. You'll kill him. You wait and see. I'll kill him till I think I'll do you.
You took a big chance, Matt. A crazy kid like that's worse than a gunfighter.
Yeah, I know, Kitty. And I can't keep him in jail forever.
Myself, getting victuals like this to eat.
Now, there's some who wouldn't agree with you, Chester.
Getting them fetched to you? Well, it's just like a fancy hotel.
Here's your breakfast, Billy.
I don't want none.
Well, maybe you'll change your mind. All right, take it inside, Chester.
Yes, sir. The dang tight bit of breakfast and I ate this morning. I told you I don't want it.
All right, then leave it.
Let them eggs and sideboard go to waste. You can just eat cold mush tomorrow morning. I want out of here, Marshal. You ain't got nothing to hold me for.
Well, Judge Bent says different. He's going to set bail this afternoon or tomorrow.
Tomorrow, pay it.
Yeah? And you'll probably let her. You really hate her, don't you, Billy?
Hate her?
You crazy?
If you don't hate her, why are you doing the same thing to her that your brother did?
You shut up. Ma just don't understand. Elvin was big. He took anything he wanted and didn't ask nobody.
He's not big now, Billy. No bigger than the rest of them out there on Boot Hill.
You're going to pay for that, Marshal. If they don't get you, I will.
They? Who's they, Billy?
You'd like to know, wouldn't you?
They're a pair of sneaking, thieving rats, the same as Elvin was. You don't owe them anything. Now, where are they?
Matt! You in there?
Yeah, I'll be right out, Doc. You better think it over, Billy.
You think it over, Marshal. Maybe you won't call him rats when one of us guns you for killing my brother.
He's pretty head up, ain't he?
Yeah. Come on, Doc.
Oh, Matt, you still got the grub boy here?
We just took him his breakfast.
Oh, good. I figured maybe you'd want to know about his ma.
No, what about her?
It was that herd of yearling calves she's got out there. Seems that she was trying to work them by herself, and they knocked her down and trampled her.
Was she hurt bad?
Well, she'd be laid up in bed a week or so. She looks worse off than she is. Why, you'd think the Indians had caught her maybe and beat her to a pulp. Well, my trouble never comes single once it starts.
Wait a minute, Doc. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Yeah, that might work. If she'll go along with it, it just might work. We'll leave the horses here.
All right.
Come on, Billy. Let's go in and see her.
What happened to her? Why won't you tell me what happened to her?
I guess she wants to tell you herself.
Ma? Ma, where are you? In here, Billy.
All right, go on.
Ma, you all right?
So, Billy. At least I guess I will be. Doc says I will, but... Billy, why they got handcuffs on you?
It ain't nothing, Ma.
Marshal said he knowed where you was, and he'd bet you, but... What's he done, Marshal?
Well, he just lost his head a little, ma'am. I might have been willing to forget that part, but... Well, he's dead set on protecting a couple of bank robbers. And I figured a jail cell might change his mind for him.
Them two that was with Elvin, that's who it was. His partners, friends, that's who you're protecting.
Now, Ma...
You're a sneaking coward. Just as low and mean and worthless as Elvin had got to be.
He's dead, Ma. You got no call to talk about him like that.
Dead, yes. Better off dead. I'm his own ma saying it. You ought to have been here this morning, Billy. Shake hands with your friends. Maybe you could have helped them.
What you talking about?
Look at me. How do you think this happened?
They wouldn't do that.
They're your friends. Yours and Elvin's. All I seen was the handkerchiefs over their faces. They said Elvin had told them I was keeping money for them. Money they'd stole somewhere.
Ma, they didn't.
They couldn't have dragged me out in the yard, Billy. Used their boots, a chunk of stove wood.
I'll kill them. So help me, I'll kill them both.
Why, them? They're the same kind as Elvin. They were his friends.
Well, they ain't my friends. Marshal, their names is Chuck Speller and Curly Tallman. They're at that old abandoned sod house west of Branch Fork Crossing, just above the ridge.
Yeah, I know where it is, Billy. All right, take the handcuffs off, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Marshal. I acted pretty crazy.
We all do once in a while, Billy.
Elvin must have been the same kind, or he wouldn't have run with him. I guess he wasn't so big at all.
No, Billy, not very big, I'm afraid.
Billy, would you mind fixing me a cup of tea?
Oh, sure, Ma. Right away. Now, you just lay back there and rest. You're going to be well in no time.
I lied to him, Marshal. It was a white lie, though, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am. About as white as they come, Miss Graham. Well, Chester, I guess we'd better go bring him in.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Marshal. Chester.
How are you, Schuyler?
Schuyler.
Is young Danny Leitz around?
Yeah, room 14, straight down the hall.
No, thanks.
He checked in last night.
Mr. Dillon, you suppose Danny and his pa's had another scrap of some kind?
I might have. Old Cater's pretty hard to get along with. I'm surprised the boy stood it as long as he has.
Oh, it sure was a funny-sounding note he sent over to the office. What do you make of it?
Chester, if I could make anything of it, we wouldn't have to come here asking, would we?
I didn't think you'd Marshal Dillon.
Morning, Danny. Mind if we come in?
Well, I was just about to go out.
That won't take a minute. I just wanted to find out what you meant by this note, Danny.
You better go on out to the farm and ask my pa.
Oh, I'm going to, but I just thought maybe you could give me some idea first.
You better talk to him, Marshal.
How is he, anyway? Last time I saw him, he was having some trouble.
He never changes, you know that. Except to get meaner.
Oh. You two have trouble, did you?
We had trouble, yeah.
That's why you stayed here in town last night, huh?
I walked out, Marshal, and I ain't going back. I've took all off him, I'm going to. Now, look, I got some things to do now, so
Did the trouble have anything to do with this note?
Not exactly. He wanted you to come out to the farm. I told him I'd pass the word to you. Look, Marshal, he can tell you all this. I haven't got time
You
now.
got time to answer a couple of questions, Danny. Now, what does he want to see me about?
It's trespassers again. They're camping down by the pond to be close to water.
Oh?
They ain't heard nothing. We don't even use that lower section. But that don't make no difference to him.
Now, your pa's always been like that.
Trouble is, he thinks the whole world's his, and everybody in it, including me. But I ain't a kid no more. That he can cuss at and take a whip.
Are you expecting somebody?
Well, not exactly. I
We'd better find out who it is, hadn't we?
But, no, wait, Marshal.
Good morning, young lady.
Naomi.
I am come to see you, Danny, like I say I am.
This is Marshal Dillon and Chester Proudfoot. This is Naomi.
How do you do?
I do.
Hey, friends of Danny, it's friends of me.
Look, Naomi, they're just going. You wait here. I'll walk out with them. You coming, Marshal?
Yeah, okay, Danny. Pleasure meeting you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Look, Marshal, it ain't like you're thinking.
I wasn't thinking anything, Danny. Naomi there, she's a gypsy, isn't she?
Well, what of it?
And those trespassers camping out at your pa's farm?
All right, they're gypsies, and she's one of them. What about it?
Now, you're asking for trouble, Danny.
You sound just like my pa.
Gypsies take care of their own. They make their own laws. And they're pretty strict laws.
Why don't you let me worry about it, huh?
Well, that's what you'll do, Danny, if you're smart. You'll worry about it a lot.
I reckon there's one flag the whole world knows and mostly respects. It's on a stamp here in my album, that the United States Post Office put out in October 1963 to honor the 100th birthday of the International Red Cross. I'll find it here now. Now, maybe you didn't know there are two Red Cross organizations. Both of them started in Geneva, Switzerland, and had headquarters there. But they each do different jobs. Yeah, this stamp shows how one of them helped free anti-Castro Cuban fighters who got captured at the Bay of Pigs. That's what the International Committee of the Red Cross does as a neutral body, making arrangements for exchange of prisoners, trying to protect sick and wounded soldiers, and helping civilians and refugees in war areas. The other is the League of Red Cross Societies. It operates in almost 90 countries, giving aid in every kind of emergency or disaster and carrying on health, safety, and relief projects. I kind of figure this is one of the best stamps in my book.
Here, Mr. Dillon?
Now, they ought to. He's put 20 hours a day on it for the last 10 years. Hey, Cater!
Oh! Morning, Marshal. Chester. Just a minute till I jump out the rest of this feed. There. Eat your heads off now, you mangy varmints. Put some weight on. Any fool that tries to raise hogs on the prairie just ain't got good sense, Marshal.
Now, they look all right to me.
Yeah, they won't make a cent. Costs more to feed them than they're worth. Kind of took your time coming out, didn't you?
Well, if you call 3 hours taking our time, that's when I got your note.
Yeah, that worthless young pup. I told him to tell you last night as soon as he got in town. Come over here and sit in the shade.
All right. Cater, you and Danny have an argument?
I talked, and he listened. He ain't got the gumption to argue.
He tells me he's not coming back home.
And he'll come back. He'd starve to death if he had to feed himself. Somebody'll yell boo at him in the dark, and he'll come hightailing back fast.
I'm afraid I don't agree with you, Cater. Danny always looked to me like a pretty decent kid.
He ain't worth the powder to blow him up. And the last straw was when he was too lily-livered to run them trespassers off.
Oh, why don't you leave those people alone, Cater? They're figuring to move on by the end of the week anyway.
Sure, and take half the farm with them, like as not. I'm missing 5 pullets now. Stole just since they've been there.
Now, that might have been a coyote or a weasel, maybe.
Yeah, and it might have been that pack of thieving gypsies, too. Marshal, I didn't build this farm by putting up the squatters, and I ain't about to start now. I fought for this land, every square foot of it. And I'll keep right on fighting.
Times are different from when they were when you first came to the prairie, Cater.
Yeah, people ain't. They're all out to take what you got away from you. You always got to keep outguessing them and out-fighting them. That's what I tried to learn that boy of mine.
He ain't got the backbone of an angleworm. Why, he didn't even take a gun when I sent him over to run them thieving gypsies out.
You know, Cater, there are other answers in this world besides guns.
Yeah, but it was guns that won this country, and they'll keep on winning it, too. You pack one yourself, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I use it to enforce the law, but not to settle every personal argument that comes along.
Well, then start enforcing the law. Now, you go over there and talk to them gypsies and tell them to get out.
I have talked to them. Chester and I just came from there.
Did you run them out?
They're repairing their wagons, building wheels, and setting hubs. They'll try to pull out sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, so they outbluffed you, too, did they? What'd they do? Dangle one of their women in front of you? That's what they done with Danny.
Oh?
Yeah, I seen what was going on. He was sweet-eyeing one of them all week, and she was letting him, too.
Now, listen a minute,
Now, you
Peter.
look to your duty, Marshal. Stop taking up for them foreigners.
Will you listen to me, I said? Now, those people are touchy enough at best. If you go insulting them, you're going to have some real trouble on your hands.
Gypsies are bad luck, and I want them out of there.
They'll be out by tomorrow evening. And in the meantime, you leave that rifle of yours in the house and stay away from that pond. You understand?
Matt, if words were dollars, you'd be the biggest miser in the Long Branch.
Huh? Well, what do you mean, Kitty?
Well, you sure haven't been talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And what's worse, you haven't been listening to me.
I thought there was more to it. Okay, what were you saying?
Oh, I don't remember. But it's a principle. Girl can't stand being ignored.
Ignored? Well, in that dress you're wearing, you'd be pretty hard to ignore.
Oh, well, it's not that skimpy. Well, it's the latest thing.
Oh, it's fine, Kitty. It's fine. Oh, I don't know, Kitty. I guess I'm just kind of down this evening.
Oh, trouble?
Not yet, but I just got a feeling there's going to be.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's just a hunch.
Well, why don't you go get your fortune told? There's a band of gypsies in town.
Oh? How did you know?
Some of them were in here. Not drinking or anything, just looking around.
Oh, is that so?
Did you know young Danny Leeds has got himself a gypsy girl? She's pretty as a picture. I saw him in the restaurant.
Tell me, Kitty, is she still in town?
Well, she was a couple of hours ago. Why, Matt? Something wrong?
Oh, no, I guess not. I suppose he ought to have a chance to find at least one thing for himself in this world. Old Cater's never let him call a breath his own.
I like Danny. He's a good boy. But that Cater...
Well, sod busting's a rough life, Kitty. Makes a man either mean or wise, or else it kills him. So far, it's just made Cater mean.
Oh, he was born that way, Matt. All he's got in the world is his son. You'd think he'd treat him decent.
Mr. Dillon, you better come on over to the depot.
Oh, what is it, Chester?
Danny Leeds been hurting real bad. He's unconscious.
Huh? All right, I'll meet you there. You go get Doc.
Step out.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right, Matt. Just been beat up a little. He had a bad whack on the head there. Oh, well, he's coming around. Wake up, lad. Come on now, boy. You can't sleep forever. Anybody know how it happened?
No, the station agent come out and seen him laying there.
That's it. Come on, Danny, man. Back to the world of the living.
What is it? Huh? What happened?
Well, that's what I was about to ask you, Danny. What did happen?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just waiting here till train time. Where is she? Huh? Where's Naomi?
Easy now, boy.
They took her.
Who took her, Danny?
The gypsies. She said they would. She said they would if we didn't get away in time.
What's she mean, gypsy?
Well, later, Doc, later. Go on, Danny.
We was aiming to leave, going to Kansas City. I got tickets on the train.
Oh, you're not in any shape to travel, son.
Yeah. We got here early. Stayed right down here at the end of the platform, out of sight. Naomi was scared. She said it was going to end bad. She was right. We was aiming to get married in Kansas City, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Danny.
They come out of the shadows there. 8 or 10 of them. Next thing I knowed, they grabbed Naomi. They come at me with knives. Then one of them hit me from behind. Yeah, that's all I know. Let me go, Doc.
Oh, you're in no condition to be standing up, Danny.
I never have stood up, Doc.
Here, boy.
Let go. I didn't stand up when they come and took her. I didn't lift a hand.
You couldn't have done anything, Danny.
Maybe Paul's right. If you want anything, if you want to keep it, you got to hit out at anybody that gets close. Hit him first. That's the way Pa thinks.
And he's hated for it, Danny. He hasn't got a friend in the world.
Well, what have I got? The only thing I ever wanted. The only person that ever thought I amounted to something. And I let them come and take her back without even fighting for her.
Why don't you go to your room and rest a while, Danny?
Go to bed without my supper? Is that what you mean?
Oh, now, Danny,
But what are you all gaping at? Ain't you ever never seen a coward before?
Take it easy now, Danny.
I gotta get out of here, Marshal. I gotta get out of here before I bust wide open.
Cussing train's pulling out right on time for once.
Yeah. It's too bad this happened. Danny and that girl might have got on fine.
What girl are you talking about, man? I'd like to know what's going on here once in a while, too.
Hey, what's the idea? Come back here. Marshal, you see that?
See what, mister?
That young fella, the one that was hurt, he grabbed my gun out of my holster and lit out on that horse like the old Nick was after him.
Let's get our horses, Chester.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, and yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And when you're taking Stillwater, you get with it Oklahoma State University, because the town is the university, and the university is the town. And any student from these parts who's really serious about animal husbandry, veterinary medicine, or engineering will be there. He'll likely belong to Sigma Nu, or maybe be a Beta. And she'll become one of the KKGs, or possibly pledge to Theta. His bright new blazer is from Bates Brothers down at the end of University Avenue in the campus corner. And her latest mod is from Bonnie's in the Student Union. Downtown's a 10-minute walk. And you can't miss the new First National Bank, because it's right across Maine from the old. About 10 miles out, you can water ski on Lake Carl Blackwell, or go somewhat farther to O'Keene for the annual rattlesnake hunt. But if your hometown is Stillwater, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you it's still there.
Here we are, Chester.
Yeah, but them gypsies pulled out, Mr. Dillon. They broke camp and pulled out.
Yeah. But I guess that business at the depot got them spooked. But I'd have bet anything that this is where Danny was heading.
Maybe we passed him somewhere between here and Dodge. Somebody's over there, Mr. Dillon. In the shadows under them trees there.
Yeah. Hey, Danny, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Marshal.
Come on, Chester.
Clear, it's blacker than the inside of a cow around here. A fella could fall right smack into that pond.
Yeah.
You come out to wet nurse me back to town, Marshal?
Well, you're saying that, Danny. I'm not.
I guess you can see for yourself. They pulled out. Gone.
Yeah, they sure have.
I'm going after him, Marshal. I'll find him if it takes me 10 years.
Now, don't be a fool, Danny.
Oh, that's what I've been all right, but I ain't now. She didn't want to go, Marshal. They took her against her will, and I'm going after her.
Danny, they'd kill her before they'd let her marry an outsider. That's the way gypsies are.
Maybe I can change their minds. Pa's way. Talking over the sights of a gun.
Yeah, but his way's not yours, Danny, and you're better off it's not.
It's got him everything he wanted.
Has it?
There ain't no use arguing about it, Marshal. And you got no right to stop me.
I wasn't figuring to stop you, Danny. Not that way.
Well, then I'll be riding out, Marshal. I'll try to cover the trail. The longer they go, the harder it's going to be to find. Get out!
I seen the flash, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. He's over there in that brush. Now, Chester, when I fire, you'll roll away fast, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Some of them gypsies must have stayed behind.
Yeah, maybe.
Is Danny over there with you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Yeah, he's here, Chester.
Get on out of there, you thieving varmints, or you'll get more of the same.
It's old Cater.
Yeah.
There's a posse of 100 of us out here in the brush.
Cater, it's Matt Dillon.
Marshal?
Put that rifle down and come on out.
Sure, Marshal. I got no fight with you. What happened to them gypsies?
They pulled out. Maybe you ought to check on it before you started shooting.
Well, I heard horses and talk, and I naturally figured it was them. Now, don't plague me about it, Marshal. I paid for it good and proper.
What do you mean?
You're a pretty good shot in the dark. You put a bullet right through my arm.
Now, you're a better shot, Cater. You put one right through your son's head. Yeah, you paid for it, all right.
When it comes to political terminology, I guess that old character Elijah Cuddlestone has used it all. For instance, and I say that all of them, every man Jack and nominated to run against me is cast in the same mold, poured out of the same bottle, chips off of the same political stump. I mean, there's no choice among them, that is. Fact is, I say that it's a fact that you'll see them ring in a dark horse candidate. A dark horse, that is, because they can't make up their minds otherwise, is what I mean. Well, dark horse, in the political sense in which Elijah used it, means pretty much as he explained it. An unexpected nominee brought in to break a deadlocked balloting for a candidate from among the leading nominees. Presidents Polk, Pierce, Garfield, and Harding were dark horses. Originally, dark horse was a racing term for a horse whose abilities were kept in the dark until displayed in the race.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, couldn't we stop a little while?
Well, if we're going to get to Dodge before dark, we got to keep moving, Chester.
Yeah, but I swear I'm about to bust.
Oh, what did you expect after the way you ate dinner?
You know, I just couldn't help it. Every time I eat with the cavalry, I make a fool of myself. The ration them fellers draws nowadays is really something.
Hey, Chester. Look over there in that drawer.
Why, it's an Indian, ain't it? Is he dead or what?
So let's go see. He's dead, all right. And that was an ugly death, too.
My goodness, shot in both knees.
Yeah. Looks like he was trying to crawl away when he got finished off.
Who in the world would do a thing like that?
Well, whoever it was, he must have been full of hate.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
There's a squaw watching us over yonder by them trees, see her?
Yeah, I see her.
You reckon she's his?
Yeah, she might be. They're both Pawnee.
She's coming over here. Say, she don't think we'd done this, does she?
I don't know.
I sure hope not.
If I could speak Pawnee, I'd tell her.
Understand white man talk?
Is this your husband?
Yes.
I'm Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. law marshal.
Law much true.
You know who killed your husband?
No.
Well, you know why your husband was killed?
No. Husband good. Much heart. Big. Strong.
We'll help you bury him.
No. Indian bury husband.
Oh. All right. We'll go. Come on, Chester.
Well, it just don't seem right leaving her there all by herself, Mr. Dillon.
That's the way she wants it, Chester. Well, let's get on back to Dodge.
How was the trip?
Oh, it was all right, I guess.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. Have a beer and tell me all about it.
No, thanks, Kitty. I'm going to go pick up my laundry, and then I'm going to go get some sleep.
Evening, Kitty. Matt.
Hello, Doc.
Doc.
Well, I just treated Chester for an attack of indigestion. How are you feeling?
Oh, fine.
Well, that's not true, Doc. Something's bothering him.
Oh? That's so. What's the trouble, Matt?
I'll tell you what's the trouble, Doc. Disgust for my fellow man. But I guess I'll get over it.
What happened, Matt?
Well, on the way in today, Chester and I found a dead Indian. His squaw came along about the same time. Just rough to watch, that's all.
Well, Matt, men die all the time, and the women grieve.
No, not like this, Doc. He was killed a piece at a time. Somebody had shot him in both knees so he'd crawl. It wasn't until they'd had their fun that they finished him off. His squaw could see what had happened to him, so they didn't...
Quiet, I'm listening to a funny story.
Hey, you. Is it my funny story you're listening to?
Yeah, that's right. Any objections?
You have some particular interest in Indians?
I have. Go on with the story. It's good. How does it end?
It hasn't ended yet.
I could end it for you. If it was me out there, that squaw would have went right along with a man.
That's so?
I hate Indians. I kill them. That's mighty near all I got on my mind. I enjoy killing them. I hate squaw men, too.
All right, get your hand away from that gun.
You wearing some kind of badge there under that vest?
That's right. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
And you figure that gives you a right to tell me who I can hate?
No. That's your business. But what you do about it is mine.
Well, I'm going to go on killing Indians is what I'm going to do about it, Marshal. Like I've been doing for 16 years.
And you've got a lot to answer for, mister. That's a long time.
It seems like no more than yesterday. I come back from hunting one time. I found my wagon burnt. My wife with a pretty back stuck full of arrows. My baby son carried off. They was Pawnees. And Marshal, your little badge ain't gonna change that. That's between me and the Indians. I'm gonna kill them till the day I die.
Edgar.
Leave me alone. What a terrible thing.
What Matt saw was terrible too, Kitty.
Yeah.
16 years of that kind of hate's long enough, isn't it, Doc?
Much too long.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon?
That squaw's here.
Huh? Here in Dodge?
Yes, sir. She come over to the office. She wants to talk to you.
Oh, where is she now?
Well, there was another Indian with her there, waiting out near the edge of town.
All right, let's go.
Hello, this is Marvin Miller with another page from your American Heritage Scrapbook. The majestic Hudson River, which has cut such a wide path through American fact and fiction, was apparently first discovered by Giovanni da Verrazzano, a Florentine navigator, on April 17, 1524. But the man for whom it was named, Henry Hudson, made the first conclusive exploration of the river during the months of September and October of 1609. Henry Hudson, hoping to find a waterway through North America to the East Indies, sailed his ship, the Half Moon, up the Hudson as far as present-day Troy, New York. In the 1620s, Dutch patroons had established a permanent colony, New Netherlands, along the banks of the Hudson, and New Amsterdam was spreading out from the southern tip of Manhattan Island. It was in 1664 that an English invasion force entered the deep-channeled mouth of the Hudson River and took over control of New Amsterdam from the Dutch. They renamed the city New York. Ships flying the Union Jack cruised the Hudson for more than a century, bringing furs and food supplies to cosmopolitan New York. Control of the Hudson became imperative during the colonial revolution for independence. The British attacked and captured Fort Washington and Fort Lee late in 1776, but their attempt to cut the jugular vein that united New England and the middle colonies was unsuccessful. Colonial independence won, peace reigned again over the river Henry Hudson once described as the Great River of the Mountains. Yes, running 306 miles from the summit of Mount Marcy in the Adirondacks to the wide-spreading harbor of New York City, the Hudson River became the lifeline of a new nation, just beginning to explore and develop its natural riches.
I don't see him, Chester.
No, me neither.
You sure that's the right place?
Well, I think so, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't understand her too good. Maybe they changed their mind and left.
Now, that's not very likely. Must have had something pretty important to say to come all the way into town like that.
They sure must have.
Oh, there she is. Moving out into the clearing.
Yeah, but she's alone now. Where's that other?
Well, we'll probably find out.
Mr. Dillon, we better be careful. I don't like this.
You want to wait here?
No, I'm coming.
We talk.
You come alone now. My friend says that there was another Indian.
He back there. He little white wolf. Brother. He no make talk. He wait.
Is that the one, Chester?
Well, I think so. He never come near enough for me to get a real good look at him.
Yeah. Any other Indians here?
No other. 3. All go. Leave village. Make new house. Oklahoma.
All right, we talk now.
White man kill husband. White man go to city.
How do you know this?
Brother, he gone. See one, only white man. Then go find husband dead. Brother track white man. Go to city.
Who is the white man?
He wear black hat, spotted shirt. He ride black horse.
Why, I seen him.
Wait a minute, Chester. There are many men like that in the city. You got to say more than that.
You find, you make prisoner, you kill.
Now listen. The law must know, and it must know good. Did your brother see the white man kill your husband?
Brother, he gone. Then see one, only white man.
Yeah, but the brother did not see. Maybe the white man did not kill. Now, the law must know. It must be certain. You understand that?
Law not certain. Then law not kill white man?
That's right.
Then you give us white man, we kill.
No.
Brother not have 2 hearts. Brother certain, we kill.
No. That's much bad. Now, you go to Oklahoma. You make new house.
White man big enemy. We no make peace. We wait. We kill.
Well, that's that.
Reckon she means it?
Yeah, she means it all right. They'll get him. Eggert, I want to talk to you.
Come on in.
I tried to find you last night.
I ain't been hiding much.
Yeah, I know. It was late when I got back to town. Nobody knew where you were staying. I went out to talk to some Indians.
You seem mighty fond of Indians.
I'm fond of the law, Eggert. Now, tell me, did you kill that Pawnee?
I killed lots of Pawnees in the last 16 years.
That's not what I'm asking you. Did you kill that one yesterday?
Supposing I did, what would you do about him?
I'd hang him.
For killing an Indian? Might as well hang a man for squashing worms.
That day's past, Eggert. Now, the Indians think you killed him, and so do I.
I reckon you'll have to prove it, Marshal.
Yeah, there's an Indian who can identify you. The squaw's brother, so you do it.
That ain't exactly true.
No?
No, because if it was, you'd have me in jail right now. You ain't got no proof.
Well, the Indian heard your last shot, and he saw you ride off. He tracked you here to Dodge.
Don't put no rope around my neck.
Not legally, no. But the Indians know that you did it. And I don't want to have to hang those Indians.
And what do you mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean by that. They're waiting for you, Eggert.
They're what?
That's right. So you stay in this town. You set 1 foot outside of Dodge City, and those 2 Pawnees will kill you.
Don't be sure of that, Marshal. Don't be sure of it at all.
This is Myron J. Bennett, back again with another little-known item of American military history. When you're up there in the wild blue yonder, either shooting or getting shot at, there's not much time for making famous remarks. Perhaps that's why there aren't too many on record for the Air Force, although our youngest branch of the armed forces got a big piece of the action in our recent wars. It started out on August the 1st, 1907, with only 1 officer and 2 enlisted men, and didn't get its first airplane until a year later. Under the Signal Corps, aces made history in the dogfights of World War I. But it wasn't until General William Billy Mitchell got himself court-martialed for backing up his statement that nothing can stop the attack of aircraft except other aircraft, that the air arm really got going. In World War II, General Henry H. Hap Arnold built the Army Air Corps into the greatest military armada ever seen, with his three-legged stool formula of pilots, planes, and airfields, and the slogan, "Keep 'em flying." And in the Cold War that's been going on ever since, the now independent Air Force, with its ever-ready Strategic Air Command, carries the biggest stick we've got behind its soft-spoken motto, "Peace is our profession."
You got time for a cup of coffee, Matt?
Yeah, I reckon so, Kitty. There you are.
On, can we have some coffee?
Right away, Miss Kitty.
Where'd you run off to last night, Matt?
Well, that Pawnee squaw wanted to see me, Kitty.
Oh?
Yeah, she and her brother know who killed her husband, and they came to me for help.
Well, I get them to believe in the law, Matt. That's good.
Yeah, it'd be fine if the law could do anything about it.
Your coffee.
What do you mean, Matt?
No legal proof. So the Indians are going to do it in their own way.
Who was it?
Eggert.
That man who lost his wife and baby?
Yeah. I was up to see him this morning. He's the one, all right.
Mr. Dillon, I've been looking high and low for you.
What's the matter?
Well, you give that Eggert orders to stay in town, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he didn't do it. He left about a half hour ago.
Yeah, I should have known he would. All right, come on, Chester. Maybe we can catch him.
Seems like we ought to have caught up with him, but now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Maybe the Indians got him already.
I doubt it, Chester. I think they'd get him behind him and trail him till they could set up an ambush.
Well, it's a pretty good spot for a fight right here.
Wait a minute. There's a squaw over there in those trees.
And she's riding up that little gun.
Yeah, come on. She's turning.
Oh, she jumped off.
I'll get her. You catch the horse.
Yes, sir.
Hey, stop. Come here. Now, where's your brother? Come on, talk. Where's Little White Wolf? You see white man who killed your husband?
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, over here, Chester.
I got her horse.
What'd she say?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, not a word. Look. Brother kill white man, he break the law. Now, the law will punish him. Do you understand that? Now, where is your brother? All right, come on.
That's where I don't understand, Mr. Dillon.
I do, Chester. She waited on the trail as a decoy and deliberately led us away to give her brother time. Right now, that Indian and Eggert are stalking each other somewhere in that bush.
See, that was a rifle.
White man, big enemy. We kill now. Little White Wolf avenge husband.
Where'd it come from, Chester? Could you tell?
Well, from that bluff yonder, it sounded like.
All right, let's get over there. Maybe we still have time to stop him. Eggert! Eggert!
Maybe that Indian got him, Mr. Dillon.
Eggert!
Here, Marshal.
Huh?
I got me another Pawnee. But he got me, too.
Where is he, Eggert?
Right in them rocks.
Yeah, here he is, Chester. He's shot right through the head.
Well, he ain't much more than a boy. He's Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Little White Wolf.
He's dead. Little White Wolf wasn't your brother. Not your true brother, was he?
No. True brother. Die baby. Chief, give mother white baby. Call him Little White Wolf. He grow up fine Indian. He good brother. White man die?
Yeah, he'll die very soon.
Marshal.
Yeah, Eager.
Did I kill him?
You killed him.
Oh, that's good.
You were just a kid. About 18.
I'm glad. That's just about right. By now, my own son would have been just about 18. Mm-hmm. Mr. Dillon, did you tell him?
No, Chester, I didn't tell him. Well, at least we can bury him together. Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
And in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, presented by Army in Europe magazine, a monthly feature magazine for the use of a soldier and civilian.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hello, Chester.
Well, I was just this minute coming over to the office, Mr. Dillon, and I had me a little glass of beer.
Oh? Well, that sounds like a pretty good idea. I'll have one with you. Can I have a beer, please?
Sure, Marshal.
What's the matter with Kitty over there? Isn't she speaking to us this evening?
Well, she ain't speaking to nobody, hardly.
Here you are. Ah, thanks.
She's been sitting there with her nose in that book ever since I come in here.
A book? Kitty? We'll have to look into this. Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Miss Kitty?
Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't see you come in.
Oh, you were too wrapped up in that thing there.
It's not a thing. It's a book of poetry.
Poetry?
Sure. That young Boston fellow that came through last week left it here.
Oh?
It's poems by Tennyson. I never knew words could be so beautiful, Matt. Here, listen to this. Here are cool mosses deep, and through the moss the ivies creep. And in the stream the long-leaved flowers weep, and from the craggy ledge the poppy hangs in sleep.
That sounds so nice, Miss Kitty.
Yeah.
That's quite a place he's describing, Kitty. Wherever it is.
Well, it's sure not Dodge City.
Oh, you could leave, you know, and find some place like that poem's about.
Oh, I won't. You know that. I don't even try anymore.
Yeah.
Marshal Sam Lackett's whopping his wife again. Something awful. They're right out here.
All right. I'll be back with that beer in a minute, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
I'm to beat some sense into you if I have to break every bone in your body.
Sam, please.
All right, Lackett, that's enough.
Now, you just stay out of this, Marshal. What's between a man and this woman ain't nothing for the law to poke into.
Marshal,
She'd stay home like she ought to do. She wouldn't have no complaint.
I don't aim to have you lose all the egg money on gambling and drink.
Shut up, or I belt your teeth out of your head.
Don't hit her again.
I've already told you, Marshal. It ain't none of the law's business.
Well, a few days in jail might change your mind about that.
Jail? You jail a man just for keeping order in his own household?
I'll jail any man for beating a woman.
You can't jail me.
I can if she signs a complaint.
Oh, no, Marshal. I wouldn't do nothing like that.
You just let me catch you signing a complaint.
Miss Lackett, this isn't the first time he's hit you, and it's more than likely won't be the last, unless he learns that he can't get away with it.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to sign no complaint.
6 months ago, when Doc set those broken fingers for you, didn't Sam do that?
She's a liar if she says so.
No, it was the gate on the corral. One of the calves was trying to get out.
Oh? Well, you told Doc you dropped a piece of stove wood on it.
Well, I don't remember.
Well, what you better remember is where you left the wagon. Go get it. Get back out to the place. I'll have more to say to you later.
All right, Sam. I'll go.
Miss Lackett, you know you don't have to put up with any more of this. Now, if you want to sign a complaint, I'll see that you're protected.
No, Marshal, it's all right. I'll go.
Yeah. Maybe that'll learn you not to butt into a man's personal affairs more.
I'll butt in if you hit her again. I'm warning you.
I was hoping you'd flatten him, Matt.
I was too, Mr. Jones.
Give me a glass of rye, bartender.
Sure, Marshal.
Poor little gal. Matt, you remember Hester when she first came here from the east?
Yeah?
Some of the girls helped me, and we made her a wedding dress out of some linen tablecloths, all white. She was as pretty as a picture.
Well, she sure ain't very pretty now. After the way he treated her, no.
Well, Sam's had a lot of bad luck, Chester. 2 years of crop failures. Lost most of his herd from blackwater fever.
Was that her fault?
No. But it makes a man kind of short-tempered.
Those two are heading for something bad, Matt. I'll give you odds. How about it?
No, Kitty. I won't take that bet. Just like this, huh?
More. Deeper. All right, now. Breathe out. Slow. That's fine. Now, once more. That's good. Now, breathe out. Fine. Well, didn't put your shirt back on now, Matt.
All right, Doc. You mean to tell me that you can really tell something about a man's health just by listening to him through that, whatever you call it?
That is called a stethoscope. Of course I can tell. Why else would I be doing it?
Just to impress people, maybe. I wouldn't put it past you.
Oh, impress who? An English lout that's got no better sense than to go out and get a bullet through his lung?
I didn't do it on purpose, Doc. Besides, it's all healed up, isn't it?
Healed up. In that rawhide carcass of yours, of course it's healed up.
Oh, that's good.
You know, man, until I came to Dodge City, I had no conception of what the human body could endure. Why, during the war, I've seen men die with wounds that you wouldn't even go to bed with.
And I always figure they can't bury you as long as you're on your feet, Doc.
Doc?
What? Why, Mrs. Lackett.
Doc,
Doc, she's been beaten half to death.
That's about all I can do for her right now, Matt. Her nose is broken, and that one rib, and her eye is injured. I just don't know.
I see. You feel like telling me what happened, ma'am?
I don't know, Marshal. Nothing, I guess.
Now, Miss Lackett, I wouldn't call it nothing when you were hurt so bad that you could hardly crawl up those stairs.
It don't matter. Nothing does anymore.
Now, how did it happen?
I don't remember, Marshal. I just don't remember.
It was Sam, wasn't it?
No. No, I fell off the wagon.
Now, all this didn't happen from a fall. You may as well tell me, Miss Lackett. I'm going to find out one way or the other. Now, was it Sam?
He'd kill me for telling me. He said he would.
He won't hurt you. I'll see to that.
I thought he was going to tonight. Seems like he just keeps getting more mean and cruel. Tonight I know he'd really killed me if I hadn't gotten away.
He's not going to kill anybody. Now, look, you just signed a complaint, and I'll take care of him.
It's just all so different when we got married. Him and the way the world looked. Everything was different.
Miss Laird, maybe that's enough talking for now.
I used to think back on it lots of times, laying awake at night, listening to the coyotes across the prairie.
I don't do that much no more, but I used to. Like when we were first married. He was so kind and gentle. He'd tell me I was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen in his whole life.
Now, Miss Wackett,
He'd want me to put on my good dress and when we'd sit in the porch in the evenings and wear my brooch with the pearls, he'd pin it on me himself and I would always laugh because he was so clumsy and he couldn't. That's what it was about tonight, Marshal. He wanted that brooch to bring into town and sell, but I wouldn't tell him where it was. What is it? Changes people that start out good and breaks them and turns them bad.
I don't know, man. It's time, maybe, or maybe it's a prairie.
A prairie. I hate it.
Will you sign the complaint, Miss Lackett?
Yes. Yes, I will, Marshal.
All right, everybody, quiet down. Course in session. I don't have much time. I rode in yesterday, ride out again tonight, so it don't matter whether you got business with this court or if you just come in off the street to loaf. Long as you're here, you got to show proper respect so we can get on with the cases. And let's see now. Here's the first thing you got here is a case of wife beating Sam Lackett. Preliminary hearing is Sam in court?
Yes, sir, he is, Your Honor. I just brought him over from the jail.
I ain't done nothing, Judge.
Sam, you'll get your chance to speak your piece. From what I hear about you, you're overdue in court anyhow. Is Marshal Dillon here? Chester, where's Matt?
Well, I don't know, sir. I figured he'd be here, but now...
So we can't start this without him?
Well, see, him and Doc was going to bring Miss Lackett, providing she felt up to it. According to Doc, she's have to lose the sight in one of her eyes.
Oh, it's a lie. She's just putting on, trying to make it hard on me.
Sam, I'll tell you right now, I don't like wife beaters. You get me mad, I'll find some legal loophole to hang you.
I ain't done nothing.
I'm sorry to be late, Your Honor.
That's all right, Matt.
Doc wasn't even too sure Miss Lackett was in any condition to come here, but she insisted that she was.
Well, she ought to be in bed.
She's going to tell you a bunch of lies.
All right, let's get on with it then. I'll read the complaint here, and then we'll see what we've got to go on. Now, there's a complaint charging...
Your Honor, sir. Please, sir. Could I say something?
Well, it ain't quite in order, but I guess it's all right. What is it, Miss Lackett?
Well, it's about that complaint, Your Honor. I want to take it back. I don't know what I was thinking when I signed it. There ain't no truth in it, Judge. I fell. That's how I got hurt.
Yeah. I told you that complaint was a pack of lies, didn't I?
Well, Marshal?
She's afraid of him, Your Honor. She's scared to go through with it.
You're sure this is what you want to do, Miss Lackett?
Yes, sir. I'm sure.
It seems a shame to let a white-beaten scoundrel like him get off scot-free just by intimidating the witness. Now, if there was only some other charge, like resisting arrest or shooting off firearms...
He did resist arrest, Your Honor. Mr. Dillon had to slap him flat.
Well, in that case, Sam, $50 for 50 days.
Well, I ain't got $50, and you know it. That's a dirty, crooked way of running things.
He's your prisoner, Matt.
All right, Your Honor. All right, come on, Sam. I got a big stack of firewood over at the jail just waiting to be cut. It's not locked. Come on in.
Morning, Marshal.
Oh, how are you, Miss Lackett? Here, you take this chair, huh?
Thank you kindly. Good morning, Chester.
I feel, ma'am.
Well, kind of old somehow, Chester.
Old? You must be all of 25, I guess.
Well, it ain't the years that make you old, Marshal. I didn't come to talk about that, though.
You shouldn't be here at all, Miss Lackett. Doc told you to stay in bed for another week at least, didn't he?
Well, I just couldn't get used to it, Marshal. It didn't seem proper.
Well, you want to talk to Sam, huh?
How's he taken to it, Marshal?
Mean? But maybe we can work some of that out of him by the time his 50 days are up.
Well, now, the way I recollect it, the judge said $50 or 50 days.
Yeah, that's right.
And that if the fine was to be paid up, you'd turn him loose.
Well, yeah, $41 as it stands now. He's been here 9 days, but I doubt anybody's going to pay me more.
I want to pay his fine, Marshal.
What?
I got the money. I sold my brooch to one of the girls at the Long Branch. Here, see?
Yes, I see.
But Miss Lockett, he pretty near killed you a couple of weeks ago. Next time he might just do it.
No, Chester, he won't. There you are, Marshal. $41.
Well, all right, go get him, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. But...
Miss Lockett, why are you doing this? First withdrawing your complaint in court and now paying his fine and getting him out. Why?
I don't know exactly. At least not how to put it in words. I've been trying to think things out for the last 2 weeks. My life and how it's wasted and what's become of me and all.
Well, you'll get over this in time.
No, Marshal. You get beat just so many times and you get over it. Then there's one finally you don't get over. Because there ain't nothing left of you.
Esther, what do you think you're doing here? Come around the gloat, did you?
No, Sam.
You just paid your fine, Sam. You're being released.
Wow. So you finally come to your senses.
That's right, Sam.
And you, Marshal, maybe this will learn you not to interfere between a man and his wife from now on.
I don't call a wife beater a man.
Ain't you done no thinking, Sam? Ain't you even sorry at all for what you done to me?
You better keep your mouth shut if you know it's good for you. What I done ain't nothing to what'll happen to you if you try lawing against me again.
You'd beat me. Is that what you're saying?
I'll beat you a plenty you don't stand lying. I might just throw you clean off the place. I can't see no reason keeping somebody as ugly and broken up as you.
And it's still the same. And it'll go on being. You ain't changed one bit.
You really think you would, Miss Lockett?
I just hoped that was all, Marshal. The last little piece of hope I had. Sam, come over here by the window. I brought you a present. I got it wrapped up in here.
What'd you do? Finally sell that brooch of yours?
I let you off in court, Sam. But I guess you're kind of back in court now. Charged with killing a woman. Your wife. How do you plead, Sam?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How do you plead?
I'll plead you when I get you out to the place.
No, you won't. And if you won't answer the charge, or even say you're sorry or promise to do better, then the court's going to decide for you. He's got one.
Miss Lockett, don't do it.
You're guilty, Sam. That's the way the court decides. Guilty. Here's the gun, Marshal. I reckon you'll want it for evidence.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt. Matt, this is Frank Wilkins. Emmett Wilkins' son.
How are you, Frank? I've known your pa for a long time.
I'm glad to meet you, Marshal.
Frank's come back here to live, Matt.
That's fine. I know your pa will be pleased.
Oh, yes, sir.
I can sing louder, bite harder, and tell more lies than any man in this territory.
Who's that?
I heard him say his name's Bull Hogan, Marshal.
Yeah, it seems he's a buffalo hunter. He just sold a load of hides and can't wait to get rid of his money.
Looks like his friend there's kind of anxious to help him.
Yeah.
I got $50. It says Bull is right.
Hey, bartender, I told you I want a bottle of the best. This stuff ain't got the strength of pound. Now, you fetch me a drink that'll scratch going down and thump when it hits bottom. Now, hop to it.
Bartender, when Bull says hop, you hop.
Yeah.
Hey, you! You put that gun back in your holster and you leave it there.
Who are you?
I'm the marshal here.
Yeah? Bull, look what's spoiling our party.
Oh, we don't mean no harm, Marshal. Have a drink.
You're going to pay for this damage, understand?
Well, sure I am. I've been out in the prairie 6 months, Marshal. I aim to have some fun tonight, that's all.
All right, go ahead. But leave a little of the town standing for the people who live here, will you?
Well, it's going to cramp my style some, but I'll try.
Okay, you do that.
Hey, Bull. The marshal's gone. Let's find us a couple of girls, huh?
No, not yet, Darwin. I'm going to listen to the music.
Hey. What? That's a real looker over there at that table, Bull.
Well, go get her.
I sure will. I enjoyed myself. I really was. Howdy.
We're busy, mister.
Well, this chair ain't.
Now, look here.
What's your name?
Frank Wilkins. Oh, you go on back to your friend.
Not you, mister. You little lady. You know, you're pretty.
Beat it.
You heard her.
Mister, my friend Bull wants to talk to this little honeypot here.
Why'd he send a sidewinder like you? That blowhard can talk for himself.
Blowhard? Hey, Bull, come here.
Yeah, gentlemen. Yeah, what do you want?
This fella called you a blowhard.
Is that right? Did you call me that?
Yeah, I called you.
What are you? Oh, now, don't go for that gun. It's just a friendly fight. I ain't mad at you. We got a difference of opinion is all.
Hit him again, Bull.
Why, sure, but not here. Like the marshal said, no need to bust up the place. We'll go outside. Unless you're yellow.
Frank,
It's
don't...
all right, Miss Kitty. You wait here.
Come on, everybody. Me and this fellow's gonna kick up some dust, and the loser buys the drink. Come on. Oh, no. Come on.
Over here, Bull.
Yeah.
All right, now stand back there and give him some room.
Yeah, now. You ready, mister?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, come on, fella. Get up.
He can't. You whipped him good, Bull.
Why, that wasn't hardly no fight at all. Shucks, we can't wait around for him to buy the whiskey. I'll buy it. Drinks for everybody. Inside. Everybody inside now. Hey, gentlemen, come on here. Dump some water on that fella.
Sure, Bull. I'll take care of him. Real good care of him. Call me a sidewinder, huh?
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. It's about a Navy hero. Alfred Bullrod Stormalong was his name. Oh, he was a legend, he was. Where he was born doesn't matter, but he was first heard of in Boston Harbor. That was when he signed on as a member of the crew of a ship called the Lady of the Sea. Now, old Stormalong stood 30 feet tall and had muscles in his arms big as powder kegs. And when the good captain got a look at him, he said to the rest of the crew, "Here's an able-bodied seaman for you." Then he entered Alfred Bullrod's name in the log as Stormalong, A.B. Somebody realized that the A.B. could also stand for able-bodied, and they sort of picked it up. And for a long time, seamen would put that A.B. after their own names, meaning able-bodied seamen. Yes, sir. Well, old Stormalong was a great sailor, he was. And it wasn't many a year before he captained his own ship. The courser it was, one of the biggest afloat. Why, it was so long from stem to stern, it took a man on horseback 24 hours to make the trip. The mast was hinged so to let the sun and the moon get by. Took a man a week to climb the rigging. Yes, sir. The courser was a big one. And Stormalong's skill as a sailing man became known throughout the 7 seas. One of his greatest feats was taking the courser through the English Channel. Seems the channel was only about 2 inches wider than his ship at high tide. But old Stormalong was up to the problem. You bet he was. He bought all the soap in Holland, and he and his men greased down the sides of the courser. Well, sir, it slipped through that old channel as slick as a whistle. Didn't damage it one bit. But so much of that soap rubbed off onto the English coast that to this day, the cliffs of Dover are white. Of course, you believe me, don't you? Say, it's nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship, too. Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
Mr. Dillon!
What?
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon, I've been looking all over for you.
Well, you found me, Chester. What is it?
Frank Wilkins. He's dead.
He's what?
Dead.
Well, I was sitting with him just a few minutes ago.
Yes, sir, but he's dead now.
Well, what happened?
Well, they told me he got into a fist fight with some buffalo hunter over at the Long Branch.
Bull Hogan?
Yes, sir, that's the name. He went outside, and that man plain beat Frank to death with his fist.
Wait a minute, Chester. Do you mean that all those people at the Long Branch stood and watched it and nobody stopped it?
Well, it don't make sense, but they must have saw it. You know how they are when there's a fight.
I'm going to have me a talk with those citizens.
Well, I already talked to some of them, Mr. Dillon. They swear up and down it was a fair fight.
Chester, in a fist fight, a man's beat long before he's beat to death. And anybody not crazy for blood knows that.
Well, I can't understand it. But one thing's for sure. Frank's dead. Doc examined him and then had the body moved over to his office.
Is Bull Hogan still at the Long Branch?
No, sir, he ain't. He's gone.
Well, he won't get far. I'll see to that.
Delwyn? That you?
Yeah, it's me, boy. I got your horse hid in them trees. You better get going.
Delwyn, I come into Dodge City to have me a good time. This ain't no fun sneaking out here to the edge of town, hiding in the dark. Ain't having me no fun at all.
Well, it's better than being hung, ain't it? You killed that man.
Well, I didn't mean to.
That don't make no difference. He's dead. You're stronger than you think you are. I never seen a man hit so hard.
I can swing faster and hit harder than any other man in this territory.
Keep your voice down, Bull. Being strong won't do you no good at the end of a rope.
Well, it was a fair fight.
That don't matter. They aimed to hang you, Bull. You didn't see how they was all looking at you, cold-like. Why, if I hadn't have made you leave that saloon when I did, they'd have closed in on you then and there. I'm the only friend you got, Bull.
Delwyn, you ought to tell them that I didn't mean to do it.
That wouldn't do no good. Not now. Your only chance is to get out of town till they cool off. Now, come on. Lucky I remembered seeing that old sod hut upriver on my way in. It's a good place to hide.
You reckon I can find it?
You go just like I told you, and you find him. I don't want no thanks for this, Bull. I'm risking my neck to help you, but that's what friends are for. I'll stay here in town and see how the wind blows. Tomorrow I'll ride out and let you know.
Bring some grub and a bottle, huh?
Sure. Now get going.
I ain't never run away from nothing before in my whole life.
You ain't running away, Bull. You're being smart.
I ain't never tried that before, neither. I hope it works.
Chester, I've talked to every man who saw that fight, and they all agree it was no match. But while it lasted, it was fought fair. I guess I gotta take their word for it.
Yes, sir, you sure do.
They were all surprised that Frank died from it, though.
Well, my, I'd be surprised if he hadn't. Getting knocked down that hard.
Yeah, cracking his skull on something when he fell.
There's only one thing, Mr. Dillon. If it was such a fair fight, why did that cussed Bull Hogan light out so fast?
I don't know, Chester. I don't know.
Yonder's Miss Kitty.
Yeah.
Matt, did you find Bull Hogan?
He left town, Kitty. I'm going to trail him in the morning.
Oh, Mr. Wilkins stopped in to see me.
Well, he don't blame you none for what happened, Miss Kitty.
Oh, no, Chester. He was just real broken up about his son. Matt, did you know he's offered $1,000 reward for Bull Hogan?
Yeah. I wish he hadn't.
Well, it's easy to see how he feels.
Matt, That Delwyn Casper's here.
Yeah. Hey, Casper. First, I want you to tell me where Bull Hogan is. And then I want you to get out of Dodge and don't come back.
I don't know where he is, Marshal. How would I know?
You were bragging about being his friend.
Me? I never laid eyes on Bull Hogan till tonight. I ain't no friend of his.
You left here together, didn't you?
But we went separate ways. Bull hightailed it right on out of town. Me, I just stepped out for a while because the climate here didn't seem healthy.
It hasn't changed.
Now, look, Marshal, I didn't do nothing tonight except go along with the crowd for a little fun. You got no cause to ride me.
You started that fight, Casper.
Well, I didn't finish it. Bull Hogan done that. There ought to be some way to prove I'm no friend of his.
Tell me where he went.
If I knew, I would. I sure would. I hear the father of that poor fella Bull killed has put up $1,000 reward for him. Is it true?
Yeah, it's true.
Marshal, could I clear myself if I helped you trail Bull?
You're going to be busy traveling, remember? Now, you get out of here, and if I see you again tonight, I'll lock you up. You'll be out of town at daybreak.
You're a hard man, Marshal. You ain't fair.
I said get up.
Well, you got rid of him, Matt.
Yeah, it was a pleasure, Kitty.
Casper just ain't no good at all. I sure would hate to be laying helpless somewhere and have him find me.
Well, that's a good way to put it, Chester.
The United States Army, a gallant record of peacetime service. 1904, commercial business is transacted by radio for the first time through the United States Army Signal Corps station in Alaska. American industrial might is based on the technique of mass production, which began with the manufacture of rifles by the United States Army in the 1820s. Captain John Hall, in 1819, designed a unique breech-loading rifle and began production at the Federal Armory in Harpers Ferry, Virginia. Captain Hall then designed and built machinery to mass-produce the rifle with all parts interchangeable, a revolutionary advance in manufacturing technology. The United States Army, a gallant record of peacetime service.
Bull? Hey, Bull.
Is that you, Delwyn? You got here early.
Yeah. I see you found the hut.
There's nothing to it. You gave me real good directions, Delwyn. What's the news?
You don't look good for you, Bull. They got $1,000 reward out.
No, it was a fair fight. It ain't like I done murder.
They think you did. It's the same thing.
Did you bring me something to eat?
No. I thought about it. I decided not to waste the money.
No, what do you mean, waste it? What's that gun for? No, Delwyn, you said you was my only friend.
I guess I was lying.
Mr. Dillon, I swear I just don't understand you today. First off, you run that Delwyn Casper out of town, then we meet him out here heading back to Dodge, and you tell him it's all right.
Well, he says he got Bull Hogan. He claims the reward.
Yeah, and you just look at him and nod, just say that money's all his right now. You think he really got Bull Hogan?
There's no doubt about it. All we got to do now is get him. Casper killed Frank, Chester.
What?
And he probably clubbed him with a pistol. You know, it's something you said to me that started me thinking in that direction.
Me?
Yeah, you said that you'd sure hate to be helpless and have Casper find you. I'm sure now that that's what happened to Frank. The problem is to prove it.
There's that sod hut he talked about.
Yeah.
My goodness, there's Bull, too.
Bull Hogan, new shirt and all.
He's wearing a gun. He wasn't shot in the back.
No, but he might as well have been for all the chance he had.
Well, I'll ride on over to Sykes' place and borrow his shovel.
No. No, Chester, borrow a wagon instead. We're going to take him back to Dodge.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon. All the way over here, I couldn't get a word out of Chester except you want to see me.
That's right, Casper.
Well, do I get my reward?
I think you could say that.
Then you found Bull.
Yeah, we found him. We had quite a time bringing him in, though.
Bringing him in? He's the strongest, roughest man I ever tangled with. What are you trying to say, Marshal?
We got Bull here in jail. Doc gave him a powder to put him to sleep. He's in the first cell. Go see for yourself.
Well, but he's dead. I shot him.
Yeah, you shot him all right, only you didn't kill him.
Well, I did. I hit him right in the chest.
Well, that's what saved his life, Casper. Here, you ever seen one of these things before?
Yeah, it's one of them Indian charm bags, ain't it?
That's right. A leather pouch full of pebbles and sand and bones. Bull's a lonely, superstitious man. He was wearing this around his neck. And that's what stopped your bullet, Casper. See?
But he fell down. He was dead.
Doc says that a blow over the heart like that will stun a man cold, but it only lasts for a few minutes, and then he's as good as new.
You're lying to me. You're trying to trick me out of my reward.
No, you'll get what's coming to you, Casper. You know, Bull's got an idea that somebody clubbed Frank Wilkins with a pistol while he was knocked out. Well, I'm going to lock you in that cell with Bull and let the two of you talk it over.
Lock me in with him? Well, now, you can't do that.
Oh, why not? Neither one of you will have a gun. You'll just talk. What could happen to you?
We'll go wake him up now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, Chester, go wake him up. All right, come on, Casper. You're going in there with him.
No, I'm not.
Oh? Well, then maybe you'd rather tell me about it, huh?
But I didn't do nothing. I ain't going in there.
Oh, yes, you are. And you're going to tell that to Bull Hogan face to face right now. Locked in.
No, I done it. I clubbed Wilkins with my pistol. It was me killed him.
You hear that, Chester?
Yes, sir.
All right, take his gun.
I got it.
Now lock him up, Chester. Then we'll bury Bull.
Bury him? Then he is dead.
Yeah, he's dead. And you're going to be right behind him, Casper. I hope he's waiting for you.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This
is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
The last stick of wood. Ben? Ben?
Quit hollering, Ma. I hear you.
Well, if I'm going to keep this stove going, I'll need some more wood.
There's some in the wood box.
No, you didn't fetch any today. Now go on out the woodshed and bring me some.
Ma, I was just fixing to leave for town.
Ben Redgate, you fill my wood box. And there'll be no going to town tonight.
Ma, you can't keep me here like a tethered calf.
Why, you're living in my house. You'll do as I say.
I'm a man grown, Ma. Pa says I can...
Pa says you want to go to town so you can be like your pa?
Oh, now, Ma.
Ben, it's going to town that's turned him the way he is.
He's still my pa.
Well, you're not going to town. That's the end of it. One man in this family hanging around saloons is enough.
Where's the horses? I thought I told you to get the horses, Ben.
Ma says I can't go.
Well, and I say you can. Go on now, get the horses.
The boy isn't going, Horatio.
No.
Don't stand in the way, Livy. He's big enough to go to town with his pa. Ain't you, Ben?
I sure am, Pa.
He's not to go. You're not to take him in there and start him on the road you took.
Well, now. Ben don't think it's such a bad road, I'll wager.
Sure not. All them sights I never seen.
Time you saw 'em, boy.
I mean what I say, Horatio. Ben is not to go. I can't stop you from going. It's too late for you anyhow. The whiskey hasn't been off your breath for 5 years or more.
That's no concern of yours.
It's my concern that I had to keep this place going so my boy and I'd have a roof over our heads.
Oh, ain't you had it hard, though.
I've done what had to be done. And I'm not going to have you coming back whenever the spirit moves you, stirring up things, filling the boy with wild tales.
He's my son, too.
He's your son like I'm your wife. It hasn't meant much for a long time. You can't come back now and start taking over the boy's life.
I should have known. You ain't stopped reading me out since the last time. I don't know why I keep coming back.
Well, whether you come or go means nothing to me. But mark my words. You leave that boy alone.
You mind you said that, Livy. You'll have cause to rue this day.
Paul, where you going?
Any son of mine can find me in Dodge. I won't be hiding.
He sure don't favor his daddy standing there, do he?
No, sir. Horatio Redgate never spills a drop. Why, he'd lick it right up off in the bar if he had to.
Why don't you leave me be? Why, Sonny, we figure you need somebody to look after you, that's all. Ain't that right?
That's right. Way I get it. His ma don't like him out of her sight. Somebody's got to watch over him.
Go on now, leave me be, or I'll just... Or you'll do what, Sonny?
All right, boys. All right. You've had your fun. You the Redgate boy?
My name's Ben Redgate, and I'm man grown.
Sure you are. Is that your pa lying across the table back there?
Sure, that's him.
Look, Ben, why don't you call it quits for now and go on home, huh?
You sound like my ma. She don't think I can get along out of her sight.
I don't think you're out of her sight right now.
What do you mean?
Isn't that your ma standing there at the door looking in?
She's got no call to follow me.
Maybe not, but she's sure doing it.
Well, I guess I had to see it to believe it. Come on home now, Ben.
I ain't gonna go. I ain't gonna listen to no more of your lectures.
This is no way for you, Ben. Come home now and we'll say no more about it.
We'll say no more about it because I ain't coming. And I ain't gonna listen no more.
Mind your tongue, Ben. It wasn't easy for me to come into a place like this. Don't you cause me trouble now.
Then don't follow me. And if I want to take a drink out of this bottle, I'm going to do it.
Not while I'm here to stop you. You may be too big to whip, Ben, but I can still knock a bottle out of your hand.
You can't bust all the bottles in the saloon.
I would if I could right enough.
I still ain't coming, Ma, no matter what you do.
All right, Ben, all right. I can't drag you. But I tell you this. If it'd do any good, if it'd keep you from turning out like your pa, I'd as soon see every saloon in Kansas burn to the ground. I'd even help strike the matches.
Your ma sure speaks her mind, boy. She said some mean things there. Mighty mean.
She smashed that bottle full of whiskey just like it was nothing. A terrible thing. Wasting whiskey like that is terrible.
Can we buy you a drink, boy? No, I've had enough of this place.
You going home like she told you?
No, I ain't going home. I'm gonna hunt up a place to get drunk where Ma can't find me.
The shoveling started at the little town of Rome in New York State back in 1817. And on July 4th, 1967, the post office released a special sesquicentennial stamp there in honor of the big ditch they dug, which, it says on the stamp in my album here, was the Erie Canal. Now, in case you don't know, that canal went all the way from Buffalo on Lake Erie to the Hudson River, connecting the Great Lakes with the Atlantic Ocean. The biggest waterway ever built in the United States at the time, and it was done mostly by the Irish just over from the old country, who did their digging with spit and mussel. Yep. Made lots of money for years on tolls. And the traffic and freight and people through the canal was mainly responsible for building up the Midwest and keeping business in the East busy doing it. Well, of course, the Erie Canal ain't what she used to be, because the railroads do most of the job now. But the big ditch is still there, and so is all the history that went through it.
Now, what's your excuse this time, Chester?
Oh,
I just took all your men. The game's over.
Oh, well, now, Mr. Dillon, I don't think checkers is a very good game.
Place late at night.
What's the matter? Can't you keep your eyes open?
Oh, no, sir, it ain't that. Some colors, they get kind of blurry, kind of hard to tell they're red from the black. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah, that doesn't make much difference to me.
How's that?
I wind up with all the checkers anyway, whatever color they are.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon. What in the world's going on?
I don't know. Come on.
Look, down at the end of the street there, see?
Yeah. I don't think they're going to put that one out either.
Oh, them flames sure got a hold, all right.
That's the new saloon, the Prairie Wagon. Now there's no hope for that place. It'll be enough of a job to keep the fire from spreading.
I'll go help with the buckets, Mr. Dillon.
I'll go around back, see which way it is spreading.
Yes, sir.
Marshal! Marshal!
Yeah, what?
We got him, Marshal. Caught her red-handed.
Marshal, I don't know.
She done it, Marshal, just as plain as can be.
What's she done? Well, come on, quick, mister. We got a fire to fight.
That's just it, Marshal. She set the fire.
Miss Redgate?
No, Marshal, but you better go fight it before it spreads through the whole town.
You can't let her go.
I'm not going anyplace. I'll wait for you, Marshal, right here.
You can do more than that, Miss Redgate. You can pass empty buckets back. All right, Chuba, let's get to work.
Sure lucky there wasn't no wind.
Yeah. Yeah, you sit here, Miss Redgate.
Well, thanks to her, the whole town didn't burn up.
You men got facts to back you up on this?
Sure. Marshal, everybody heard her say she'd like to set a match to every saloon in Kansas. Ain't that right, Jay?
It sure is. She said it right there in the Long Branch just tonight. And there she was, out back, watching the Prairie Wagon burn.
I wasn't watching, Marshal.
Did you say those things, Miss Redgate?
I said I'd like to see them burn, Marshal, and I'm not sorry this one did either, but I didn't burn it.
You gotta lock her up, Marshal.
I'll take care of her.
Go on, lock her up. She done it, plain as day.
I said I'd take care of her. Now, you men get out. I'll send for you tomorrow if I need you.
But, Marshal,
I said get out. Redgate, I think maybe you better tell me what you were doing out in the alley.
I didn't set that fire.
You were heard talking about burning saloons, and the saloon burns. You were found right out back. Now, does that sound very good to you?
No, Marshal, it don't.
And I'm going to have to hold you till this thing gets straightened out.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, excuse me.
That's all right, Chester.
Well, Mr. Dillon, there's a fellow out here says he's got to see you right now.
I'll bring him in.
Well, yes, sir, but I just thought maybe it might be better for you to come out and see him for just a minute, if it's all seems
all right, Chester. You stay here with us, Redgate.
Yes, sir.
I want to see you, Marshal.
Oh, it's you, Redgate. What do you want?
I come to do my duty.
Is that so?
That fire, that terrible fire, Marshal.
What about the fire?
I know.
You know what?
I know who done it. I know who burned down that new saloon. That terrible thing.
All right, tell me. Who did it?
You won't believe.
Well, you tell me anyway, huh?
Did you ever hear of a woman too good for her own good?
Oh, come on, Redgate. Tell me your story.
Too good for her own good.
Redgate.
Well, that's her name, Marshal. Lavinia Redgate.
Are you saying that she set that fire?
I seen her, Marshal. I seen her just as
You
nice
telling me that you saw your wife start that fire?
Sure, shooting.
Then why didn't you stop her?
Huh?
I said, why didn't you stop her?
Well, Marshal, I couldn't. I couldn't get there in time. I was still across the street when I seen her.
Across the street?
That's it, yeah. I was across there when I seen her standing in front of the saloon with a big torch. Great big torch.
Did you say in front of the saloon?
That's right, Marshal. And she throwed the torch
Then what did she do?
Well, she just stood there, watching, right there. And I want you to go get her, Marshal. Arrest her. She's too good for her own good.
I don't have to arrest her, Redgate.
You don't? Why not? Just tell me why not.
She's already in my office.
Really? In the jailhouse? Oh, that's good, Marshal. That's good. I want to see that, Marshal. I want to go inside.
Yeah, I think maybe you better. Come on.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Pulaski, Virginia. Every day is another day of sawdust in the air at Pulaski, but it's clean and fine and white. And besides, the Pulaski and Coleman Furniture Companies are mostly what make Pulaski go. If you're driving down from Washington on U.S. Highway 11, you'll pass right through Pulaski, and you can stop at Don Easter's Gap Restaurant for that good Virginia country ham sliced thick. Fair weather finds Piedmont Airlines touching down at New River Valley Airport, nearly 2 hours closer than the old Roanoke terminal. If you're in Pulaski at the right time, you can catch a ball game between Pulaski and Dublin. Or if you're staying longer, a season ticket to the concerts in Blacksburg at VMI are just the thing. And those Civil War cannons still need a nice-sized park. But if your hometown is Pulaski, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you, it's still early.
What? She ain't locked up at all, Marshal. She's just sitting there.
Horatio, where's Ben?
Go on now, Marshal. Lock her up. Lock her up,
Oh,
Marshal.
sit down, Redgate. Sit down.
I just wanted to see her locked up.
I don't think that's going to be necessary.
Why not, Marshal? She done it. She said she was going to. I seen her.
I'm not so sure about that.
Anybody will tell you she said that she'd as soon see all the saloons burn. She'll tell you herself, won't you, Livy?
What have you done with Ben?
You're in a fix for sure, ain't you, Livy? Your boy's run off, ain't he? Because you didn't want him to see his paw.
Send him home, Horatio. Give him a chance to grow up decent.
You've been out looking for him, ain't you, Livy? You couldn't sit there at home and wait for him, could you?
Yes, I've been looking.
Is that what you were doing in the alley, Miss Redgate?
Yes, Marshal. I'm ashamed to tell you it was. I was feared someone would tell him if they saw me out front, so I was going along the back way. I got my hindsight now. I can see it was wrong.
Yeah, hear that, Marshal? Vinnie Redgate admits she was wrong. Lock her up, Marshal. Lock her up. Let her sit there a spell and repent.
You got it backwards, Redgate.
What's that?
You're the one who's going to sit there and repent.
What?
Your wife never was out on Front Street. 2 witnesses saw her around back. Your story doesn't make any sense at all.
Marshal, I swear...
Don't bother. You sure wanted to get at her, didn't you?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I'd watch what I was saying if I were you.
Matt? Say, Matt.
Yeah, Doc, what is it?
Oh. Well, I'll come back later.
No, it's all right. It's all right. What's on your mind?
It'd be better if I came back.
Just speak up, Doc.
Well, Matt, it's about that fire.
Is somebody hurt?
Somebody's dead.
Well, who was it?
Well, Matt?
Doc. It's Ben. Isn't it?
Yes, Mrs. Redgate. It's Ben.
I had a feeling about tonight. I had a feeling. That's why I kept going after him, looking for him.
You saying that my boy was in that saloon?
Yes, Rachel. He must have been asleep back at the bar. I'm sorry. I'm real sorry.
Oh.
Ben dead? What? I didn't mean nothing like this. I didn't mean to hurt nobody. Just to get Livy in a fix for a day or two.
You set the fire, didn't you?
Yes, Marshal. I said it. But I didn't mean to burn my boy.
Chester, take him back and lock him up.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Miss Redgate. I wish there was something I could do to make it easier for you. If you like, ma'am, I'll have Chester take you home.
Home? I drove Ben away from home. What did I do wrong, Marshal? I only wanted him to be a good boy. Now, what did I do wrong?
Well, maybe it's not what you did wrong, Miss Redgate. Maybe you just tried too hard to do right.
When it comes to political terminology, I guess that old character Elijah Cuddlestone has used it all. For instance, and I say that all of them, every man Jack and nominated to run against me is cast in the same mold, poured out of the same bottle, chips off of the same political stump. There's no choice among them, that is. Fact is, I say that it's a fact that you'll see them ring in a dark horse candidate. A dark horse, that is, because they can't make up their minds otherwise, is what I mean. Well, dark horse, in the political sense in which Elijah used it, means pretty much as he explained it. An unexpected nominee brought in to break a deadlocked balloting for a candidate from among the leading nominees. Presidents Polk, Pierce, Garfield, and Harding were dark horses. Originally, dark horse was a racing term for a horse whose abilities were kept in the dark until displayed in the race.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Well, you better eat up, Matt. Won't find food that's even this good when you get to Larned.
Larned's a poor town, then, Doc.
Ain't none of my business, Mr. Dillon, but why ain't Miss Kitty coming back from Larned on stage same way she went up there? Why do you have to go fetch her?
I'll tell you why, Chester. It's the idea of having a U.S. Marshal come up and escort you back to Dodge.
The reason, Chester, is that there won't be another stage for a week, and Kitty has to get back here before that.
Well,
that's the reason.
And I suppose it'll be a nice ride for the two of you at that.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt, you have to admit it's mighty courtly of you. Squire and Kitty home through the countryside.
It's going to be a long, hot ride, and you know it.
Oh, now, Matt, it isn't the weather that counts. It's the company.
Where are you going, Mr. Dillon?
I'm going back to the office.
Well, ain't you going to eat your dessert? Looks mighty good. Plumb full of sugar.
You eat it, Chester.
Well, now, I sure do think.
Things are too sugary around here for me already.
Matt?
Huh? What? Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Were you asleep in the saddle?
Well, no, Kitty. Of course not. I just had my eyes closed for a minute. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I can't blame you. Must have taken you most of the night to get up to Larned. And starting right back this way. Still a couple hours to ride.
No, I've had tougher rides than this one, Kitty. Say, how did your visit with your friend up there go?
Oh, I was glad to see her, Matt.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's been pretty sick. I'm glad I made the trip. Really am.
You're not the only one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Doc and Chester haven't been able to talk of anything else since they found out that I was coming up after you.
I can believe that.
Hey, look out, Kitty. The rattlesnake. Hold on, Kitty. Don't let him get his head. Hang on, will you? I grab the Kitty! Kitty? Kitty, are you hurt?
I don't know, man. Sorry I couldn't hang on. I'm a very good rider.
Well, never mind that. Any bones broken?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Here, let's see if you can sit up.
Sure.
Come on.
Oh. Dizzy. I can't sit up. My head. My head.
Now, take it easy, Kitty. Here, let me have a look. Yeah, you bumped it all right. Must have hit a rock.
Matt? Are you there?
Yeah, sure, Kitty. I'm right here.
I can't see very well. Dark.
What? No, don't you worry, Kitty. You're going to be all right.
You get me home?
Yeah, I'll get you home. You in there. Open up. Come on, open up.
I got a gun on you, mister.
Well, put it down. I'm a U.S. Marshal, and I need shelter for this woman. She's injured.
You got no right to bust in.
Now,
here.
listen to me. This woman is badly hurt.
Well, it ain't none of my doing.
Now, you look here.
Let him bring her in, Raph.
Ain't no call.
Let him bring her in.
Oh, come on in.
That's a real pretty woman, Pa. A real pretty woman.
Hush, Ludi. She's hurt. Just set her right down there, Marshal.
All right. Big U.S. Marshal moving in on them poor folks.
There you are, Kitty. You got something to cover her with? Something clean?
What's the matter with them blankets?
I'll get you something, Marshal.
Thank you.
Matt?
You're all right, Kitty. You're going to be fine here till I get back with Doc.
You hear that, Pa? You're going to leave that woman right here with us.
You shut your mouth,
Matt?
Ludi.
Yeah, what is it, Kitty?
Don't leave me. Please.
Well, I'm just going to get Doc, Kitty.
Here's the cover, Marshal. I've been keeping it in my trunk. Rightly a tablecloth, but it's clean.
Thank you, ma'am.
My mother's.
Yeah, sure.
And things was always clean.
There you are.
Hello, woman.
Don't leave me, Matt.
Now, but
Oh,
Kitty...
please. Please, Matt.
All right, Kitty, all right. One of you is going to have to go into Dodge and bring Doc Adams back.
Well, I ain't especially feeling like no ride, Marshal.
Oh? Well, I can see to it that you feel a lot worse.
You let me go.
Now, you look here. I'm through asking for your help. You're going to do as I say. That woman needs a doctor, and one of you is going to see that she gets one right now. You understand?
Oh, I guess maybe Ludi could go.
That's better. Ludi,
What?
you know the way to town?
You know the way, all right. Pa, let me go in there 2-3 times.
All right, then you go now, and you find Doc Adams, and you bring him back with you. You understand?
I don't see why I have to ride all the way to Dodge. I ain't never seen a young woman out here before.
She'll be here when you get back.
Pa, do I have to?
You want me to cuff you again?
Go along, Ludi. Ride fast, you hear?
Sure, I'll ride fast. I want to get back. For certain I do.
Go on, then. Get out of here.
Cool your head some, miss. Fever sure has took over. Marshal Dillon.
What? What? Oh. What is it, Miss Justin?
Come over here. I'm trying to keep her head cool with these damp clothes, Marshal, but she's burning up for fair.
He doesn't look too good. Kitty? Kitty?
She can't talk, Marshal. She ain't rightly conscious.
That boy of yours, he should have brought Doc Adams a couple of hours ago.
Yes, sir, he should.
We can't wait for him any longer. Raph. Hey, Raph. Come on. Wake up.
Oh, what's that?
Come on, get up.
Oh. Well, it ain't daylight yet.
That son of yours hasn't shown up. He's been gone over 6 hours.
Well, you never can tell about Ludi.
And I better be able to tell about you.
What do you mean?
Get your boots on. You're going into Dodge.
Oh,
and if you don't have Doc back here within 4 hours, I promise you're going to need him a whole lot worse than Kitty does.
But Ludi took the only horse we got.
You can ride mine. Go on now.
Well, I ought to at least get paid for it if I go.
You'll get paid for it plenty if you don't.
Man ain't got no right to his own home.
He shames me, Marshal, taking on like that.
You think he'll come back?
No, he'll come back. He ain't brave enough not to. He's plumb afraid of you, Marshal. better get some more water from the well.
No, here, I'll get it, man.
I got a gun pointed right at your belly, Marshal.
Put that thing down, Ludy.
Oh, no.
Where's Doc Adams?
He ain't here. That's where he is.
Ludy, stop talking foolish.
It ain't me talking foolish. Stand right still, Marshal. I can shoot this thing, can't I, Ma?
Yes, Ludy, you can shoot it. But don't you cause no trouble now.
It ain't me gonna cause no trouble.
Didn't you even go for Doc, Ludy?
No, Marshal. I had me a plan. A real good plan.
Why, you young pup.
Ludy!
Right there, Marshal. Next time I'll hit you. I'm a real good shot.
What are you trying to do?
I come back to get the woman.
What?
Got it all worked out. You know, if I didn't come back, you'd send Pa out. Now, that ain't so crazy, is it? I had to wait for that, all right. Pa'd never let me do it.
Well, I'm not about to let you do it either.
I'm telling you the truth, Marshal. I wouldn't want to kill you. Killing's bad. But if I have to shoot at you again, I'll hit you sure.
Ludy!
Now, listen, Ludy. You can't take that woman out of here. She's badly hurt.
I got that all figured out in my head. I stole me a wagon, and I got it here a little ways from here. I'll just carry her out to it, and I'll take her away. And when she gets all right, she's going to be my woman.
Ludy, please.
I got a right to have a woman just like anybody. She's the first one I ever had a chance to.
Ludy, will you listen to me?
No. I told you. I'll care for her till she's well. And I see her lying there so pretty. I knew she was the one I wanted. I'm going to take her right now. You sit down in that chair, Marshal. Go on. Sit down. Ma, you go get me that rope that's hanging on the wall.
Ludy, this'll bring you bad trouble.
Get the rope, Ma. Now, you tie him up there in that chair. Now, go on now. You give me his gun first. I'm real good, Ma. I wouldn't want to hurt you neither, but I would.
Marshal?
Do what he says, Miss Judson.
All right.
Now, you just stay there nice and quiet, Marshal. After she finishes, I'm going to bring the wagon up. I ain't looking so foolish now, am I?
No, Ludy. You look fine.
Sight, Marshal. I'll untie you now.
Thanks.
You'll have to go after him.
I will.
He'll kill you if he sees you. It's clean out of my reach. Nothing's going to stop him now.
I'll make a good try, Miss Judson.
There, you're loose.
You take care of Kitty, will you?
I'll take care of her. Marshal?
Huh?
Oh, wait.
What is it?
In the trunk. I saw it yesterday when I got the tablecloth. Here, Marshal. Now, you take it.
You're giving me a gun?
I can't let you go out there without one. Not the way Ludy is. Here's some bullets.
Thanks.
Try not to hurt him too much, Marshal.
I'll try, man. I'm afraid he's in no mood to handle easy.
Oh, Rudy, there just ain't no chance for you in this world. There ain't no place for your kind. Rudy. You had to kill him, didn't you?
I'm sorry, Miss Judson.
He's out there.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of it.
No, Marshal, he's my boy. I'll take care of him.
There wasn't anything else I could do.
I know, Marshal, I know. It's been coming on him for a long time. There weren't no help for him, no help at all, just beatings and a twisted way of thinking.
Yeah.
But he's all right now, ain't he, Marshal? I can think he's all right now, can't I?
Yes, ma'am, Miss Judson. You can think that.
Matt, stop the wagon, will you?
Sure, Doc. Whoa! Holla! Ha! What's the matter? Something wrong, Doc?
No, everything's all right. Kitty's just coming out of it. She wants to see you.
Oh? I'll be right there. How is she, Doc?
She's gonna be all right, Matt. Yeah, no, Kitty, no. You mustn't try to sit up yet.
That's crazy, Doc. I'm fine.
You'll do what he says, Kitty, if I have to tie you down.
Okay. I guess I have caused you enough trouble, Matt.
You gave me a turn when you were lying there unconscious. I will say that.
I don't remember a thing after you first carried me into that shack. I guess it was pretty silly.
What do you mean?
Oh, insisting like you did that you stay with me and not leave me to go get Doc. Nothing would have happened to me in that place. I guess I was just spooky about it.
Well, I was a little spooky myself, Kitty, before we got through.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. You rest now. Okay to go on, Doc?
Oh, sure. Oh, everything's fine.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
He's right. It is a half-mile wide and a half-inch deep.
What is?
That cussed Arkansas River is. He was right about it. But I sure wasn't going to let on.
Who was right, Chester?
Oh, some fellow from San Antonio. He was in there in Long Branch last night bragging about Texas. I told him they got rivers there that's every bit as bad as this one.
Or did you tell him to hang around till the spring rains hit?
I did. I sure did tell him just that, Mr. Dillon.
Whoa! Hey, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc.
You fellas tired of walking?
Not if it means risking our lives in that broken-down buggy of yours, Doc.
Yep, well, this'll outlast the three of us. Good as the day it was made.
It's the biggest eyesore in Dodge City, Doc. Why don't you take it down to the river bottom and burn it? We'll start a collection to help you get a new one.
Oh, now, look, hear me.
Let's look yonder. There's a fight, Mr. Dillon, in front of the lady gate.
Yeah, come on. We'll see you later, Doc.
Later, nothing. I haven't seen a real good fight for a week or more.
Why, that's Chicken Smith, Mr. Dillon.
All right. One side. Will you let me through here, please? Will you let me through?
Well, forevermore, that Prague Loomer he's fighting with.
And he's beating the daylights out of him. Oh, golly.
All right, Prague. You had enough now? I'll show you who's had enough.
All right,
come on.
Now make a move toward that gun, Prague.
Some folks would call it self-defense, Marshal.
Chicken Smith never carries a gun, and you know it. But get on your feet now and forget it. All right, everybody, move along now. Break it up. Come on, move along now.
Out of the way.
Now, what started this?
I reckon we just better say it was something personal, Marshal.
I see. Doc, suppose you could take this pair over to your office and patch them up a little?
Well, I will if they come separately, but I don't want another dogfight starting right underfoot.
Won't be no trouble as far as I'm concerned, Doc. I already had my say. Well, I ain't. But I will before I'm through. I'll pass your offer, Doc. I reckon I'll heal all right alone.
Well, suit yourself, Prague. Come on, Chicken.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can restore your normal ugliness.
You know, Chicken Smith's not ordinarily the kind of a man to start a fight, Prague.
Well, he started this one.
Maybe he figured he had a reason.
Well, I guess it rankled him some that I was talking to his wife. And she wasn't objecting none.
Well, Ellie's not one to use her head sometimes.
Is that her name? Ellie?
Forget her, Prague. And him, too. If he turned up with a bullet in him, I'd know where to come.
Now, there's more than one way of getting even, Marshal. I'll see you later.
Now, there's a man that can be mean without even trying, Mr. Dillon.
A Prague Loomer? Yeah, I guess he can. Come on.
I swear I just wouldn't have figured Chicken Smith had it in him. A fellow that raises hens and gathers eggs ain't usually one to rear up like that.
Oh, Marshal.
What? Oh. Hello. How are you, Ellie?
Marshal, I just wanted to explain that what happened there was just a big misunderstanding. Well, I never saw that man before in my life.
No?
I took some eggs into the store, and he was standing in front. He just passed the time of day with me, was all. I didn't know him from Adam. I still don't.
His name's Prague Loomer. He bought the Lady Gay Saloon a while back.
Well, he's right handsome, you know, in a kind of a strange way.
He's a good man to stay clear of, Ellie.
Oh, Marshal, I hope you don't think that... Well, I mean, I certainly will stay clear of him. I sure wouldn't want another misunderstanding.
Neither would I, Ellie. The next one might be fatal.
do you think, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I'll try one more. Here, let me steady this on the fence rail now. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's hitting where it's aiming, all right. I guess Andy got the kink out of it.
He always does. Takes old Andy a month of Sundays to fix a gun, but once it's done right.
Yeah. Well, there's no point in burning up any more ammunition.
Marshal, you out back there?
Yeah, I'll be right with you.
Sounds like Chicken Smith, Mr. Dillon. First time he's been to town for over a week.
Yeah, I know.
Out shooting one of your prisoners, Marshal?
No, just testing a gun I had fixed. Well, how's the chicken business?
Oh, tolerable. Few of the hens starting to set now. Need some more warm days, though, and a couple of rains.
Well, I guess I don't know very much about them.
Smarter than cattle any day.
How's that so?
Why, sure. Chickens can tell when the weather's going to change, when the storm's coming, and know when there's a hawk overhead. Hens will run straight to the rooster for protection. They'll stay there as long as there's any danger. At least the older ones. Some of the pullets, they stray once in a while. Them's the ones that get killed off.
I see.
A man can learn a lot watching a flock of chickens, Marshal. Like the way a rooster will fight to the death to protect his hens. Appears some people never heard of that.
You mean people like Prag Wilmer?
I reckon he's heard of it now. All right.
Okay, he's heard of it. Well, let me give you a piece of advice, Chicken. Last week you knocked Prag around some and you got away with it.
A man's got a right to fight for what's his.
Prag's not a man to take a beating easy, not while he carries a gun in his belt.
Maybe I ought to get one.
You never packed a gun in your life, and you wouldn't know what to do with one if you did. Now, why don't you forget it? That's all I'm saying. It's over and it's done with.
Ellie's too pretty for her own good. That's the trouble. And young. Kind of strays out of the yard once in a while.
She'll learn.
I hope so, Marshal. I sure do hope so.
My land of gracious, look yonder at that buckboard.
Yeah, that's pretty reckless driving.
That's Ellie. Doggone it. I told her once. I told her 1,000 times.
Good morning, Marshal.
Young lady, you keep handling a team that way, and you're going to roll that rig over a cut bank one of these days.
Well, life ain't worth much without a little danger in it, Marshal. You ready to get on back home now, Chicken?
We got to try to sell them pullets first, Ellie.
I already sold them, and all we can deliver from now on.
What, new customer?
That's right. And a pretty good one, too, Chicken. Sounds like we're finally getting that rainstorm, man.
I've been building up to it for a week now.
Well, I suppose the ranchers are happy, but sure hasn't helped business in the Long Branch this evening. Everybody left early so they wouldn't get cut off by floods in the washes.
Well, you can still count on us, Miss Kitty. There ain't no wash between this here saloon and the jail.
You know, Chester, if there was, you'd still manage to get trapped on this side of it.
Well, if a man's going to get stormed in someplace, he could do a lot worse than the Long Branch.
Well, they might do better, too. Over at the Lady Gay, you'd get free fried chicken twice a day.
I ain't been over there even once during the whole 2 weeks, and I ain't aiming to go. All as long as Prag Bloomer's running the place. Giving away free fried chicken at the bar twice a day, I know.
Well, to draw trade, so he says. Well, maybe that's his reason.
The boys have started calling it the Chicken Smith Hour.
Chicken Smith? Yeah, so Prag Bloomer's their new customer, huh? And I suppose Ellie has to deliver them every day or so.
Well, it's not only that, Matt. She's been slipping into town at night. Real late at night.
Ever more close that door, Doc. What's the matter with you?
I've got it. All right. Man can't come through the door without opening it, can he? Oh, hello, Matt, Kitty.
Gosh, you look like a drowned rat.
Well, we're getting ourselves a rainstorm out there, young lady. It's coming down in barrels. Front Street's already starting to float. Yeah, say. Guess who I just saw on the way over here? Ellie Smith, out in front of the Lady Gay.
Well, I think it's time I had a talk with her and Prag.
No, Matt, there's no law. And besides, he won't like it much.
No, I'm sure he won't like it much.
What's on your mind, Marshal?
Frag, I want to talk to Ellie, too. Where is she?
Ellie? Oh, well, I guess you mean Ellie Smith.
Where is she?
Now, what makes you think she'd be here at the saloon this time of night?
She was seen here, Frag, tonight and other nights as well, so don't go to the bother of lying.
Man's personal business ain't no concern of the law.
I don't figure it's personal when it's heading toward a killing.
Now, Marshal, it's too late to stand around spinning yarn.
Now, I ask you a question, Frag. Where is she?
I don't know.
She was here, wasn't she?
She left 20 minutes ago.
All right. Left for where?
Home, I guess. She was driving the buckboard, and I saw her off.
You let her leave alone on a night like this with the flash floods running in every gully between here and her farm?
She ain't no lookout of mine, Marshal. She's Chicken Smith's property. Or at least she was. I told you there was more than one way of getting even, didn't I? You're going to be sorry for that, Marshal.
Am I? Find anything, Chester?
She didn't try to cross here, Mr. Dillon. Looks like she turned north along the bank there.
There's another ford up there about 100 yards.
Couldn't have been too long ago. Wheel tracks ain't rained out yet.
Now, let's ride up that way.
Yes, sir. It'd be a whole lot easier if we had some daylight.
A man can't always pick and choose.
She could have, though, doggone her. Crazy fool stunt tearing around in the middle of the night, storm like this.
Now, life's not worth much, according to her, unless it's got some danger in it.
Well, I wish she'd find some kind of danger that don't keep me up all night riding around in the storm.
Look out, Chester. That bank's all undercut along there.
Yeah, by God, it sure is. Breaking off and falling into the water all along the side of it. Mr. Dillon, look.
Huh? Yeah, I see it.
Horses must have broke clear. It's only the buckboard down there.
Uh-huh. Come on.
She might be hanging on the other side.
Now, it's been rolled, Chester. Smashed up pretty bad by the current. Well, let's see if we can find her.
But where, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Downstream somewhere.
Yonder he is, Mr. Dillon, feeding his hands.
Uh-huh.
Well, morning, Marshal. Morning, Chester.
Hello, Chicken.
Morning.
You turned out nice after the storm.
Yeah, I did.
Come on, Chick. Come on. Come get it. Here, Chick. I come out pretty lucky with my poultry here. Only 3 pullets lost their heads and run out into the storm. Got drowned for their trouble.
Oh?
The rest of them stayed in their coops and come through safe and sound. Look at them eat. They're always real hungry after a rain.
Chicken, I'm afraid I got some bad news for you.
I reckon I already know what the news is. I went looking for her when the storm come up last night. I found the buckboard. Knowed there was no use looking any further. You found her, huh?
Yeah, about a half mile on downstream.
Kind of where I figured she'd be. She was a good wife, Marshal. Right sorry to lose her. She was too pretty. She was too young. Only trouble.
And I guess the farm will get lonesome without a woman, huh?
Yeah. That's how I look at it, Marshal. Ellie been slipping out at night lately, going into town. I've been puzzling over it, not rightly knowing what to do. Now, of course, there ain't nothing to do.
I'm sorry about it, Chipper.
Mighty kind of you to ride out and tell me. Now, you just wait till I finish feeding these hens, and I'll ride in with you, Marshal. Save you a trip back out.
Oh, what do you mean?
After I found that buckboard last night, I rode on into town. I wanted to see Bragg Loomer. You'll find him when you get back to town.
Find him?
I took your advice, Marshal, about not knowing how to handle a pistol. I took my shotgun, the same one I used for hawks. It worked just as good on Bragg, only took one shot. Of course, you understand, I was closer to him than I ordinarily get to a hawk. Here, come on, chickies. Come on, get your breakfast.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Doggone it, Mr. Dillon. One of these here days, I'm just going to shake the dust of Dodge City off of my boots for good.
Sure, I know it, Chester. How much you lose this time?
$11.20. Who said anything about losing?
Well, every time you sit in on one of those draw games, the boys whipsaw you and you threaten to pull stakes and leave town.
And one of these times, I'm going to do it, too.
Sure, and the first thing you look for in the next town will be a draw poker table.
Well, maybe I ought to change to stud or blackjack.
Maybe you ought to just keep your money in your pocket. Did you ever think of that?
No, I got a hunch my luck is right on the point of turning, Mr. Dillon.
No?
Well, if I only had, say, $5 or so to get back into the game...
No.
I could be... Well, even if I only had $1. Oh, Miss Kitty. Just one single dollar.
You broke, Chester?
Well, yes.
Here you go.
Oh, no. Now, I just couldn't think of taking money from a lady, Mr.
Oh, well, I'll take
except
it,
as a loan, maybe I could. Excuse me, Mr. Dillon. I'll pay it back in just a few minutes.
You know, Kitty, you're a born soft touch.
Oh, well, if he needs it, Matt.
It's those sharps over there at the poker table that need it.
Oh, well, he can't get hurt bad on $1.
Chester's hurt bad when he loses 10 cents.
Yeah? Maybe he's lucky, Matt.
Oh, how so?
Oh... Forget it, Matt. Just one of those nights, I guess.
No. Would a drink help, maybe?
Probably not. But I'll have one anyway. At least it won't do me any harm.
Okay.
Oh, well, I see the Marshal of Dodge is out carousing again.
Hello, Doc.
How are you, Doc?
Oh, my Kitty, you look prettier in a basket full of sunflowers.
Well, thank you.
Yes, you do. Oh, say, Matt, you'll never guess who came to my office for help this afternoon.
No, but they got my sympathy, Doc.
It was old Carpus Degg.
Carpus?
Who's Carpus Degg?
Well, he lives in a shack on the river bottom, Kitty. He hunts a little, traps some, keeps pretty much to himself.
What's wrong with him, Doc?
Nothing. He brought me a patient. Too late to do any good, of course. He died right on my operating table.
Oh.
Died of what?
A bullet wound.
You mean somebody was shot this afternoon and you didn't tell me about it?
I didn't figure it was important. Was to Carpus, though. Yes. He looked mighty broken up when he left.
Doc, will you please...
I reckon a man living alone that way, without any human friends, can get pretty fond of an old hound dog.
A dog?
Yeah, I guess I did forget to mention, it was that old spotted hound dog of his that was shot.
How are you, Doc? Miss Kitty?
Yeah, Chester.
Do you think maybe you can get by till payday for that $1?
Forget it, Chester.
Yes, forget it, Chester. No use looking at me, Chester.
Well, I was just thinking...
Doc, did Carpus have any idea who shot his dog?
If he did, he wasn't saying. But from the look on his face when he walked out, I'm glad it wasn't me.
Well, now, why would anybody do a thing like that?
Well, I don't know. It's too bad, but there's nothing much to be done about it.
I think maybe I better ride out there in the morning and have a talk with Carpus.
What for?
This wouldn't be the first time that a dog getting killed would finally lead to a man getting killed.
Warning.
What's the matter?
Well, I have a warning for all eligible dependents seeking medical care at government expense from civilian sources.
Well, so all right already.
Be sure the physician and hospital are participating in the Medicare program before beginning treatment.
Well, so my dependents have checked. Now what?
They should make sure they use their ID card to obtain only that medical care to which they are entitled. Misuse of the ID card is punishable by a fine of up to $10,000 or imprisonment of up to 5 years.
For a couple of aspirins?
Don't take chances. Read the pamphlet, Dependents, Medical Care Program.
Oh, no, that's what I call scare advertising.
Shack looks deserted, Mr. Dillon. Maybe old Carpenter's gone off somewhere.
And there's somebody cutting wood over there in the draw. Let's leave our horses here in the lean-to, Chester.
All right, sir. Man, it'd have to be a little ouchy to want to live out here all alone this way.
Maybe it's not a matter of choice.
No company except for a dog. No neighbors for 10 miles or more.
That's not quite that far. Pete Raymer's got a homestead about 2 miles north of here.
Maybe he shot that hound, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, why do you say that?
Oh, I don't know. But folks mostly leaves old Carpus to himself.
Yeah, I know.
Hold it there. Right where you are.
Mr. Dillon?
Take it easy, Chester.
Who is it? Speak up there.
It's Matt Dillon, Carpus, and Chester. Now, you better put that rifle down.
Oh. Well, I didn't recognize you, Marshal. My eyes ain't what they used to be. I thought maybe it was... Well...
You thought what?
Well, I just didn't know.
You mean you thought it might be whoever shot your dog, huh?
Oh, Doc told you about that.
I'm sorry to hear it, Carpus.
I'd had Danny Boy 11 years, Marshal. He was going blind, pretty near bad as me. And he sure weren't no use to hunt with no more. But I'll say one thing, Marshal. I'd given my right arm rather than lose that hound. I reckon folks should call it crazy, but that's how I felt.
Well, living alone, I guess a man learns to appreciate a dog.
Well, he understood every word that was said to him just as good as you or me. By evenings, we'd sit there in my shack and I'd talk to him, and, well, we won't be doing that no more now.
Who do you think shot him?
Let's walk back up to the shack, Marshal. It's getting mighty cold standing here.
All right.
Here, look, yonder. Here goes a rabbit. Look at that fool run.
He's sure scratching gravel.
Danny Boy'd been after him like a shot. He'd have lost him right off, but he'd sure give it a try. Rabbits, coyotes, prairie chickens. He'd chase anything that moved. Blundering along, blind as a bat, baying his lungs out.
Carpus, you have any idea why anybody'd want to shoot him?
Because they're plain low down mean, that's why. Ain't no other reason for doing a thing like that. Well, come on inside.
All right.
Ain't nothing fancy, but it keeps the weather off. Have some coffee going here in a couple of minutes, Marshal, if you're mind to set a spell.
Well, don't go to any bother on our account.
No, it's no bother. Just get a few more logs in here. I ain't sure I can scare up 3 mugs, though. It's kind of unusual having callers here. Folks who always acted like I had the plague or something.
Well, people get caught up in their own troubles, I guess, Carpus. Just get too busy sometimes to be neighborly.
Yeah, man can get lonesome, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Pete Raymer and his missus ever drop by here?
No, never.
Uh-huh. Where'd you find the dog? after he'd been shot?
I didn't find him. He found me. He come dragging himself back here to the cabin. I rushed him right into dock, but it was too late.
And you don't know where it happened, then?
Yes, I know. I followed his trail back this morning. It was on a brushy draw, about a mile from here.
Toward the Raymer place?
You know, more or less. I'll take care of it, Marshal. You just stay out of it. Laws for people and not for dumb animals.
Your dog wasn't shot by a dumb animal, Carpus.
I'll settle it in my own way.
And you know who did it?
Well, I know, all right. And I'll see they pay for it, too.
That kind of paying for it gets out of hand sometimes.
I'm the one that suffered the loss. It's my concern, not the law.
Carpus, come out here.
Somebody's out there in the yard.
You hear me?
Get out on the floor. Well, it seems like one of your neighbors has finally come calling on you, Carpus.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe. Joe. Joe.
Yeah, I'm up. I forget breakfast, I'll shave at work.
Joe, it's not time to go to work.
Then why'd you wake me up?
You were snoring.
How about that?
You were snoring loud.
Oh, really?
I just wanted to quiet you.
I thought I was quiet.
You sounded like a buzzsaw going through a pine knot.
Pretty good. I wish I could be with you at 2:30 in the morning.
You can go back to sleep now.
Oh, gee, thanks.
You can get a good night's sleep, too. Our savings bonds will protect us.
Huh?
They protect us. The money we invest is used to protect our country and its freedoms. Why, all around us we can see the safeguards that our bonds have paid for.
How about that?
So, you see, when you buy that savings bond with every paycheck, you're really investing in a secure night's sleep.
Not in this house, I'm not.
What?
Good night, Daphne.
Good night, Joe.
That's Pete Raymer out there, Marshal.
You heard me, you mangy old weasel. Come on out here.
He's aiming to kill me.
But why?
Well, I don't rightly know, but he fired a bullet through the window, didn't he?
All right, Carpus, you stay away from the door. You too, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Raymer, it's Matt Dillon. You hold your fire. I'm coming out.
I didn't know you was in there, Marshal.
No, I guess you didn't.
Understand, I wasn't aiming to shoot nobody.
Is that so?
No. Just trying to throw a scare into him. Into old Carpus, I mean. Bring him to his senses, maybe.
Has he been out of his senses?
Well, he sure act like it. Marshal, you know what he done this morning? He tried to shoot my kid's dog. Yeah. Snuck up through the brush, took a shot at her. Sonny seen him do it.
Any idea what had caused him to do a thing like that?
Oh, dang if I know. He's just crazy, I reckon. He always been to my touch. You know that. That's why folks around here just stay shy of him.
Well, that might work both ways, Raymer.
How's that?
Being lonesome, acting strange. They kind of go together sometimes.
Yeah, maybe.
Are you the one who shot his dog?
What? If he says that, he's a liar. I ain't even seen that old hound for a week. Didn't know he was shot till you told me. Anybody says I done that is a liar.
Well, I say you done it, Raymer. You calling me a liar?
I'm calling you anything you're right.
Wait
You
a minute,
stand there
both
and
of you.
listen to.
Marshal, is that what he told you, that I killed his dog?
No, he didn't tell me anything. He said he'd take care of it himself.
Yes, and I will, too.
That's what you was doing, sneaking around my place this morning.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It's the law of the scripture.
All right, you just take warning from me right now. I catch you around my place one more time, I'm going to put a bullet in you.
Well, I ain't too bad to shot myself,
You
Kramer.
better be a good shot if you got
All right, shut up, both of you. Shut up. It's like I told you, Carpus, this way of paying for things comes high sometimes.
Danny boy was the only thing I had in the world, Marshal.
Well, then you ought to find out who killed him instead of coming around and scaring my kid half to death.
I know who killed him.
Sonny come running home like old Scratch yourself was after him, yelling. It's Mr. Degg, he's yelling. He just took a shot at my dog. Oh, Carpus, if I could have got my hands on you.
Wait a minute,
right
Reimer.
then.
Wait a minute. Is that really what he said?
I ain't known to be a liar, Marshal.
The exact words, I mean.
Well, that's the gospel, so hell. If lightning was to strike me dead
right,
now,
all right.
man.
I suppose we all ride over to your place, Reimer.
My place?
Yeah. I want to talk to Sonny.
What for?
It might help to prevent a murder.
Well, there's the kid, Marshal. Right there in front of the barn. Sonny? Sonny!
Yeah, Pop.
Come on over here a minute, Sonny, will you? Marshal wants to talk to you.
Marshal?
Yeah, come on. Here, Sonny, come back.
He run into the barn, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I can't figure what come over that boy, Marshal.
Well, we'll soon find out. Maybe it'd be better if you and Carpus stayed here with the horses, Reimer.
You say so?
Keep an eye on him, Chester. Don't let him get into an argument.
All right, sure.
Can't figure why Sonny'd run into that barn. Anyway, just like you see the ghost. I don't figure why the Marshal was.
Sonny,
What do you want?
I want to talk to you. I want you to open the door.
Go away.
You can't get away from a thing by hiding from it, Sonny.
You go on away, Marshal. I got a gun in here.
Oh? Good. I'd like to see it.
No.
All right, Sonny. I'll give you just 3 seconds to open this door. Now move.
All right, Marshal. Go ahead and arrest me if you want to, but please don't let Mr. Degg shoot Nellie.
He won't.
He tried to this morning. That's why I got her tied up here in the barn.
Now, why do you suppose he did it, Sonny?
Why, to get even because I... Well, I guess you know about it, don't you?
Know about what?
It was an accident, Marshal. Cross my heart it was. I was after an old coyote, and he run into that brush patch. And I went in after him and seen something moving. I thought it was him, so I fired. Only it wasn't. It was that old hound dog of Mr. Degg's.
Oh. A man should never pull a trigger unless he's sure what he's got in his sights, Sonny.
Yes, sir, I know. Pop always told me that, but I just forgot. Now I have to go to jail and...
Now, you stop that kind of talk. You're not going to jail. Hey, Carpus, come over here, will you? You too, Reimer.
I was scared to tell what happened because I knew Pop would be mad, and I didn't think anyone would believe me.
What is it, Marshal?
Carpus, it was the boy here who shot your dog.
It was?
I didn't mean to do it, Mr. Degg. I thought it was a coyote, but it was old Danny boy. Oh, I know how you like that old hound. I sure feel awful about it.
Are you sure it was an accident?
Yes, sir, it was. Honest, it was.
Well...
Nellie's going to have pups in a couple of weeks, Mr. Degg. And I'll let you have your choice of the litter. Any one of them you want.
Well, no. That hound of mine was a trained hunter, Sonny. Takes a lot of work to train a young pup.
I'll help you. I'll come over every day as soon as my chores is done and help you train him.
Yeah, it sounds like a pretty fair offer. This Nellie's a good dog, is she?
She's the best dog in the world. You just take a look at her. Come on, I'll show you.
Oh, I'm mighty sorry about this, Carpus.
Yeah, that's all right. It couldn't be helped.
Come on, Mr. Diggs.
Yeah, all right, Sonny. All right, I'm coming.
Oh, looks like old Carpus has finally got himself a friend, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Looks like two, though, Chester. Counting the pup.
According to Thomas Jefferson, equal justice to all men, regardless of their political or religious beliefs, is an essential principle of our political philosophy. The amendments to our Constitution spell out what we mean by justice. For example, no one can conduct an unreasonable search of our homes or businesses, or seize any of our belongings. We can't be held for a capital or infamous crime unless we are first indicted by a grand jury. And we are entitled to a speedy and a public trial by an impartial jury. The accused has a right to confront the witnesses against him, and he can force witnesses who could aid his case to testify. Of course, he cannot be made to testify against himself. He is entitled to the help of a lawyer, and he cannot be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. These are definitions in our Dictionary of Freedom. Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
torches and lights stretching clean down the plaza. This is just about the biggest wagon train I ever seen leave, dog. Oh, the wagon! Makes me want to go to California, too, Mr. Dillon.
Well, then why don't you?
Well, no, I never really thought about it.
And why are you saying you'd like to go?
Well, why, it's all the excitement, I guess.
The excitement will die down when the sun hits them tomorrow.
Well, it's all this that makes me want to go and all that makes me stay. California! Yahoo!
Oh, Chester, stop that. What's the matter with you? Did you have to do that right in my ear?
Doggone it, Doc, I'm sorry. I didn't see you standing there.
You didn't see me.
I didn't.
Hello, Matt. Oh, what's the matter with you? You wish you were going along?
No.
Why not? A lot of good-looking women in that train.
Yeah, you got a point there, Doc.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, I'm going to ride out and follow along with him, will you mind?
All right, Chester.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Yes, I'll see you later. Oh, listen to him. Come on, Matt. I'll buy you a drink.
You're pretty flush now that you filched all you could out of that wagon train, aren't you, Doc?
Not hardly. You can't get blood out of a turnip.
You sure did try, though, didn't you?
Oh, nonsense. That crowd's been here 3-4 weeks now, freeloading on Dodge. And you know it.
They came clear from Ohio, Doc.
I know that.
Well, they got to freshen up their supplies somewhere, don't they?
Oh, is that what they call it?
Ah, you got a real burn, haven't you?
Well, no wonder. I'm tired. I'm tired, man. I'm tired of all this heat, this dust, these nights that are hotter than days. Crying babies I've never seen before and I'll never see again. I'm glad that mob's gone, Matt. I'm darn glad of it.
Who broke all those glasses? Sam, we got nothing left around here.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh,
You
well,
feeling it, too?
if you're asking me, am I fed up? The answer's yes.
Whiskey, Sam? And none of that trade whiskey you've been throwing into our recent guests, either. I'll be sitting over here.
Kind of got the doc, hasn't it?
Yeah, all of us, Kitty. Yeah, the place is pretty empty, isn't it?
Well, it sure wasn't 2 hours ago. The whole town was in here to say goodbye to that crowd.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, let's step out back. It's too hot in here.
Yeah.
Maybe Greavy was right, starting out at night. At least they'll miss one day of sun. Matt, what do you think?
About what?
Their chances.
Oh, some of them will make it. Some of them won't.
It always bothers me to see them.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. They're so fresh and eager when they hit Dodge. They think they've already been through it. They've forded rivers. They've seen a few blanket Indians. Their kids have had the fever. But they don't know what's waiting for them out there on the high plains.
Yeah, that's what's biting Doc, too.
They think it's going to be Ohio to Kansas all the way. And you can't tell them any different.
Kitty,
Yeah.
look, you and Doc, there's nothing you can do for them.
Oh, Matt, I'm sorry. I'm restless. I think I'll go back inside.
Oh, Kitty,
Yeah, Matt.
take good care of Doc, will you?
Yeah, I will.
that you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, that's me, Chester.
My land, how come you ain't in bed? It's awful late.
Oh, it's too hot. How far'd you follow him?
To Moss Grimmick's hay camp. There was kind of a party out there.
Oh, there was?
Mm-hmm.
Everything all right in the wagon train?
It seemed to be. Well, I'm going out of bed, Mr. Dillon. Good night.
Good night, Chester.
Can you make some duck? Come on, Doc.
I'm all right, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt.
You need a hand?
No, we're all right.
Okay.
Hey, come on. Take it easy now.
I will not give you up to date.
Yep. Come on, here we go.
Oh, you're a nice girl. Good Lord. Look at that, Kitty.
Good heavens.
Huh? Well, what is it, Doc? What's the matter up there?
Come up here, Matt. Somebody's left Doc a baby.
They all right, Kitty?
Sure. Both of them. They're asleep.
Yeah. Doc was sure feeling his liquor.
But he still insisted on checking that baby before I could get him to lie down.
Yeah.
Imagine, Matt. It's a girl. She's awful little.
Kitty, how much you know about taking care of a baby, huh?
Less than you'd think.
You know it's going to be your responsibility.
Mine?
Well, I mean, until we find the mother.
Oh.
She must be in that wagon train. Chester and I'll ride after him tonight. We can catch him by morning.
Yeah, you better. Wait till Doc wakes up and finds that baby in his room. He'll never take another drink.
They sure are laying down a dust trail, ain't they, Mr. Dillon?
Gravy said he was going to keep pushing till the sun got overhead.
It ain't but 7 or so now, and it's uncommon hot.
Howdy. Morning, ma'am. Hello, John.
Mr. Dillon, there's Mr. Greavy way up ahead there.
Yeah, I see him. Come on. Hey, Greavy! Mr. Greavy! Hey!
Marshal Dillon!
Yeah.
What brings you way out here?
I want to talk to your people, Greavy. Can you hold them up a little while?
Hold them up? You mean stop the train?
Well, that's important, or I wouldn't ask. It's real important.
Well, yeah, all right. Hold it up, boys! Hold it! Hold it!
Chester, go back down the line and tell everybody I want them to meet at the center of the wagon train, huh?
All right, sir.
What's this all about, Marshal?
You gotta bear with me, Greavy. I gotta do this. Come on, I want you too.
All right, folks. Settle down. Folks, please. Hey, you all know Marshal Dillon. Now, he won't tell me what this is all about, but he says he wants to make a speech.
Well, Mr. Greavy's wrong about that. The speeches were made last night. Now, Dodge was glad to have you folks, and we all wish you well. But what I've got to say is only for one person, or maybe two. I'm talking to the woman who left her newborn baby at Doc Adams last night.
Now, all I can say to you is that you better think on it, whoever you are, because California's a long way from Kansas. It's too long if you start to regret it too late. Now, I'm not interested in bringing charges against anybody. So why don't you think it over before it is too late, huh? Thank you. Oh, that's all, Greavy. Thanks very much. Come on, Chester. Sit down.
How'd it go out the wagon train today, man?
Well, I told him. That's all. Sit down.
No. I'm going out to Long Branch for a minute.
Now, you know that stuff's habit forming, don't you?
For your information, I need sheets. Torn bed sheets.
Oh. That.
Yeah. That. You know, she's not going to show up, Matt.
Oh, what makes you think so?
Any woman who'd abandon her baby isn't going to be swayed by your brand of sentimentalism.
Well, maybe not, Doc, but I'm going to be here just in case.
All right. Suit yourself. Chester, what are you doing down here?
Oh, now, don't worry, Doc. I'm going right back, but I just remembered something I ought to tell Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon?
Did you just remember to tell me something, Chester?
Oh, yes, sure I did. See, there was a fellow that come by here, and he said he was a soldier.
Oh?
Yes, sir. It seems he just got his discharge.
Well, what did he want?
Well, he was asking about the wagon train. See, he thinks maybe his wife was with it.
His wife?
Yes, sir. He was supposed to meet her farther out at Cimarron Crossing, but he got to Dodge sooner than what he expected.
Well, what did you tell him?
Well, I told him they was long gone, but he could catch up with them easy, and so he rode off. Well, I guess ain't too important, but I feel bad I didn't tell you before. See, what with that new baby and all, my nerves is... Well, Mr. Dillon, I better get back up there before something happens.
All right, Chester, go ahead.
Matt, over here.
Hello, Kitty.
Sit down.
What'd you do with Doc?
Very little. He got his sheets, but he'd hardly speak to Sam.
Well, maybe he's blaming Sam for what happened.
Well, Doc's got quite a homey problem with that baby.
Yeah, I know.
What are you going to do, Matt?
Oh, let nature take its course, I guess.
You always were an optimist.
Well, in my business, I have to be. Say, Kitty, could you get me something to eat?
Sure, Matt.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
She's here, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
That little baby's mama is waiting for you over at the office.
Chester, go tell Doc to come down to the office. You stay with the baby, huh?
All right, sir. Oh, this here is Marshal Dillon, ma'am.
I'm Mrs. Bailey.
You were with the wagon train, weren't you, Miss Bailey?
Yes, I've come for my baby.
Uh-huh. Oh, where's your husband? Didn't he come with you?
Well, Marshal, my husband's been away in the Army for 2 years.
Oh, I see.
That's why I left my baby.
Yes, Matt?
This is Dr. Adams, Miss Bailey.
Oh, well... Oh. Matt, can I have a word with you?
Well, right now, Doc?
Right now.
Marshal, I'm Clint Bailey. I rode all the way out to that wagon train. Jenny.
Clint. Oh, hello, Clint.
Good to see you.
Marshal, this is my husband.
But what are you doing here? Now, something wrong? Jenny, what is it?
Marshal, you tell him.
Oh, Mr. Bailey, your wife came for her baby.
Came for a baby? What do you... Jenny.
She could have left it, but she didn't.
Is it true, Jen? Well, is it?
Yes.
But, Jen, we never had kids. All the years we've been married.
I know,
and we never...
Clint, it wasn't for me not wanting them.
Well, what is this baby? It's a girl. A girl. Well, that's good. That part's good.
Can we keep her, Clint?
I've been waiting 2 years to come back to you, Jenny. And I can't lose you now.
Say, Doc, you sleeping?
No, Matt, I was just thinking.
No, good for you.
You know, it's a thing like that tonight that gives you all the hope you need to keep going.
You'd have been better off sleeping, Doc.
It wasn't her baby, you know.
What? What are you talking about?
She came to me 3 weeks ago. I told her then that she could never have a baby. Never.
Well, why did she lie to her husband?
Because of you. She was afraid you wouldn't let her take it. But then I'm sure she's told him the truth by now.
But, Doc, you should have told me. This isn't right. What if the real mother shows up?
Do you think she will?
No, Doc. I don't.
Can I buy you a drink, man? Just one, of course.
Just one? I think that'd be fine, Doc.
Star, William Conrad.
4 weeks ago, we asked you to let us know which Gunsmoke stories you would like to hear again. And your letters and cards have enabled us to select the 5 most popular. But more important, however, to those of us here on the show were the wonderful expressions of warmth and interest. We're deeply grateful. Well, next week, the first of the 5 most popular shows. It's one we have called simply Home Surgery.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hand me those forceps, will you, Matt?
Is this what you mean, Doc?
Yes, that's right. Now, we'll just... Well, at least we got the bullet out.
What do you think, Doc?
Well, I'm not the good Lord, Matt. Maybe and maybe not.
Any, chance of me talking to her now?
No, not for half an hour or so. Until the chloroform wears off. Just think of it. 16 miles on horseback. With a bullet in it. I tell you, Indians have got more endurance than any race alive.
Yeah, but Sochi's only half Indian, Doc.
And that's what worries me.
She couldn't give you any description at all, huh?
Now, Matt, you know that all white men look alike to an Indian. She said she'd know him if she saw him, though. And she kept saying it until she passed out.
Yeah, I'll bet she'd know him. He shot her husband down right in front of her and then tried to kill her when she ran. Well, there can't be too many white men in the Choctaw Basin this time of year.
Well, whoever did it, you get him, Matt. Little slip of a girl. Pretty as a fawn. 60 miles and bleeding all the way.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
We got an answer to that telegraph, Mr. Dillon.
No?
The garrison commander at Fort Cougar Pass says only 3 men have gone into the basin from the west since the thaws.
3, huh? Mm-hmm. Does he know any of them?
Well, he didn't say so. More than likely they're trappers shortcutting down from the hills.
Well, if they haven't come out this end, it's one of those 3. Nobody winters in that basin except a few Indian families like Sochi and her husband.
Well, we could find out from Ben Taylor there at Laurel Grove Trading Post. That's where they'd have to come out at.
Doc, I'll be at the jail if she comes to.
All right, man. Doc, Miss Kitty's out in the other room. She wants to know maybe can she help.
She sure as the dickens can. You send her in, Chester.
All right.
Come on, Chester. I'll go out with you.
How is she, Matt?
Oh, I don't know, Kitty. Doc had to put her under chloroform to take the bullet out. She's very weak.
It's Sochi, isn't it? The half-breed girl who married Walking Deer last spring?
Yeah, that's the girl.
Yeah, I remember seeing her around Dodge. She's a lovely little thing. Just beautiful.
I guess maybe that's what caused it, Kitty.
What do you mean, Matt? What happened?
Well, all I know is what she managed to tell Doc when she stumbled into his office. Seems that some white man rode into their winter camp up in the Choctaw Basin and asked her and her husband for something to eat. When they gave it to him, he hauled out a gun and killed Walking Deer and then fired a shot at her when she ran for a horse. Matt, she got away.
Hanging's too good for whoever did that.
Yeah, maybe, but it'd do in a pinch.
Matt, was she able to describe him?
Not so far, but she's sure she'll know him if she sees him again.
Then you make sure she does see him, Matt.
I was kind of planning to. Oh, look, Kitty, I think Doc could use some help in there. Huh?
Oh, yeah. I figured he could. That's why I came over. I'll see you later, Matt.
Yeah.
It could be any one of them 3 men, Mr. Dillon.
Uh-huh.
Pretty hard to tell which one to bring in.
Well, there's one way to tell, Chester.
How's that?
Ride into the basin, round up all 3 of them, and bring them back here to Dodge.
That might take some doing, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you're right, Chester. It will take some doing.
How would you like to improve your position in your unit? Or perhaps you'd like a change in classification. Well, a step in the right direction would be a course with the United States Armed Forces Institute. Yes, a course with USAFI is an indication of your desire to improve yourself. In the past 20 years, USAFI has proved conclusively that men who use their off-duty time constructively are more proficient in their military duties. See your education officer about a USAFI course.
Let's water the horses here, Chester. We may have to leave the creek pretty soon to take a look up some of those ravines.
All right, sir, Mr. Dillon. Oh. By jing, it's just going to come to 1 of 2 things sooner or later. Either that saddle's going to have to change to fit me, or I'm going to have to change to fit it.
Take a look at yourself from the rear sometime.
Well, now, that ain't too easy to do.
Well, I guess you'll have to take my word for it. The saddle's not changing any.
That's about what I figured. Here, now, horse, quit sucking wind in there when you drink. We've got a lot of ground to cover.
No, not too much more, maybe. The basin's not over 12 or 14 miles across.
Yeah, but they might have rode right on through, Mr. Dillon. 1 or 2 of them, anyway.
Now, Ben Taylor says no.
He might have missed seeing them.
Yeah, well, Ben knows when a rabbit passes his place.
Yeah. He sure enough seen Sochi come riding out, hell-bent for leather.
Chester. The horses.
Oh, Maybe we're in luck, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I think we are. There they come. 3 of them.
All together. By golly, we won't have to round them up after all.
No. Just get them to dodge. That's all.
Howdy, gents. Thought we had this basin all ourselves.
You did until this morning. How are you?
Just fine. You're asking me, Marshal.
Boss. You a marshal?
I'm betting 3 to 1 he is. He's got the look. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right. My name is Dillon, out of Dodge City. It's Chester Proudfoot.
How you doing? They call me Beggar, Marshal.
Beggar?
Oh, I had a decent Christian name once, but it got lost somewhere along the trail.
I see.
You up this way on business, Marshal?
I don't think I caught your name, mister.
Steed. Clem Steed.
Steed, huh? How about you?
Foss. Curly Foss.
Uh-huh. And you're a professional gambler. Am I right, Foss?
Right, Marshal. You're not a bad guesser yourself.
What are you after us for, Marshal?
Now, take it easy, Steed. Marshal don't always mean trouble. Looks to me like we all just met accidental.
How long you 3 been traveling together, huh?
Just since this morning, Marshal. Me and Foss here, we met, and then we run on to Steed, and it appeared we was all headed the same way, so we strung along.
I see. It just so happens that Steed's right. I'm not here by accident. I'm here to arrest one of you for murder.
Which one, Marshal?
I don't know. And I won't know until we get to Dodge City. One of you shot and killed an Indian and wounded his wife.
You figure she could identify one of us. Is that it?
Something like that, yeah.
So you gonna take our guns away?
Nobody's fool enough to shoot a marshal in front of 3 witnesses.
Maybe none of us done it, Marshal. Now, you take me, of course, I ain't got no particular use for Indians. That is, unless they're young and pretty.
Now, this girl is, Pegger.
They're all a bunch of sneaking thieves. What's the difference if one gets killed more or less?
Is that the way you figured it yesterday morning, Steve?
I ain't seen an Indian in the last 2 weeks.
Well, you're going to see one tomorrow in Dodge City.
Marshal, suppose we was to object to that.
Are you objecting, Foss?
No, just wondering.
Uh-huh. Anybody else wondering? All right, let's ride. How's the coffee coming, Chester?
Oh, I reckon it's boiled about long enough, Mr. Dillon. Give it another half minute, though, just to make sure.
Coffee's no good if it ain't strong.
Well, then, by golly, it must be strong, Steve. Because it smells good. It smells mighty good to me.
Oh, Pegger, I make the best coffee in Dodge City, bar none.
Yeah. Anything tastes better on the trail. Them beans and bacon we just had, if I was to get them served up to me in a restaurant, maybe in Frisco or St. Louis, I'd just pitch them out on the floor. Come to eat them here by the fire, they tasted pretty good.
Well, no, I like beans and bacon in a restaurant, as far as that goes.
Chester, you just like to eat. It doesn't make much difference what.
Well, now, there's some things ain't fit to eat.
And one of them's Indian grub. No dog would eat the stuff they do.
He didn't eat their food, Steve. He just asked for it to get them off their guard.
Who asked for it? Now, look here, Marshal. I ain't even seen no Indian.
I didn't say you had.
Well, anyway, good food and good drink now. Man can't ask for much more than that in life.
Oh, I don't know. The river boats is where you find the best. I used to run a faro bank on the Delta Queen between New Orleans and Memphis.
Mr. Dillon, you notice them coyotes is shut up?
Yeah. There's an animal of some kind prowling off there in the brush. I've been listening to it.
Only one or two animals would cause coyotes to shut up.
Hey, what the devil's that? It's a cougar. That's what it is, a dang cougar. I'll fix that.
Hey, you're wasting bullets, Steve. You can't see anything out there in the dark.
Rifle's what you got to use on a cougar. You just let me get one good look.
Pegger, drop that rifle.
Well, sure, Marshal.
Drop it.
All I did was stumble. That's all. You don't think I went to shoot that close to you, did you?
From now on, there'll be no more shooting unless I give the word. That includes you, Steve.
I hate cougars. I'll kill them on sight.
Feel the same way about Indians, do you?
You saying I'm a murderer?
I'm saying one of you is.
It ain't me.
Now, we'll see when we get to Dodge City.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Old Dobbin must decide that for himself. Similarly, we can lead you to the font of knowledge. We can tell you how, when, and where, but it's up to you to make the next move. As a member of the United States Armed Forces on active duty, you have the opportunity to continue your education through the United States Armed Forces Institute. The courses are varied and practically unlimited in scope. There is something for everyone. Your education officer has a USAFI catalog available. Sit down and discuss a correspondence or group course with him. It's your opportunity to increase your power through knowledge with USAFI.
Out of your belly so I can pull up this cinch. You ain't fooling me one bit.
Why don't you get rid of that horse, Chester? It's a half-hour job to get a saddle on him.
Yeah, but once it's on, he's a mighty fine mount, Mr. Dillon. Just as steady as a rocking chair. Come on, breathe, you wall-eyed bag of bones.
What about the rest of you? You ready to move out?
Anytime you are, Marshal.
Let's get started. I want to get into town and get this over with.
It's only about a 3-hour easy ride from here, Steve.
What are you getting so spooky about, Steve? I ain't spooky. What reason I got to be spooky, Force?
I wouldn't know nothing about this myself. Only thing I'm sure of is my own conscience. It's just as clean as a newborn baby. I never killed no Indian, not my whole natural-born life.
Nor done a lick of work either, Pegger, I'll lay odds.
Now, for a professional gambler to talk about a lick of work...
All right, Chester. All right, let's ride.
Hey, hold on to that brute of yours, Steve. He tried to savage me. Got him trained that way, Force. He always goes for card sharp. You wouldn't be asking for a bullet in your guts, would you? Anytime you think you're fast enough.
All right, hold it, both of you.
It's all right, Marshal. Steed's just mouthy. We'll see about that. The Marshal won't always be around.
Well, he's around right now, gents. I suggest you better take it easy.
Steed, I told you to keep that animal away.
Hey, his horse bolted on him.
Or else he's trying to get away.
Steed, you and Pegger stick close together and ride easy. Keep that rifle on him, Chester.
Yes, sir. All right, now you two just sit there easy like, and we won't have no...
Boss! Pull him in!
I can't. One bridle rein broke. He's got the bit.
All right, boss, just steady him along.
Yeah, right, Marshal. Yeah.
If I can
get a hand on that bridle. All right. Easy, boy. Easy, boy. Easy now. Easy. All right. Easy. Thanks.
Where were you heading, Foss?
Oh, you ask the horser. Or Clem's steed. He done that on purpose.
Maybe.
I guess I'm more used to a stagecoach seat than a saddle.
You stayed with him pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, there's no harm done, Foss. We're just that much farther along toward Dodge City.
There's that famous Boot Hill, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
I reckon you put a few men there yourself, Marshal.
A few, yeah.
That's Dodge City off by the river.
20-minute ride, looks like.
It's about that.
Down there, one of them shacks, there's an Indian girl waiting for us. Waiting to help you plant one of us there in that hill.
All on account of some savage. And you see a white man hung just for that.
Murder's murder, Steve.
There's some that'd disagree with you, Marshal.
They can disagree if they want to, Foss, but they still don't have the right to kill.
Now, Marshal, that's not the way I figure it.
Hey,
Put your hands, Marshal. Get him up. Now, the rest of you. You're thinking of dealing in to help him. Just don't.
It ain't my fight. Nor mine.
All right. And you know, Marshal, I just hate to miss getting another look at that little Indian filly. Prettiest I ever saw.
You admit killing her husband, Pegger? And shooting her?
I wouldn't have hurt her if she didn't run. She just lost her head when she seen me kill him.
All right, Pegger, you're under arrest.
What? That's kind of funny, seeing as how you're under my... Stay back there, Marshal. I'll blast you
Give
short.
me that gun.
All right, if that's the way you want it. You... Hey, no. What the...
It's no use, Pegger.
You can lay a man's head open pistol whipping him like that.
That's right, Foss. All right, Chester, get him back on his horse and tie his hands behind him.
Yes, sir.
It's lucky for you his gun misfired that way, Marshal.
It wasn't luck, Foss. I pulled the loads on his cartridges during the night.
You knew it was him?
No. Chester and I pulled the loads out of all three of your guns.
And you deliberately turned your back on us here, hoping that one of us would jump you and give herself away.
It was the only chance I had of tagging the killer.
But what about the Indian girl? She could have told you.
She died 20 minutes before Chester and I rode out of Dodge. So Pegger will hang for 2 murders, not 1.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Stranger in Dodge, Marshal.
Oh, I've been gone a week, Sam. You got any rye left?
Kitty over there has got the last bottle, Marshal. But I'll have some tomorrow when the Santa Fe gets in.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll see if I can talk Kitty out of a drink.
Sure.
Oh, I heard you were back, Matt. How are you?
You, saving that bottle for me, Kitty?
Oh, you know I never drink rye.
Thanks. Well, here's to you.
Thank you.
That's the closest I've been to civilization in a week.
Did you find what you're after?
Yeah, I found him, all right. Say, what's that stuff you're drinking?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Oh, here. I keep the bottle on the floor. Looks better.
Let me see it. Professor Bone's Wonder Medicine? Celebrated vegetable pulmonic detergent.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it tastes better than it reads.
Oh, it tastes fine, Matt. It makes you feel fine, too.
Essential oil of worm seed, a new and valuable curative.
Yeah.
Professor Bone, Ph.D. in Pulmist, Professor of Practical and Medical Botany, Natural and Civil History. Oh, well, that makes sense. Kitty, where in the world did you get hold of this?
Oh, everybody's taking it, Matt. Oh, I forgot you were away when Professor Bone arrived.
Well, you're right. You mean he's here in Dodge?
Oh, sure. He came last Thursday. He's got a fancy wagon he left us from every day. About this time, as a matter of fact. You should hear him, Matt. He's great.
Yeah, he must be.
No, he really is.
What's in that tonic, Kitty? You're kind of misty already, aren't you?
Oh, it makes you feel great, Matt. Try some. Here.
No, thanks. I don't need any worm seed oil.
Liquor does me all the harm I need.
You'll buy some. Once you've heard him talk. He's awful smart, Matt.
Yeah, well, he must be. He's a professor. It says so on the bottle.
Oh, I don't care if he's a professor or not. He makes wonderful tonic.
Yeah, I can see that he does.
Oh, Matt. Yes, Matt. I'm glad you're back. You come with me.
Hello, Doc. Sit down.
No, you come with me outside. I want you to see this spectacle.
What are you talking about?
This red-nosed old scarecrow, Loot Bone. He ought to be tarred and feathered, that's what.
Oh, now,
Look,
Doc.
right there. There's a bottle of it. Kitty. Is that yours?
Well, it's good, Doc. It's real good.
I'm going to smash this in the street.
Oh, no.
And if I find you drinking any more of this, I'll paddle you. That's what I'll do.
Really?
You see? You see what it does to people? Come on, Matt.
Look here, Doc. I might as well find out what this is all about. You will excuse us, won't you, Kitty?
You, not Doc.
I mean what I said, Kitty.
Oh, boy.
Come on, let's go, Doc.
Yes, all right. Oh, Kitty. There's his wagon. And look at that crowd of fools.
What's so wrong with that, Doc?
I'll tell you later. First, I want you to hear him talk. The man's demented, that's what. And he's dangerous, Matt. He's deadly dangerous.
You there, boy. Sit up now. Look spry. Step lively. This is your great-grandpa. And then some. My name? Oh, I've been called Johnny Reb, and I've been called Billy Yank. I'm a soldier. Civil War. What you want to know about soldiering? March? Oh, we did it aplenty. Both heavy marching order and light marching order. See, light marching order meant we was to march only with musket, ammunition, haversack, and canteen, and be ready for working or for fighting. Well, that was nothing. It was the heavy marching order we didn't like. Oh, that meant carrying everything you owned on a long march to the next field of battle or else a new camp. There was never enough water, and sometimes we wouldn't have us nothing to eat for a whole day. And us, in our heavy woolens, carrying 50 or 60 pounds on our backs, trudging down dusty roads in the summer and muddy ones in the winter. Still, it was something to see. First, there'd be the adjutant, then the scouts, then the band and drum corps, then the colonel and the lieutenant colonel, then the two surgeons and the hospital knapsack carrier. Yeah, we was quite a sight, I tell you. Even though some of us didn't have shoes and straggled a bit sometimes. Now you, boy, you got shoes special built to last. And if you watch yourself, blame that they don't help protect your feet from frostbite and things like that. But what's real important, lots of times you got trucks to carry your gear. And you, too, for which you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. Oh, believe you me, son, it takes more than just men and guns and generals to make you an army. It takes knowing somebody's thinking about your derned old feet and your aching back, like that good transportation corps you got. Danged if it don't.
Yeah, there he is, Matt. See? Yes. Right down there where the crowd is. He's standing in the back of his wagon. You see? He's finished entertaining them now. We're just in time for the serious part. So come on. Hurry along now. Come on.
For this famous elixir, while serving as personal surgeon to the King of Santo del Rio.
Oh, that liar.
Just take it easy, Doc. Let's
Wonder
listen.
Medicine has cured more than 3,000 cases of ague, 2,500 of chronic inflammatory rheumatism, 2,000 of green sickness, 1,000 of mercurial diseases, 1,500 of liver affections, and 6,000 of general debility.
He ought to be hung.
It purifies, cleanses, and strengthens the fountain springs of life, and infuses new vigor throughout the entire body. In fact, my friends, Professor Bones' Wonder Medicine will cure all disorders incident to the human race, without exception, no matter what the age, circumstance, or place of residence of the afflicted patient.
Hey, Professor,
I live over near Stinking Springs. Will it cure me?
You are drunk.
Quite a day ever since I was weaned, Professor.
I pity you, my friend.
Professor, when I was 12, I got drunk and went to sleep in a hackberry tree. I never did find out how I got down.
Oh, don't laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, don't laugh. Pity the poor man, the poor wretch. Whiskey has him crushed in its foul trap. His eyes roomy, his brains awash, his manhood's gone.
Now, you shut up.
Whiskey, I tell you, whiskey did it.
Now, any more talk about me, and I'll put a bullet in you, Professor.
Evil man, drunken specter.
I'm telling you no more.
No more.
That's right.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, about to appear on the wagon beside me is a man you all know and respect. One of your finest and most worthy citizens. A man whose very presence contributes mightily to the progress of your fair town. A man whose soul is pure, but whose body has been the host of 5 separate diseases, any one of which would soon have been fatal. But now he is saved. 3 bottles of Professor Bones' wonder medicine has done it. And here he is to tell you of this miraculous cure in his own words. Step forward, sir, and speak. Speak for the sake of your fellow man.
Great heavens, Matt. It's Chester.
Yeah.
Professor.
Hey, Chester.
Oh, Mr. Dillon.
Get down off there.
Yes, sir.
But, my dear man, you've got to talk to the
Come on, hurry it up, Chester.
Who are you, sir? What are you doing? Now, you come back here, you.
Go on with your lecture, Professor. Never mind about him.
Hey, Professor.
What?
Professor, that stuff for your cure anything?
Anything, my friend. Every disorder known to medical faculty.
Well, my old man, he's 80, and he got a bean stuck in his throat. Now, shut up, all of you. It's true. Professor, how about that?
I'll come to see your father, sir. I'll visit him as soon as I am able to pass a few bottles down among the good people gathered here.
Hello, Mr. Dillon. Doc.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Chester, of all people. Well, I suppose he's got you all doped up with that stuff, too, Chester.
Oh, it makes you feel great, Doc.
Is that why you were up there?
Well, no, sir. I got a deal with the professor for my spare time. See, Mr. Dillon, he pays me $1 a day and gives me all the medicine I can drink free.
Oh, it's idiots like you that make it possible for such quackery, Chester.
Oh, now, Doc, I'm not no idiot.
Well, you think I've been acting like one? Well, that's not what's important. Matt, I've analyzed some of Bones' so-called medicine. It's got opium in it, for one thing.
Oh, you think it's dangerous,
Of
Doc?
course it is. People can get in the habit. And what's worth if something is wrong with them and they're taking that stuff, they wouldn't find it out until it's too late. You gotta stop this business, Matt.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, Doc.
Either you stop him or by heaven I'll shoot him. I'm serious, Matt.
All right, Doc, I'll talk to him a little later. In the meantime, you stay away from him, Chester.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I didn't know.
Liquor, gentlemen, inflames the blood, causes dropsy and gout, unhappy wives, empty larders, naked children, lost cows, leaky roofs, bloody noses, broken shins, flat purses, and bad reputation. Oh,
That's enough of that, Professor. Now get out of here before I break a bottle of good whiskey over your head.
You're a destroyer of men, agent of the devil.
Shut up. Nobody's going to preach against liquor in this place. I'll fix you good.
All right, hold it, Sam. Professor Bone, I'd like to have a word with you.
And who are you, sir?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. Now, let's sit over at that table over there, huh? Come on.
I am at your service, Marshal. And to what do I owe this honor, sir?
Now, that isn't exactly an honor, Professor. I want you to stop putting opium in that stuff that you're selling.
Oh, come now, Marshal. Surely you don't believe...
Doc Adams has analyzed it, Professor, and either you make it harmless or I'm going to run you out of Dodge.
Yes, sir. I believe you would.
Now, you're free to sell it and you're free to do all the talking you want, but that's all.
I'm a lonely old man, Marshal, and I'm tired of wandering. I'll do what you say.
Good. And I hope you don't get yourself into trouble with that preaching about liquor.
I've been fighting against drink ever since I was a youth.
What about opium? Isn't that just as bad?
Oh, there's not enough of my medicine to do any harm, Marshal.
Maybe. But why are you so strong about whiskey?
Well, Marshal, when I was a child of 12, my grandfather got drunk and threw a pet owl onto a horse that was standing nearby.
What?
He did. And it frightened the horse into kicking an orphan boy. Broke the rim of his belly. That boy died, Marshal.
Oh, I see.
Professor Bone? Ah, Mr. Reeves. Welcome, sir. And how is your good father?
Marshal, I'm glad you're here.
Now, what's the trouble?
Well, this here professor's the trouble, and I'll tell you. Now, my old man, he had a bean stuck in his throat, and the professor, he told me to give him a steam bath and then throw cold water on him. And I was doing it.
Well, what for?
So as he'd catch a cold and cough and bring up the bean?
No, of all.
But it didn't work, Mr. Reeves?
It's killed him. My old man is dead.
Dead? Good heavens.
And I'm going to kill you for it, Professor.
No, you won't, Reeves.
Well, no man can die of a mere cold, Mr. Reeves. Something must have gone wrong.
Oh, something went wrong, all right.
Come on, we'll get Doc and go see what this is all about. And you get the idea of shooting anybody out of your head, Reeves.
Maybe I will.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Yeah, Daphne.
look at this story about savings bonds in the paper.
Yeah? What about it?
Do you think that's the best way to tell people about savings bonds?
Why not? Look, see, it says here that savings bonds are a guaranteed investment. Right now, they pay off at the rate of $4 at maturity for every $3 invested. You're not convinced?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
No salesmanship.
No salesmanship? What more do you need to know? Why, right now, more than 8 million Americans are buying saving bonds regularly through the payroll savings plan.
So?
So what?
That's what I say. So what?
Now, look, Daphne, if millions of Americans are convinced that saving bonds are their best investment, not only financially, but for the future of their country, what the heck is bothering you?
Well, I think they could sell a lot more with salesmanship. You know, slogans and jingles. Listen, if you're spending more and saving less, try a savings bond.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe savings bond pay good, like an investment should.
Daphne.
You get a lot to like in a savings bond. Interest, earnings guaranteed.
Wow.
Well, did I sell you?
Yeah, but I forgot what it was you were selling.
Savings bond.
I'll take 100.
Oh, Joe.
Professor Bone wasn't a normal, everyday type of citizen, but he wasn't a murderer either. And whatever had gone wrong and killed Reeves' father couldn't be blamed entirely on him. The way I looked at it, Reeves was a fool to follow his advice in the first place. Well, we found the old man still lying in the steam bath that Reeves had made. All he'd done was to dig a big hole in the ground with a fire pit in the middle and then stretch some canvas across the top for a roof. Doc climbed down into it, and after a few minutes he came back out again.
Well, Reeves, all I can figure is your father died of a heart attack.
Well, I don't believe that, Doc. You were strong as a bull, that old man.
I know, but I don't think there's nothing else that could have caused it.
How long did you have him in there, Reeves?
Oh, maybe a half hour, Marshal. He was just having a fine time when I left him. He poured a whole bottle of vinegar on them rocks, and I just went up to the house to get him some more.
Vinegar?
Well, sure. Professor here says it helped make him sweat.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
It's the vinegar that killed him, Reeves.
But how do you mean?
That's limestone you used in there,
well,
isn't it?
Sure, limestone.
All right. Now, you put vinegar on hot limestone, and it'll make carbonic acid gas. Well, and that's what suffocated your old man.
Well, I didn't tell you to use limestone, Mr. Reeves. You can't blame me for that.
No. But the vinegar was your idea, Professor. I still say you murdered him.
Now, wait a minute, Reeves. You're not being sensible. This thing was an accident, that's all.
I am not a murderer. I never hurt anybody in my life.
You don't even know what you do, you old buzzard. Selling that slop of yours loaded with narcotics. Did you tell him to stop that, Matt?
Yes, he said he would.
My medicine is as pure as the dew, James.
Pure as dew. I'm going to analyze it every day you're here, and I hope that won't be much longer.
I'm a lonely old man, sir. The only home I have is my wagon.
Well, then go live in it, but somewhere else. You've caused enough trouble around here.
But am I to be banished from the face of the earth? Am I not a man like any other man? Do you think I have no heart, no feelings, no soul?
Oh, why don't you shut up and get out of here, Professor? I want to bury my daddy.
I would gladly help you in that task, Mr. Reeves.
Oh, no. No, sir, not you. Not by a long sight.
You are unkind, sir. Gentlemen, I take my leave of you. Good day.
For some reason, the three of us stood there in silence and watched Professor Bone walk away. He stopped once and glanced back at us for a moment, and then he went on. Later, when we got back to Front Street, his wagon was gone, and we figured that probably that was the last we'd ever see of him. Dodge was fairly quiet that night, and when somebody reported seeing a fire of some kind out on the prairie, I decided I might as well ride out and have a look.
Well, there's no flames left, Mr. Dillon. It must be all burnt out.
I don't remember a house of any kind around here. I wonder what it was.
Maybe just a prairie fire that didn't really get started.
Wait a minute, there's something, Chester, over there, see?
Oh, that's right. I can see a few coals. Like a wagon, Mr. Dillon. All burnt up.
It's Professor Bone's wagon, Chester.
By golly, you're right. And that's his horse, too. Professor? Professor Bone?
Come on, let's take a look.
Where in the world do you reckon he could be, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. Here, look out now. I'm going to try to move something.
Oh, my. You think that's the professor?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Chester.
Poor old fella. He must have been asleep and his wagon caught fire.
Yeah, maybe.
Funny thing, he couldn't get out, though. Unless he was drunk or something.
Professor Bone didn't drink, Chester.
Yes, sir, that's right. I forgot. He sure didn't. You think maybe somebody did this on purpose, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, they had 2 or 3 men pretty mad at him.
Or maybe it was Indians.
No, not this close to Dodge.
No. No, I guess not.
I don't know, Chester. A lot of things can happen to people who get too lonely. Well, come on, let's get out of here. We'll take care of him in the morning.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the cigarette you want in the pack you want. Familiar standard pack and new crush-proof box. Live modern. Smoke modern. Change to L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Morning, Miles.
17 minutes, Matthew. 17 minutes exactly since I sent that boy to find you.
How's that so?
A crime has occurred, Matthew.